Chapter 301 Alliance. Huahu, who turned into a spiritual body, also smiled gloatingly. Yes, yes, Xiaobai, this Xiaobai is too pitiful, why don't we remove the peach illusion fire? Halfway through, her tone became a little arrogant again. I can't wait to see her expression after she makes a fool of herself. Quan Li and Huahu both saw contempt in Xiaobai's eyes, and now seeing Xiaobai's miserable situation, they can't help but feel a little excited. Chuan Yi helplessly replied, you all should be more serious. I am using this method to identify whether she is trustworthy. The conversation between the two people was transmitted to Chuan Li's ears in the same voice, but he could still distinguish the difference. Hearing Chuan Yi's words, Chuan Li retracted his smile and asked, are you testing Xiaobai's character? Liang Zhanying nodded gently. Well, this is a rare opportunity. Let me take a good look at what choice you will make. The scene turned and returned to Xiaobai's world. The level attack of the demon shark's fang divided Chuan Yi and the other two. However, her attack was only aimed at Chuan Yi, Huowu and Chuan Li, as if she had completely forgotten. Seeing Chuan Yi in danger, Huowu's expression was a little anxious, and then the Huoying Wuhan behind her turned into a dazzling white light. However, this light could not spread and could only stay on the surface of the body. How is it possible? Huowu looked unbelievable. Xiaobai saw Xiaohu's performance and praised her, it is indeed a domain. Moreover, I didn't expect that this was actually Mei Mu Xianji. At the beginning, when she was thinking about interrupting Chuan Yi and Huowu, she was inexplicably restricted for a moment. Although it was only a moment, she still saw that this was a domain. However, she thought it was Chuan Yi's domain, but she didn't expect it to be emitted by the weakest Huowu. However, Huowu's domain was still too immature and her soul power was too weak, and she was firmly controlled by her demon shark domain. Xiaoai. Huowu, who wanted to help Chuan Yi, felt the limitation of her own strength and looked at Chuan Yi with despair. Chuan Li, who was stronger than Huowu, burst out a powerful soul power by running his soul core, which could barely resist the blockage of the field. He forced himself to rush towards Chuan Yi, trying to block the attack for him. Unable to use soul skills, he condensed hard tips with his hands like Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi saw it and shouted anxiously, don't come over. Chuan Yi's reminder was a little late. Chuan Li moved his feet and came in front of Chuan Yi to block the next wave of demon shark teeth for him. However, after blocking only 3 attacks, Chuan Li was knocked away because he could not resist. Chuan Li, who was already restricted, could not exert his full strength at all. In addition, demon shark teeth was Xiaobai's strongest attack skill. Chuan Li overestimated himself. What's worse is that the direction he was knocked away was where Chuan Yi was. This added variables to Chuan Yi, who was already in danger. The next wave of attacks arrived immediately. In a hurry, Chuan Yi withdrew the tip in his hand, reached out to catch Chuan Li, and threw him backwards with force. However, in this way, Chuan Yi's back was exposed to the attack. No! No! Quan Li's regretful wail and Huohu's cry of pain sounded at the same time. Xiaobai, who was attacking, did not expect such a situation to happen. In a hurry, she quickly controlled the demon shark's tooth to deviate from the track. However, Quan Yi exposed his back to the attack in order to protect Quan Li, who had lost his resistance. It was not easy to change the direction of the attack, but Xiaobai could only slightly change the trajectory. Dang! Quan Yi's back was quickly covered by gang. However, the 3 attacks hit at the same time, and their force penetrated the defense and penetrated into Quan Yi's body. The 3 attacks, under Xiaobai's control and the friction of the back, passed through Quan Yi's armpits on both sides. This also left 3 blood marks on both sides of Quan Yi's body. Puff! The scratches were not the most important thing. The damage to the internal organs was a more serious injury. Unable to bear the pain, Chuan Yi directly sprayed out blood mist. And his whole body was also knocked dozens of meters away. After falling to the ground, his body hit a deep sand pit on the ground. This sudden change surprised everyone in the field. This also included Xiaobai. She immediately led the remaining demon shark teeth to other directions. Then, the body quickly ran towards the direction where Chuan Yi fell. In the sand pit several meters deep, Chuan Yi lay at the bottom with blood. His soul bones and martial soul disappeared, revealing Chuan Yi's original appearance. Xiaobai jumped down and came to Chuan Yi to check on him. It was found that he fell into a coma due to his injuries. She immediately sent soul power to check Chuan Yi's injuries. When she found that although Chuan Yi's internal organs were damaged, it was not fatal, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't hurt the root. She first used soul power to help Chuan Yi to prevent the injury from worsening. After doing all this, she looked at Chuan Yi with extremely complicated eyes. Just then, Huo Wu's voice came from behind. Get out of Xiao Yi's way quickly. The magic shark field outside had long disappeared. Huo Wu jumped down the sand pit in panic and pushed Xiao Bai away with all her strength. Then, she crawled to Chuan Yi's side and protected him behind her. Huo Wu's eyes were red, but she looked directly into Xiao Bai's eyes with a firm look and did not give in. Seeing Huo Wu's performance, Xiao Bai was not angry, but became more respectful. She apologized a little and said, "Don't worry, your boyfriend is not in danger of death. His body is very tough and his injuries are not serious. With his physique, he should be able to heal himself in 2 weeks. I'm sorry, this is not my intention. I just want to teach you a lesson, not to hurt you." Xiao Bai, a powerful 100,000-year-old soul beast, actually apologized to the human soul master solemnly. Huo Wu's red and resolute eyes turned into a look of shock at this moment. This was the last scene Xiao Bai saw in the illusion. The next moment, Xiao Bai's eyes turned white, Huo Wu and Chuan Yi disappeared, and the scene of the sand pit was also covered by the scene of the ocean. The first thing she felt was her sense of smell, and she immediately turned around and looked behind her. She saw a huge female giant standing behind her. Beside the giant, Chuan Li stood. At the same time, she also noticed the 2 kinds of silk threads wrapped around her body. At this time, she realized that she had been in an illusion until just now. Haha, what a terrifying method! Xiao Bai laughed at herself, and her tense body completely relaxed. At this moment, she completely surrendered. The silk thread wrapped around her body was untied and quickly shrank. The huge female giant also turned into light and disappeared. Kun Yi and Huo Wu slowly descended from the sky and came to Xiao Bai. Kun Yi spoke first, "Sorry, I tried to test you. But this also makes me more determined to form an alliance with you." Kun Yi looked at Xiao Bai with sincerity, and Huo Wu was the same. The scene just now made Huo Wu agree with Xiao Bai in her heart. The two waited for Xiao Bai's answer. They thought she would be angry, but unexpectedly, she smiled. She stretched out her hand and replied, "Okay, I agree to form an alliance with you." Chapter 302 The battle begins. Compared to anger, Xiao Bai has more hope in his heart. When she first saw the martial soul fusion skills of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, Poseidon's eyes flashed in her mind. Those eyes, as deep as the boundless sea, were exactly the same. Chuan Yi, who was originally strong in mental power, entered a higher realm after the martial soul fusion. Moreover, the means that could not be detected by her were enough to deceive the evil killer whale king. This alone was enough for her to agree to the alliance. The 2 hands were clasped together heavily, indicating that the 2 tribes had officially formed an alliance. After reaching an alliance, Xiao Bai couldn't wait to ask, "When will we go to attack the evil killer whale king?" Chuan Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, we can set off after making some final preparations. With your joining, this operation can be said to be foolproof. Before setting off, I want to know more about the evil killer whale king." After the formal alliance, Chuan Yi and the other 2 talked with Xiao Bai until the night. After the conversation, Xiao Bai planned to return to the tribe to make some preparations for this war. Before leaving, Chuan Yi took Xiao Bai to the beach and said to her, "Get ready as soon as possible. We will set off in a week at most." Xiao Bai replied, "Well, don't worry." Then, she changed back to her original form and returned to her tribe. That night, the originally calm sea near Poseidon Island suddenly became turbulent. This situation lasted for a whole week. This made it impossible for the fleets traveling to and from the Poseidon Island to sail or return. These fleets were spontaneous caravans that transported supplies for Poseidon Island. These people were not residents of Poseidon Island, but out of their belief in Poseidon, they had been transporting various daily necessities for Poseidon Island for a long time. However, fortunately, this phenomenon only lasted for a week. A week later, the turbulent sea returned to calm, and the fleet trapped on Poseidon Island cheered and was happy that they could set sail. However, what they didn't know was that a large team had already set sail before them. Hundreds of great white sharks were moving in a certain direction. After traveling more than 100 miles, the sharks stopped moving. The leader, Xiaobai, surfaced and looked up at the sky. I saw a huge red dragon hovering over the sea. The dragon was extremely large, but what was even more exaggerated was its terrifying wingspan that was enough to block out the sun. Just a slight flap could cause a huge wind that raised the waves. The length and width of more than 100 meters, the majestic figure, and the hot breath it exuded all showed how powerful the dragon was. When Xiaobai saw the dragon, he was also very impressed, but he did not show any surprise. Xiaobai looked up to the sky. The giant dragon in the sky shouted, "The demon soul great white shark tribe has gathered." At this time, 3 figures jumped down from the giant dragon in the sky. And they landed lightly on Xiaobai's back. These 2 people were Chuanyi Huowu and Chuanyi. At this time, Chuanyi released the red dragon horn and red dragon eye from the moment he appeared. When they fell, the red dragon did not disappear, but suddenly flapped its wings and quickly climbed into the sky. After a while, it was out of Xiaobai's sight. After doing all this, Chuanyi said to Xiaobai with a serious expression, "There is no time to lose, let's set off immediately." Xiaobai didn't waste any words, carrying the 2 people and galloping forward. Behind them, white figures appeared on the blue sea, and the hard triangular dorsal fins were like dense spikes, neatly arranged on the sea. The square formation composed of 200 demon soul great white sharks was like a neat army. Moreover, each demon soul great white shark is an adult individual about 15 meters long, and each one is at the 10,000-year level. You should know that as the top soul beast in the ocean, the 1,000-year level demon soul great white shark can compete with the 10,000-year level. The strength of the 10,000-year level is even more unfathomable. 200 demon soul great white sharks gathered together, and the power brewing among them is comparable to a natural disaster. Even Chuanyi did not want to try to confront it head-on. However, the destination they are going to now has a stronger existence than this. This makes Chuanyi nervous and excited. His eyes, looking into the distance, 100 miles away, his red dragon pupils saw hundreds of thick black and grey figures, spread across tens of thousands of square meters of sea. Their body size is on average twice that of the demon soul great white shark. Compared with the smooth body of the demon soul great white shark, they are more sturdy. At the same time, this also means that they are stronger than the demon soul great white shark in strength. These fierce evil killer whales were floating on the sea, motionless. They had just come back from foraging, and now they were resting. This was undoubtedly the most relaxed time for them, and it was also the best time for Chuanyi to attack. However, they were able to encounter this best time not because of luck, but because of Chuanyi's continuous exploration through the red dragon eye. From the information revealed by Xiaobai, it was learned that the longest range of the evil killer whale's ripple detection method was 10 miles. 10 miles is 5,000 meters. And Chuanyi's red dragon eye can see the scene hundreds of miles away. Coupled with the mobility brought by the fire spirit body, Chuanyi had already known the movements of the evil killer whales this week. When the shark group approached the sea area about 50 miles away, the formation stopped advancing. The large army took the final rest here. At this time, Chuanyi, Huowu, and Xiaobai in the front were preparing to set off. "Xiaobai, there are only 3 of us going on the next journey. Are you ready?" Faced with a powerful enemy, Quanyi's eyes were also nervous, but deeper in his heart, there was a crazier light brewing. Xiaobai was also nervous and excited and replied, "Haha, I'm ready a long time ago. I've been waiting for this day for too long." Huowu, who was beside him, also held Quanyi's hand more tightly to show her determination. Seeing that the morale was available, Quanyi was full of heroic spirit. "Okay, I'll go." A lone demon soul great white shark rushed out of the resting group and rushed alone towards the evil demon killer whale group in the distance. When Xiaobai approached the range of 20 miles, Quanyi and Huowu's soul power surged, and the orange and vermilion lights reflected each other, and finally, they completely merged into one. The light dissipated, and the scorching sun battle shadow appeared on the back of the demon soul great white shark. The 10-meter-tall Liang war shadow could not stand on Xiaobai's back as before, so he could only bend down, lie on her back, and hug his dorsal fin. At the same time, Liang war shadow's flowing red hair instantly turned pink and spread wildly around. The dense long hair completely covered Liang war shadow and Xiaobai under him in the blink of an eye. After the coverage was completed, the 2 people and 1 horse galloping on the sea completely disappeared. The splashing white waves disappeared at the same time as the figure. The sea surface returned to calm, as if no one had ever been there. Chapter 303 Isolating the Evil Demon Killer Whale King. Of course, the disappearance of the figure does not mean that they really disappeared. In the real world, Liang War Shadow and Xiaobai, wrapped in a pink light, have entered within 10 miles. This distance is already within the detection range of the evil killer whale, but the powerful ripple detection method of the evil killer whale did not work on them. It was because Liang Janaeying deceived the perception of the evil killer whale with a realistic simulation method. However, this was achieved thanks to Chuan Yi's Red Dragon Eye and Liang Janaeying's terrifying mental power. The Red Dragon Eye can show the original appearance of things in front of the eyes, whether it is matter or energy, all secrets cannot escape the Red Dragon Eye. And the mental power provides the calculation power and control power that can be perfectly simulated. Just like simulating seawater, he not only needs to simulate the shape of the seawater, but also needs to change naturally with the flow of the seawater. The mental energy consumption in this process is extremely terrifying, but the simulation ability that is proportional to the consumption can even deceive the evil killer whale king. This skill is the biggest trump card for this decapitation operation. This skill is too terrifying. Xiaobai looked at the figures of several evil killer whales passing by, and his heart was extremely excited. Through the pink filter, Xiaobai can see the outside world. From the initial thrill to the current excitement, Xiaobai's mood can be said to be ups and downs. Formally entering the killer whale group, Xiaobai went straight to the evil killer whale king in the center as planned. Finally, they successfully arrived in front of the target. Looking at the behemoth in front of them with a body size of more than 30 meters long, Xiaobai and Liang Janaeying couldn't help but hold their breath. The grey-black skin surface actually revealed a hard metallic luster, and the energy fluctuations and breath emanating from the body were even more terrifying. "We're here!" The exclamation of the crowd only lasted for a moment. In the real vision, the pink hair that originally tightly wrapped Xiaobai and Liang Janaeying expanded rapidly. Like silk, it slowly spreads on the body surface of the evil killer whale king. The whole process is extremely secretive, and even the evil killer whale king who is wrapped is unaware of it. During this process, the golden dragon pupils of Liang Janaeying are staring at the front, and the huge mental power is also surging wildly at this moment. As the pink silk thread expands, the details that Chuan Yi needs to calculate will increase exponentially. What's more, the mental power consumed to wrap a behemoth with a body length of 30 meters is even more terrifying. Originally, the vast sea of spirit, like the ocean, dropped a few centimeters in just a few minutes. At this speed, the sea of spirit will be exhausted in another quarter of an hour. However, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who are in a mental state, have no time to care about the consumption. They are concentrating on the evil killer whale king. If it is for ordinary people, they don't need to make such an effort, but for the evil killer whale with keen senses, in order to ensure that there is no mistake, the highest standard of simulation must be used. 10 minutes later, the pink silk thread completely covered the demonic killer whale king. From now on, the demonic killer whale king shown to the outside world is exactly what they simulated. At the same time, the external state seen by the demonic killer whale king is also what Chuan Yi wants it to see. From this moment on, the demonic killer whale king will be completely isolated from the outside world, including the abdomen touching the water surface and the back exposed to the sea surface. Although the hair of Liang Janaeying is in a substantial state, it is still the energy of fire attribute in the final analysis. Therefore, when it touches the sea surface, it will accelerate the consumption of flame energy. If not, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu will use all the amplification skills, soul bone skills, and the energy reserves of the red dragon horn. It is really impossible to complete the complete coverage. However, fortunately, the whole operation was safe. They successfully controlled the demonic killer whale king. Success! Xiao Bai looked at the scene in front of her with great surprise, she was even a little unbelievable. Because the whole process was too smooth, and she didn't play any role in it. At this time, Chuan Yi's spiritual fluctuations were transmitted to her mind. Xiaobai, the first step has been completed. Next, it depends on you and your tribe. Don't worry, we have been prepared for a long time and will not let you down. Xiaobai's blood was boiling, and the fighting spirit rose in his heart. Seeing this, Chuan Yi didn't say much. Instead, he brewed energy and condensed a pink energy light ball. The energy light ball condensed on the surface of the cocoon. Because it was condensed by the peach fire, it did not cause any movement around. The light ball was not big and was condensed quickly. At this time, Chuan Yi's excited voice sounded in Xiaobai's mind. Let's start. As soon as the voice fell, the energy light ball shot into the sky. The condensed energy light ball quickly climbed to a distance of 10 miles above the sky. When it reached here, the pink light wrapped in the outer layer just dissipated, and the red light hidden inside bloomed. Bang! A silent explosion sounded from the sky, and at the same time, a striking red firework bloomed in the sky. Puff puff! The fireworks made little noise, but the light was very eye-catching, which attracted the attention of the evil killer whales. However, they didn't know what it meant. When they instinctively looked in the direction of the evil killer whale king, they found that the evil killer whale king remained calm. They no longer paid attention to it. However, although the fireworks did not attract their attention, they attracted the attention of two parties. One party was the group of demon soul great white sharks docked 50 miles away. The moment they saw the fire, they immediately assembled and quickly moved towards the direction of the fire. The other party was in the sky. Above the sea where Chuan Yi was, far above 10,000 meters in the sky, there was a red dragon hovering. Above the dragon, Chuan Li was standing. When he met the demon soul great white shark, he was on the red dragon, but he didn't come down at that time, just for this moment. He stood at a height that was enough to make people weak and laughed excitedly. It's finally my turn. As expected of Xiao, I controlled the soul beast so quickly. The soul power in his body quietly circulated, and the black iron gauntlet and soul ring appeared on his body. At this time, a strong momentum emanated from his body. An amazing energy was brewing in his body. Just as he was quietly preparing, the demon soul great white shark team took the lead in entering the 10-kilometer detection range of the evil demon killer whale. Their undisguised aggressive behavior instantly attracted the attention of the evil demon killer whale. Faced with the attack of the demon soul great white shark, they were not afraid, but became more excited and bloodthirsty. Faced with the defeated opponent, they had no scruples, and the tribe that first discovered it on the periphery gathered together the fastest. Dozens of evil demon killer whales faced the demon soul great white shark forcefully. This move immediately caused a reaction from the entire tribe. The evil demon killer whales inside looked at the evil demon killer whale king again, wanting to wait for instructions. However, the evil demon killer whale king was still as steady as a mountain. Chapter 304 Xiang Dragon Lance. The leaders in action caused the evil demon killer whale group to fall into chaos. Although some of the older evil demon killer whales noticed the abnormality, the evil demon killer whale king had a great prestige in the tribe, and no one dared to question it. Just when the tribe fell into chaos. Hovering above the red dragon at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Quan Li's soul power was brewing. The red dragon under him seemed to feel this, and its body surged in the air, with its head facing upward, making a posture of charging upward. Cooperating with the red dragon's movements, Quan Li flexibly climbed from the dragon's head to the edge of its mouth. The red dragon also seemed to cooperate with Quan Li and opened its huge mouth of the abyss. Quan Li looked down at the cave entrance, revealing a resolute and excited look. Under Quan Li's gaze, the red dragon's throat moved, and a huge round spear tip slowly rose from the dragon's mouth. Although it was only the tip of the spear, the terrifying heat radiated from the tip of the spear quickly heated up the surrounding air. Hiss! The hot metal collided with the cold air in the sky, producing a thick white mist. However, this only lasted for a while, and the intense high temperature quickly drove away the surrounding cold air. Chuan Li was like being trapped in the magma at this moment. If he didn't use his soul power to protect his body, he couldn't stay in this scorching space with his flesh alone. The dragon's mouth was still surging. When the spear tip exceeded Chuan Li, the spearhead only rose less than half. The spearhead was not a traditional spear, but a slightly slender cone. The length of the spearhead was as high as 8 meters, while the spear handle was shorter than the spearhead, only about 4 meters. The 12-meter-long peerless weapon was completely displayed in front of Chuan Li. From the appearance of this weapon, you can tell what this weapon does. This weapon is specially designed for stabbing. The design concept is that Chuan Yi referred to the Dragon Rider spear in the comics of his previous life and forged a terrifying killing weapon. The raw material of the weapon is the red magic gold excavated in the Xingda Great Forest at that time. After 2 months of soaking in spring water, the extremely hard red magic gold was not only completely softened, but the impurities in it were also completely removed by the spring water. In this process, it also transformed from refined gold to a higher level of gold essence. The originally tough refined gold entered a higher level when it transformed into gold essence. Not only that, the fire attribute energy originally hidden in the metal was completely assimilated into the hottest fire equal to the blazing Yang Chuan. In order to solidify this spear, Chuan Yi fixed it with soul power and then put it into the cold yinquan. It was quenched for a week before it was completely formed. On the day the spear was born, the spear body had its own ancient dragon scale pattern. When it was swung, the dragon roared. In terms of strength and power, it was definitely a superstandard weapon beyond the top level. After seeing this spear, Douluo praised it. Once this spear comes out, no weapon spirit can compete with it. Immediately, Chuan Yi named it the Xiang Dragon Cavalry Spear. At this moment, Chuan Li couldn't even breathe when facing the Xiang Dragon Cavalry Spear. The extremely yang energy fluctuations burned his soul power and skin, and every breath of air he took seemed to burn his lungs. He touched the huge gun handle that he had to hold in his arms to pick up with his right hand wearing black iron gauntlet. Squeak! After just a moment of touching, the dark gauntlet was burned red, which made him move his palm away immediately. If he continued to touch it, it would definitely cause irreversible damage to his martial soul. This gun is not something that an ordinary person like me can use. However, since you lent it to me, Xiao, I will definitely not do anything that would shame you. Let us use the blood of 100,000-year soul beast to announce your arrival to the world. When Quan Li saw the gun, the uneasiness in his heart suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, a surge of pride burst out from the bottom of his heart. The spear seemed to feel Quan Li's pride and made a crisp dragon roar. Seeing this, Quan Li showed a surprised look and praised, I heard that the artifact has spirit and can respond to the user's mind. I didn't expect that I, Quan Li, could use the artifact in my lifetime. Quan Li laughed happily. After laughing, Quan Li looked serious. The brewing soul power burst out in an instant, and the body burst into a dark light. Martial soul true body. The light expanded rapidly, and Quan Li's body completely dissipated in the light. The light dissipated, and a pair of huge hand armors floated in the air. The black iron hand armor exuding a heavy, cold breath gently grasped the gun handle. Roar! In the gap between the dragon scales of the gun handle, the red fluorescence quickly circulated. The breath of Xiang suddenly burst out. The terrifying high temperature caused the surrounding air to expand rapidly, and a huge explosion sounded. It turned out that the previous high temperature was not its highest temperature. The part where the black iron gauntlet touched the gun handle made a harsh sound again. However, this time the black iron gauntlet was the martial soul body displayed by the level 90 Quan Li, which could barely withstand the high temperature. Under Quan Li's control, the gun head slowly pointed downward. During the quenching process, the weight of the Xiang Dragon Cavalry Spear not only did not become lighter, but became heavier. At this moment, its weight is 30,000 kilograms, combined with the weight of Quan Li's martial soul body of 10,000 kilograms. The impact of a heavy object weighing 40,000 kilograms falling from a height of 10,000 meters is absolutely terrifying. However, this is not enough. On the sea, Quan Yi used his extraordinary vision to coordinate the overall situation. Of course, he also saw the scene in the sky. Seeing that Quan Li was ready, Quan Yi immediately called Xiaobai. Said, Xiaobai, listen to my command. Xiaobai heard it and quickly gathered his soul power, with grey-blue light flowing on his body. The red dragon horns and pupils of Liang Janaiying shone brightly at the same time. At the same time, the pupils and horns of the red dragon 10,000 meters above the sky shone at the same time. The red dragon quickly rolled forward, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Its speed was getting faster and faster, and its body was like a high-speed spinning gyroscope. Finally, the dragon's might, carrying terrifying centrifugal force, accurately hit the tail of the Xiang dragon lance from top to bottom. Pa! Clang! Accompanied by the terrifying explosion of the dragon's tail tearing through the air, it hit the tail of the gun handle violently. And, at the moment the two collided, the hard red dragon's tail shattered directly. However, this terrifying force has been perfectly transmitted to the gun body. The Xiang dragon lance turned into a red light and flew straight down. At this moment, all creatures within 100 miles felt the extremely yang breath in the sky. It was an extremely hot breath like the blazing sun. Moreover, they could clearly feel that this breath was approaching at a very fast speed. However, they could not escape, and even the biological instinct that caused fear lost its effect at this moment. Faced with the absolute gap, they not only gave up resistance, but even felt a worshipful mood in their hearts. The evil killer whale group and the magic soul great white shark group quietly stopped fighting and stared at the sky. A red meteor fell rapidly. Only Chuan Yi, Huo Wu, and Xiao Bai were able to maintain consciousness. At the same time, the body of the evil killer whale king wrapped in the cocoon trembled slightly. Chapter 305 The Evil Killer Whale King. The hunt was successful. The evil killer whale king, who was resting in the illusion created by Chuan Yi, was awakened by an inexplicable palpitation. At the same time, the extremely yang breath came from the sky. He looked up immediately, but found nothing. However, the instinctive fear caused the body of the evil demon killer whale king to tremble violently. Although the peach phantom fire of the scorching sun war shadow is powerful, it also has a limitation. That is, it cannot simulate and cover up energy higher than it. After the fusion of martial souls, Huo Wu's peach phantom fire was promoted to the ultimate fire. There are very few energies higher than the ultimate attribute in this world, but the extreme yang aura of this Xiang dragon lance is just higher than the ultimate fire. Therefore, if you want to use the Xiang dragon lance that cannot be hidden, you must kill the evil demon killer whale king with one blow before he can react completely. However, the problem is that although the spear is strong, the spring power cannot exert its ability. With the power of the spring power, it is impossible to use the Xiang dragon lance to kill the evil demon killer whale king with one blow. The moment the dragon pierces the evil killer whale king, it will be completely awakened. At that time, the angry 100,000-year soul beast will burst out in front of him, and even Chuan Yi will not be able to remain unscathed. For this reason, Chuan Yi specially designed this battle plan. Chuan Yi noticed the movements of the evil killer whale king, and was also shocked by its keen perception. Almost at the moment the dragon tail was fired, the body of the evil killer whale king reacted. This reaction speed is faster than Xiao Bai. However, this degree of variable has long been calculated by Chuan Yi. While paying attention to the speed of the spear falling, he also paid attention to the situation of the evil killer whale king. Just when the evil killer whale king felt that something was wrong and wanted to use his soul power, Chuan Yi's red dragon pupils quickly condensed, and at the same time, he shouted to Xiao Bai, "Now!" In an instant, a deep grey-blue light burst out from Xiao Bai's body. In an instant, the sea area within a radius of several miles quickly solidified and turned into hard crystals, trapping all creatures within the range. Magic Shark Domain Advanced Skill, Crystallization. Just when the demonic killer whale king was about to make an escape move, he was restrained by an inexplicable force. At this moment, the world-destroying red light fell from the sky, and the giant 12-meter-long spearhead, with extremely hot and sharp power, pierced through the body of the demonic killer whale king. Crack! In just a moment, the sea surface that had turned into crystals fell apart. From the center where the Xiang dragon lance fell, huge waves hundreds of meters high and terrifying high temperatures broke out. Immediately afterwards, dozens of adult demonic killer whales near the center were killed by the high temperature and impact force. And Xiao Bai, who was closest to the center, was wrapped in the long hair of Liang War Shadow, avoiding the invasion of high temperature, but the terrifying impact force was unavoidable. However, they were well prepared for the impact. Xiao Bai quickly contracted his domain and exerted the power of solidification to the limit, offsetting the impact. The remaining impact could be easily resisted by the toughness of the fusion technique of the 100,000-year soul beast and martial soul. On the other side, the Xiang dragon rider's lance that pierced through the evil demon killer whale king and fell to the bottom of the sea was directly embedded in the seabed rock. That was a seabed rock with a depth of more than 500 meters. After piercing through the tough body of the evil demon killer whale king, it could still reach the bottom of the sea. From this, we can see how terrifying this attack was. The black iron gauntlet that was tightly grasped on the handle of the gun was still tightly clenched. However, it soon released its hands and turned into a light spot, returning to a human form. Chuan Li, who showed a human form, closed his eyes at this moment and fell into a coma. Fortunately, the cold sea water deep in the sea offset the high temperature of Xiang Dragon Rider. Otherwise, with Chuan Li's defenseless posture, he would definitely be burned by the high temperature. Chuan Yi on the sea noticed the situation of Chuan Li. Immediately said to Xiao Bai, "The rest is up to you." Then, the spreading pink hair quickly gathered. The Liang War Shadow, who was sitting on Xiao Bai's body, raised his right hand and quickly condensed a fiery red energy spear in his hand. After taking a deep breath, Liang War Shadow quickly turned over and dived into the sea. She was holding a spear with the tip pointing to the direction of Chuan Li on the seabed. Then, a strong flame erupted from the tail of the spear. The powerful propulsion drove Liang War Shadow to descend rapidly. At the same time, Xiao Bai looked around and showed an evil smile to the evil killer whale who could not judge the situation. Immediately, she turned into a deadly great white shark and bit off the evil killer whale closest to her. The sharp teeth directly bit off most of the huge head of the evil killer whale. The brain and blood flowed on the sea surface, and it was obvious that he would not survive. Xiao Bai didn't stop. After killing one, she immediately attacked the other one. Without the evil killer whale king, there was no one left among the remaining evil killer whales who could compete with her. In just a moment, her kill count broke through the single digit. After the explosion, the demon soul great white shark at the farthest distance reacted faster than the evil killer whale. After adjusting for a moment, they bravely rushed towards the evil killer whale. The number of evil killer whales, which had been reduced by almost a quarter, was defeated by the number of demon soul great white sharks. Under the internal and external attacks of Xiao Bai and his tribe, the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. At the bottom of the sea, Liang War Shadow held the spear thruster and dived into the seabed at a high speed. The water pressure at the bottom of the sea was extremely terrifying, but it could not affect Liang War Shadow. It took less than a minute to reach the destination. Chuan Yi first checked Chuan Li's condition and found that he was just stunned by the impact of the collision and had no other injuries. He gently wrapped his hair around Chuan Li, then stretched out his left hand and pulled out the Xiang dragon lance embedded in the rock. The thick handle of the spear was particularly suitable in the hands of Liang War Shadow. Moreover, the Xiang dragon lance held by Liang War Shadow emitted waves of dragon roars, causing waves of fluctuations on the seabed. The Xiang aura emanating from the handle quietly merged into Liang War Shadow's body, replenishing its energy that was about to be exhausted. At the same time, a mighty force surged into Liang War Shadow's body. This was not energy, but pure power amplification. This made the originally heavy spear light. From the dragon roar, Chuan Yi could hear that it seemed a little excited at the moment. Killing a strong man and proving his ability made it very happy. Haha, don't worry, there will be many strong enemies waiting for us in the future. Chuan Yi comforted the Xiang dragon lance, which was like a child, and returned to the sea surface along the original path. Puff. Cough cough. Quan Li vomited out the salty sea water and slowly woke up from his coma. When he opened his eyes, Quan Li in front of him shouted to him in a hurried voice, "Grandpa, hurry up, time is running out, get ready to absorb the soul ring." Hearing this, Quan Li's hazy mind instantly cleared up. Where is the soul ring? It's not out of time, right? Quan Li was afraid that his coma would waste this precious 100,000-year soul ring. However, when he saw the dark red light circle behind Quan Yi, he was relieved. Chapter 306 Inner Dan and Soul Core. Quan Li looked around and found that he was now above the corpse of the evil killer whale king. The hard touch from under him and the terrifying aftermath that made his hair stand on end confirmed his thoughts. It was hard to imagine that he actually killed a 100,000-year soul beast. Although he won the whole process by doing nothing, he was the only one who could absorb the 100,000-year soul ring. This made him smile. However, he soon realized that it was not the time to be happy. Quan Li stood up and looked around to observe the surrounding situation. He found that he was at the head of the evil killer whale king. Looking from a high place, the entire sea surface had returned to calm. Hundreds of huge corpses were scattered on the sea surface, and the pungent blood covered the salty smell of the ocean. Most of these corpses were the corpses of the evil killer whales. Obviously, during his coma, a war quietly ended. Corys at this time, the demon soul great white sharks were swimming in the sea of corpses and blood. When he slightly shifted his body, his eyes swept behind him. Suddenly, he turned around and a horrifying scene appeared in front of him. The body of the giant whale, which was 35 meters long, was divided into two parts. Opposite him, the remaining whale tail was floating, and he was standing at the remaining head. The largest torso in the middle had long disappeared. There were still striking scorch marks on the broken part of the body, which showed how high the body had been subjected to before. Did I really do this? Chuan Li stared at the horrible damage caused by the Xiang dragon lance in amazement, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. How long have I been unconscious? Chuan Li asked. It's been almost half an hour. During this period, Xiao Bai and the others have finished the battle, and you can absorb the soul ring with confidence. If Xiao Bai hadn't joined, they would definitely not have the spare energy to deal with the remaining evil demon killer whales by themselves. In this way, Even if they succeed in killing the evil demon killer Whale King, there will be no stable environment to absorb the soul ring. Quan Li was surprised that he had been unconscious for half an hour, but thinking back to the horror of that blow, he felt fortunate. Quan Li turned around again and walked towards the location of the soul ring. While walking, he found Huo Wu also lying on the corpse. He walked forward quickly to check on Huo Wu's condition and found that Huo Wu was closing her eyes and falling into a deep sleep. Quan Li saw at a glance that this was caused by the lack of soul power and mental power. Thinking that Huo Wu fell into such a situation for him, he felt distressed and guilty for Huo Wu. Kun Yi walked to Quan Li and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Wu will recover after a good sleep. Besides, now Grandpa might as well worry more about himself than Xiao Wu. The difficulty of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring is no less than hunting." Quan Li touched Huo Wu's head distressfully, and stood up resolutely and walked towards the location of the soul ring. At this time, Xiao Bai, who was cleaning the battlefield, turned into a human form and came to Kun Yi. "With your grandfather's physical strength, if he absorbs an ordinary 100,000-year soul ring, there will be absolutely no problem. However, the evil killer Whale King is not an ordinary soul beast. Its soul ring energy is not only huge, but also very domineering. With his body, it is likely that he will not be able to hold on for long. What are your plans?" Kun Yi smiled faintly and said, "You will see it soon." As he spoke, the red dragon horn and red dragon pupil appeared on his forehead again. However, the originally vermilion dragon horn became a little dim. In this battle, the energy was almost exhausted. Kun Yi, who had severely consumed his mental power, could not even activate the energy absorption effect, and could only let it absorb energy automatically. Kun Yi opened his dragon pupil and looked at Quan Li. Next, he had to monitor Quan Li's status throughout the process. Quan Li sat cross-legged under the soul ring, summoned his martial soul, and attracted the soul ring. When the soul ring approached, the surging energy gave people the illusion of facing a surging tsunami. His intuition told him that his body could not bear the impact of this energy. However, he had Quan Yi behind him. Although he felt a little ashamed, Quan Yi was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, giving him inner peace. His eyes condensed, and he reached out to accept the 100,000-year soul ring. The violent energy burst out from Quan Li's body. From the beginning, the energy of the soul ring was fiercely impacting Quan Li's meridians. As a weapon soul master, Quan Li's physical fitness was definitely not weak, but after all, he was old and his body was no longer in the best condition. However, he could make up for his physical weakness in other ways. At the same time as receiving the soul ring, the soul core in the Danshan was running wildly, and the terrifying suction force directly absorbed the energy in the meridians and converted it into soul power. The rotating soul core, in the rotation, constantly wiped out the violent aura in the energy and condensed the pure energy into a solid. The volume of the soul core also continued to increase in this process, and the impact on the meridians was also reduced to a minimum. Outside, Xiao Bai was also surprised to see Quan Li withstood the initial impact. Sure enough, this breath is the inner elixir. This is the first time I feel the breath of the inner elixir from a human. Inner elixir. Kun Yi was puzzled by this unfamiliar term. Xiao Bai explained, the inner elixir is a special item that only a few gifted soul beasts can gather. It not only contains most of the soul beast's cultivation, but also speeds up the soul beast's cultivation. The breath of the inner elixir is emitting from your grandfather's belly. Soul beasts can also condense soul cores. This information was beyond Kun Yi's expectations, but after thinking about it, it made sense. Soul beasts and soul masters have the same soul power. It makes no sense that what humans can do, soul beasts can't do. Just as Kun Yi was sighing, Quan Li's situation suddenly changed. The already violent energy impact became even stronger. The transformation speed of the soul core cannot keep up with the output of soul ring energy. Xiao Bai lamented, "This is a soul shock. It is the remaining resentment of the evil killer Whale King that affects the absorption of the soul ring." Sure enough, the last attack woke him up. If the evil killer Whale King was killed without knowing it, there would be no resentment. However, in the end, the evil killer Whale King sensed the extreme yang breath and also felt the coming of death. This made its soul resentful. Therefore, Xiao Bai said such words. It was the first time that Quan Yi heard the term soul shock, but he was not unfamiliar with soul shock. Just as Xiao Bai was sensing, Quan Yi had been waiting for a long time. Chuan Yi's soul power surged, and the fiery sun gauntlet was instantly put on his hand, and the soul ring behind him also lit up at the same time. The sixth soul skill, the red dragon is born. The vermilion energy rushed into Chuan Yi's right arm frantically, and from the shoulder, a thick energy-based giant dragon claw appeared. The right claw swung in front of his chest, and the fiery sun heart on his chest lit up, and the sun dragon lance was firmly grasped by the right claw. Chapter 307 The Evil Demon Killer Whale King's 100,000-year soul ring was successfully absorbed. Xiao Bai saw the sun dragon lance and instinctively retreated. The previous world-destroying red light deeply penetrated into her soul. However, unlike what she imagined, this giant spear seemed extremely calm in Chuan Yi's hands, and the sun aura that frightened her disappeared. This is because Chuan Yi can perfectly control the Xiang Dragon Lance, and the flame aura inside it is firmly controlled by Chuan Yi. If Chuan Yi lets go now, the high temperature inside will spread again. At that time, Huo Wu and Chuan Li will be injured. Chuan Yi certainly cannot let this happen. Chuan Yi moved the tip of the spear close to the soul ring at a distance. At the same time, the fifth soul ring behind him lit up at the same time, and the golden flame flowed into the Xiang Dragon Lance along the dragon arm. A bright and sacred golden light shone on the soul ring. The light was only emitted on the tip of the spear, but the aura it emitted was stronger than the extreme fire. Chuan Yi's holy flame was amplified by the Xiang Dragon Lance, and a more domineering Xiang aura was superimposed. At the same time, the purification effect of the holy flame was also strengthened. This Xiang Dragon Lance has become a powerful fire attribute soul guide. The energy in the soul ring stabilized immediately when it encountered this light, and the energy flowing into Quan Li's body became as docile as a lamb. The energy of the evil killer whale king is yin, and the extreme yang breath can just restrain it. Coupled with the effect of the weakened mental power of the holy flame, the violent remnant in the soul ring was completely cleared. Now, the energy of the soul ring became smooth, and Quan Li took this opportunity to absorb energy with all his strength. At the same time, he also had the spare energy to control the energy and penetrate the hidden meridians in the body. He chose the Du channel that Quan Yi penetrated first. When he controlled the energy to flow to the Du channel, the nearby soul cores would automatically absorb this energy, which weakened the energy impact. Moreover, when he penetrated the entrance of the Du channel, he felt great resistance. This is not quite the same as what Xiao Ai said. Although the energy of the soul ring was weakened by Quan Yi and the soul core, it was the soul ring of the evil killer whale king after all, and the huge soul power was still very huge. According to Chuan Yi, this soul power should be enough to penetrate the hidden meridians. Although Chuan Li had doubts in his heart, he still absorbed energy while controlling the energy to impact the meridians. Although the situation cannot be relaxed, the overall trend is developing towards a stable situation. Xiao Bai absorbed the soul ring for Chuan Li and used the domain skill to solidify the sea surface. And that night, the sleeping Huo Wu also woke up. After waking up, she quickly got up to look for Chuan Yi. When she saw the tall figure standing in front of him, she breathed a sigh of relief. After releasing the martial soul fusion skill, Huo Wu considered that Chuan Yi would be needed to maintain the situation in the future, so she left all the remaining soul power and mental power to Chuan Yi. This led to her falling asleep quickly due to fatigue. After waking up, she saw Chuan Yi's tall back, which made her feel very relieved. Chuan Yi, who maintained the holy flame, turned around and greeted Huo Wu. "Xiao Wu, thank you for your hard work." Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu tenderly. If it wasn't for maintaining the holy flame, he would definitely hug Huo Wu. Huo Wu felt Chuan Yi's burning gaze, propped up her tired body, walked to Chuan Yi's back, and hugged Chuan Yi tightly. After a dangerous adventure, Huo Wu found that Chuan Yi's importance in her heart was increasing. Two hot bodies, hugged tightly together, let the fire-free Chuan Yi feel the burning sensation that stung his soul. Fortunately, Huo Wu felt Chuan Yi's slightly rapid breathing and immediately released the hug. "Hehe, I won't bother you." As she said, Huo Wu sat cross-legged behind Chuan Yi and recovered her soul power. After Huo Wu irresponsibly ignited Chuan Yi's flame, she immediately moved away from Chuan Yi, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Chuan Yi had a strong willpower and quickly adjusted his state. He put his attention back on Chuan Li. He has maintained the holy flame for a whole day, although with the amplification and energy replenishment of the Xiang Dragon Lance, the soul power consumption has been reduced to the minimum. However, these are the 5th and 6th soul skills after all. He can maintain them for so long because his control over soul skills has reached an extraordinary level. When Chuan Yi uses soul skills, his soul power will not be like other soul masters, pouring all into the soul ring roughly. Instead, he uses the minimum soul power to flow in the necessary soul power lines. Just like the water flowing down from the mountains, when it flows to the sea, it chooses the shortest and most efficient way in the complex river. When the effective river channel is opened, the water will be retained to the greatest extent. And, Chuan Yi is using extremely meticulous soul power control to make the soul power flow only in the necessary lines. This soul power saving technique is an ability that Chuan Yi has mastered after studying the soul ring. At the same time, this is also a training method for Chuan Yi to exercise his mental power and heart power. His mental power, which has skyrocketed with the evolution of the external soul bone, has also been constantly honed in the process of subtle control. According to this trend, it won't be long before Chuan Yi can fully control his mental and soul power. The absorption process of Chuan Li is extremely long. It lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. During the long absorption process, Chuan Li was tirelessly focused on absorbing and connecting the meridians. However, when the energy of the soul ring began to decrease, he finally connected the Du meridian completely. And he was powerless to do anything about the remaining Ren meridian. It was too hard. The barrier of the hidden meridians was too hard and obscure. If Chuan Yi had not let him feel the existence of the meridians, he would never have spent so much effort to penetrate the meridians. In fact, in addition to the sufficiency of energy and external pressure, the penetration of meridians is also related to the age of the individual. Generally speaking, the earlier the meridians are opened, the easier it is to penetrate. Conversely, the older the age, the more difficult it is to penetrate the meridians. Like Chuan Li, he is already an old man in his 80s. His hidden meridians have long become obscure and difficult to penetrate. Logically speaking, it is impossible to penetrate them. However, with the huge energy of the 100,000-year soul ring and the guidance of the accurate meridian route map, Chuan Li was able to successfully penetrate the governor vessel. After the governor vessel was successfully penetrated, not only did the energy absorption speed become faster, he also felt that his body seemed to have become much younger. The feeling of blood surging reminded him of his youth. 2 days and 2 nights passed. Chuan Li opened his eyes. At this moment, Chuan Li felt that his mind was clear and his eyes were bright, and the world became extremely clear. At the same time, the soul core in Chuan Li's danshan was spinning, and the sound of surging waves sounded. The soul core, which was originally pitch black, turned grey and black at this moment. The black soul power flowing in Chuan Li's body also turned into a denser grey and black soul power. This is the color of the evil demon killer whale king. In addition to the color, the soul core is also a whole circle larger than before, which also increases the absorption capacity of the soul core several times. Chapter 300 and 800,000 Years of Evil Demon Left Leg Bone. Grandpa, how do you feel? The soul ring absorption process was completely over, and Kun Yi was relieved to take back his weapons and skills. 2 days and 2 nights of persistence consumed Kun Yi's mental and soul power. However, years of extreme training have given Kun Yi unimaginable endurance and recovery. In addition, after the Du meridian and Ren meridian were connected, the recovery speed of soul power also increased several times. During the jogging, he not only did not consume too much energy, but his physical condition was slowly recovering. Quan Li did not respond to Kun Yi's question. Because Quan Li was still immersed in the joy of rebirth at this moment. The realm of titled Douluo made him feel like a new life. Just then, a dark red soul bone emerged from the corpse of the evil demon killer whale king and slowly floated to Quan Li's eyes. It was transparent like a dark red crystal, and from the shape, it could be seen that it was a left leg bone. The left leg bone of the 100,000-year-old evil demon. Its shape is different from the human foot bone, it is more like a small whale tail. Hey, it's actually a left leg bone. Kun Yi was surprised. According to the law of the appearance of soul bones, most power-type soul beasts will drop arm bones, while speed-type soul beasts will drop leg bones. The evil demon killer whale king is a power type at first glance. Kun Yi is almost sure that it will drop arm bones, but he didn't expect it to drop leg bones. Most of Quan Li's skills are in his hands. If the arm bone appears, it will definitely greatly enhance his combat power. Thinking of this, Kun Yi can't help but feel pity. However, Quan Li did not have any dissatisfaction. After all, this is a 100,000-year soul bone. Even if it is a leg bone, it is a priceless treasure. Quan Li stared at the dark red leg bone emitting devouring light, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. He was thinking about a question, that is, whether to absorb this soul bone. Although, by absorbing the soul bone by him who has absorbed the soul ring of the evil demon killer Whale King, the effect of the soul bone can be maximized. But, he thought of Quan Yu. Quan Yu's talent and conditions are better than his, but it is hard to say whether he can break through the titled Douluo. If the soul bone is left to Quan Yu, it will definitely greatly increase the possibility of Quan Yu breaking through the titled Douluo. Quan Yu saw Quan Li looking at the soul bone and hesitated to move, and he also had a guess in his heart. His mind raced, and he said, "Grandpa, you should absorb this soul bone. Father will not accept your gift." Quan Li paused, and the image of Quan Yu flashed through his mind. Then, he sighed, "Xiao, in terms of the length of time, you and I have obviously been together longer, but in terms of the degree of understanding of him, you are better." Quan Yu did not answer, but he was deeply moved by Quan Li's selfless thoughts. You should know that his flame spirit shadow leopard right leg bone was also passed from Quan Li Yunxiang to Quan Yu Solinger, and then to him. Quan Li, who could face a 100,000 year soul ring without being tempted, made Quan Yu admire him. "Grandpa, it's just a 100,000 year soul ring. It's just a 10,000 year soul bone, no need to be so shy. At most, Grandpa will personally catch a 100,000 year soul bone for father in the future." Chuan Yi said proudly. Chuan Li laughed after hearing this, "Haha, yes, I was wrong. Well, in that case, I will absorb this soul bone." Chuan Li stretched out his big hand and held the soul bone tightly. However, the soul bone trembled violently in his hand and tried to break free from his hand. It's worthy of being a 100,000 year soul bone, and it still has residual will. Chuan Yi couldn't help but praise. As he said, he mobilized the soul power in his body again, and his right hand was placed on the heart of the scorching sun on his chest again. "Wait." At this time, Chuan Li stretched out his voice to stop Chuan Yi, and said, "I can handle this matter myself." Then, 9 soul rings suddenly burst out from behind Chuan Li, and at the same time, the powerful aura of the titled Douluo swept across the 4 directions like a raging storm. Especially the eye-catching red 100,000 year soul ring, which exuded a bewitching light. A 100,000 year soul ring is the most precious treasure in the Soul Master world. You should know that among the titled Douluo, there are only a few who have a 100,000 year soul ring. "Humph, melt it for me." Quan Li quietly put on the martial soul on his hand. Under the pressure of the powerful soul power, the agitated soul bone was suppressed, and then, it softened from a solid state to an energy state. Quan Li pressed it hard on his left leg, and the struggling soul bone was violently rubbed into his left leg by Quan Li. The dark red light surged, and Quan Li pressed hard while operating the soul core in his body. The energy from the outside world poured into his body crazily, and even the water attribute energy of the ocean was absorbed by it. This level of flushing of heaven and earth elemental force will cause damage to the body. However, Quan Li seemed to be fine. After condensing the elemental force, the soul core quickly transformed into soul power, and sent the soul power to the left leg to suppress and absorb the soul bone. Such a huge movement caused Xiao Bai to exclaim in amazement, "It's just like a soul beast." Although it was a joke, Xiao Bai's tone was mixed with a subtle envy and fear. A week ago, Quan Li was just an insignificant existence to her, but a week later, with only a difference of 1 spirit ring, Quan Li grew to an existence that even she could not underestimate. Quan Yi analyzed Quan Li's strength on the side. This momentum and physical strength are much stronger than Douluo. Is this the power of a 100,000 year spirit ring? If Chuan Yi had absolute confidence in his match against Chuan Li before, he is not sure now. Just the physical fitness that Chuan Yi is proud of is not necessarily stronger than Chuan Li now. When Chuan Li absorbs the soul bone, his physical fitness will definitely surpass Chuan Yi. The only thing that Chuan Yi is stronger than Chuan Li now is probably his mental power and soul power attributes. But the difference between the two is not very big. The 100,000 year soul ring improves Chuan Li in all aspects. The huge and solid soul power condensed in the legs has entered a new realm in terms of both quantity and quality. Under the consumption of Chuan Li's soul power, the remnant on the soul bone was completely crushed. Not long after, the soul bone was being sucked into the body by Quan Li. When the dark red light was completely restrained, a long roar broke out, and the blood, mental power and soul power in Quan Li's body quietly merged. The sea surface in the distance, which was rising and falling, returned to calm in the long roar, and his body slowly floated under the power that appeared out of thin air. The special fluctuation suppressed the sea surface and lifted Quan Li, which Quan Yi could not do now. Because Quan Li's cultivation was not yet there. The scarce soul power restricted Quan Yi. Even if there was a red dragon horn, it was also fire attribute energy, not his own soul power. Huo Wu, who was standing next to Quan Yi, looked at Quan Li and said, "Is this the power of the titled Douluo?" The title, the highest realm in the Soul Master world, was indeed displayed in front of her, which made her full of longing for it in her heart, and at the same time, it also made her more determined to become stronger. "Sorry for keeping you waiting for a long time." Quan Li smiled and slowly descended from the sky. Chapter 309 Armor Mutation. Congratulations, Grandpa, for breaking through the titled realm. Quan Yi clasped his fists and bowed to Quan Li solemnly. This not only included respect for the titled Douluo, but also included Quan Yi's sincere blessings and gratitude to Quan Li. Huo Wu followed Quan Yi and bowed. After seeing this, Quan Li stepped forward quickly, stretched out his hands, and held up the arms of the two. He said, "We are all family, no need to be polite. Moreover, you helped me get this spirit ring, this is all your credit." Quan Li smiled, his eyes full of joy. Especially the look he gave Huo Wu was even more eager than when he looked at Quan Yi. That was the look he gave his granddaughter-in-law. After this dangerous experience, Quan Li accepted Huo Wu from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, there was no woman in the world more suitable for Quan Yi than Huo Wu. "Grandpa, what level have you reached now?" Quan Yi asked curiously. Because most of Quan Li's soul power was stored in the soul core, it was difficult for Quan Yi to judge Quan Li's level. Quan Li put his mental power back to Quan Yi and replied, "Level 92, and it's close to level 93. Hiss. Although he had some guesses, he still couldn't help but marvel. In the title Douluo realm, one level is a huge leap. It takes years of hard training to improve one level. Douluo, the 91st level poison Douluo, was respected by the Tiandu royal family as a worshipper. Quan Li, the 92nd level, is not only stronger than Douluo in level, but also has much stronger soul rings, soul skills, and soul bones. Therefore, the Chuan family can be regarded as successfully entering the ranks of high-end families on the mainland. Not only that, my martial soul has also changed in the process of absorbing soul rings." Quan Li raised his right hand. On the smooth and crystal black armor, there appeared many sharp spike-like objects. Especially on the fist peak and the back of the hand, there were several hideous and sharp long thorns. Quan Yi was not surprised by this, because he had already noticed the changes when absorbing the soul bone. The shape of these spikes is similar to the shape of the teeth of the evil demon killer whale king. It should be that the black iron gauntlet martial soul is highly compatible with the evil demon killer whale, allowing the martial soul to inherit this characteristic. However, this obviously improves the attack power of the gauntlet martial soul, which is a benign martial soul mutation. Quan Yi told the two people the results of his analysis. "Yes, I didn't think that absorbing the soul ring of the evil demon killer whale king would cause martial soul mutation. Xiao Yi, let me tell you. With such a change, the black iron gauntlet will no longer be an ordinary weapon martial soul. I just don't know if this change is an example brought about by the 100,000 year soul ring." Quan Li meant something. Quan Yi's head turned quickly, and he replied excitedly, "Indeed, if the gauntlet martial soul is compatible with the evil demon killer whale, then absorbing the evil demon killer whale of a lower age may also cause martial soul mutation. If this discovery is confirmed, the gauntlet martial soul will no longer be a medium-level weapon martial soul. Unfortunately, our family only has 3 hand armor martial souls, so we can't be sure of this." Quan Li felt a little regretful. Quan Yu only had a vacant position for the 9th soul ring. If he broke through, they would definitely help him get a 100,000 year soul ring. Even if they found another 100,000 year evil demon killer whale in the vast ocean, it would not prove the compatibility of the low year evil demon killer whale with the hand armor martial soul. The compatibility issue they were discussing was actually considering the next generation and future hand armor martial soul awakeners. Among them, there might be Quan Yi's younger brother and sister who are about to be born. There are also Quan Yi's own descendants. If the connection is confirmed, their Iron Fist family will be completely transformed. However, although the hand armor martial soul is not a very strong martial soul, it is extremely rare. Except for the 3 people in the Chuan family, they have never heard of the existence of the hand armor martial soul from other places. For this reason, Chuan Yi also felt sorry. At this time, Xiao Bai started to tease, "Hey, how come in your mouth, the evil killer whale has become an object of slaughter? Besides, after our battle, the evil killer whales in the nearby waters are completely extinct. If you want to find the evil killer whale again, you may have to search for it in the other side of the sea. However, the distance there is too far, almost close to another continent." As he said, Xiao Bai pointed to the west. After hearing this, Kun Yi became interested and asked, "Have you been to the opposite continent? Are there humans there?" Xiao Bai shook her head. Just when Kun Yi was disappointed, she said, "Although I haven't been there, I have heard that there are many humans there, and a huge country has been formed." Kun Yi's eyes lit up and asked, "Who did you hear that from?" Xiao Bai smiled and replied, "It was an old friend who is no longer alive." "But why do you ask these questions? Do you still want to go there?" Kun Yi said, "Of course, regardless of other things, we will need to find other evil killer whales soon. If we really get close to the other side, we must take a good look at their lives." Xiao Bai shook her head and said, "What's so good about this? I think you are too idle." Xiao Bai didn't quite understand Kun Yi's strong curiosity. For specific questions, you can ask the Sea Soul Masters near the Sea God Island. There should be people from the other side. "Okay, we have stayed for a long time. It's time to go back." Xiao Bai has helped them to wait for 2 days. It is indeed time to go back. Chuan Yi suppressed his curiosity and smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, "Thank you for your help this time. Happy cooperation." Xiao Bai stared at Chuan Yi's outstretched hand. After hesitating for a moment, he still reached out and held Chuan Yi's hand. "No need to thank you. We are just helping you clean up the mess. Moreover, this cooperation is ultimately for each side. Without the evil killer whale group, we should have no intersection in the future." Xiao Bai's words were a little cold, but it was the truth. There is an invisible gap between soul beasts and humans. Although Xiao Bai maintains a human form, it is just a trick of the mermaid. He still has to change back to the appearance of a soul beast. However, Chuan Yi does not think so. "Maybe it will be like this, but the memory of this cooperation will always remain in my heart. Moreover, in my heart, I have long regarded you as my comrade in arms. In the future, if you encounter difficulties, you can go to Hanhai City to seek my help. For your sake, I can help you once." Xiao Bai let go of Kun Yi's hand and said disdainfully, "Hey, it's the other way around. Will we need your help? Kun Yi, if you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to Poseidon Island to find me. For your sake, I can help you 3 times." Xiao Bai seemed to be unwilling to admit defeat, imitating Kun Yi, and replied proudly. Chapter 310, The Ownership of the 100,000 Years of Whale Brain. Although Xiao Bai acted a little cold, deep in his heart he was grateful to Kun Yi. Eliminating the evil killer whale group was of great significance to her tribe. This not only helped her avenge her blood feud, but also laid the foundation for the future development of the entire tribe. Therefore, she proposed to agree to 3 requests, in addition to arrogance, more of gratitude. Kun Yi said bluntly, "Okay, then it's settled, don't regret it." Seeing Chuan Yi's eager look, Xiao Bai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Because Chuan Yi's appearance of taking advantage of a small advantage was completely different from his previous calm and composed performance. "Comrade, this word sounds good." The ice wall in Xiao Bai's heart seemed to be melted by this word. Okay, I won't regret it." Xiao Bai's cold and stiff expression eased. Chuan Yi raised the corner of his mouth, and then said, "In this case, I will use a request now." Xiao Bai was shocked and said, "Hey, think clearly, one of my requests can mobilize the power of our entire group of demon soul great white sharks. In the sea, you can do almost everything. This is not an exaggeration. Hundreds of demon soul great white sharks are indeed invincible in the sea. I know that what I want to propose is not simple. My first request is to entrust you to help the Chuan family collect the movements of all vicious sea soul beasts, including the evil demon killer whale. In terms of speed and the breadth of the exploration range, this condition is probably only you can complete. How about it, do you accept this condition?" Xiaobai's keen sense of smell and speed are simply the most perfect reconnaissance units. Kun Yi's first request is to use this advantage to help the Chuan family explore the information of the sea area, especially the information of the sea soul beasts. Moreover, Kun Yi has a little idea here, that is, he did not put forward the requirements in time and space. Xiaobai also noticed this little trap, but she still agreed to it readily. Okay, I accept this condition. In the next few decades, they will be in a period of rapid development, and expansion of the territory is inevitable. At that time, it will not be difficult to pass on the soul beast information collected naturally to Chuan Yi. Anyway, they don't need to participate in the battle. More importantly, the information revealed by Chuan Yi to her is that their Chuan family will hunt these soul beasts in the future. Here, Xiaobai noticed a point that is in her interest. That is, she can use Chuan Yi's power to eliminate the hostile forces on the sea. If she encounters another difficult to confront tribe in the sea, she can use Chuan Yi's terrifying ability. This potential interest point makes Xiaobai extremely. He readily accepted the conditions. Xiaobai's IQ is no less than that of humans, and she can think of the hidden details behind the conditions. In fact, in addition to these, Chuan Yi made this request for a more important purpose. That is, to maintain friendly relations with the Demon Soul Great White Shark tribe through constant communication. In Chuan Yi's heart, the friendship of the Demon Soul Great White Shark is more important than other so-called conditions. With the exchange of intelligence and the connection of interests, the Chuan family and the Demon Soul Great White Shark will become more and more familiar with each other, which will definitely lay a solid foundation for future cooperation. After reaching an agreement, Chuan Yi and the other two began to clean up the battlefield. XXXX. First, it is the body of the evil killer whale king that Chuan Yi values the most. Although the thickest middle part disappeared in the battle, the remaining tail and head are also rare treasures. Especially the brain of the evil killer whale king, which exudes an extremely bright energy glow. Of course Chuan Yi can't miss it. At the same time, the evil killer whales killed by the Xiang Dragon cavalry gun were marked by Chuan Yi and separated separately. There are as many as 53, and they are all strong in the evil killer whale group. Large individuals. These are all extremely precious food. It's a pity that no other soul bones were found after searching the entire group of evil killer whales. Although it's a bit regrettable, overall, they benefited a lot from this battle. However, there was a small episode, that is, when Chuan Yi collected the body of the evil killer whale king, Xiaobai showed a painful expression. At the same time, she didn't think that Chuan Yi would take all the bodies away. However, she also knew that Chuan Yi had that pair of terrifying dragon eyes, and he couldn't fail to see the situation of the whale brain. The sharp Chuan Yi noticed Xiaobai's expression. After a little thought, Chuan Yi chose to leave the head to Xiaobai. Really? Are you sure you want to leave it to me? Xiaobai had an expression of disbelief. Chuan Yi said, this time hunting the evil killer whale king, without your help it will definitely not be that easy. Logically, you are also qualified to enjoy the gift of the evil killer whale king. The most noble spirit ring and spirit bone were taken away by us, and this head should belong to you. Xiaobai was moved. Don't blame me for not reminding you. As long as the sea soul beast cultivates to the 100,000 year realm, its brain will be transformed into a powerful medicinal material, which will have a great tonic effect on any creature. If you absorb it, you can raise your level to level 70 in one day, and it can also greatly improve your physical fitness. At that time, you will absorb the 100,000 year spirit ring, absolutely foolproof. Xiaobai was extremely eager, but because of the sincerity shown by Chuan Yi, she suppressed her desire and told Chuan Yi the preciousness of the whale brain. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Chuan Yi. They wanted to see how Chuan Yi would make a decision after hearing this information. However, the moment they moved their eyes to Chuan Yi, he actually laughed out loud. Haha, a mere whale brain is not as good as the friendship between you and me. Besides, you underestimated me too much. Even without the whale brain, I can absorb the 100,000 year spirit ring without any mistakes. Chuan Yi's bold but confident performance completely convinced everyone present. Chuan Li nodded repeatedly and secretly praised Chuan Yi, while Huo Wu stared at Chuan Yi with a fluorescent light in her eyes, as beautiful as stars. As Xiaobai, who was facing Chuan Yi directly, her heart couldn't help but tremble. After staring at Chuan Yi blankly for a long time, she smiled sweetly, like a warm spring breeze, dispelling the remaining ice and snow between the two. Then I won't be polite. Xiaobai had never felt emotions like this before, but the warmth flowing through her heart made her linger. At this moment, Huo Wu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis from Xiaobai's smile. She quickly walked to Chuan Yi's side, hugged his arms tightly, and stared at Xiaobai. Xiaobai noticed Huo Wu's sight and woke up from his previous state. Realizing that he was in a wrong state, Xiaobai turned around and jumped into the sea, turning back into the state of a great white shark. That hasty action seemed to be hiding something. Chapter 311 Sharing the 10,000-year-old whale glue. A week later, the boat carrying Chuan Yi and his party docked at the Chuan family dock. However, the docking of this boat did not cause much commotion. Just like an ordinary fishing boat returning from voyage, the entire Chuan family fell into an unusual calm. Everyone was doing what they should do as usual. They did not make public this soul-splitting operation, and even the accompanying fleet did not know the details. Only Chuan Yu and the family came to greet them. Chuan Yu looked at the three people who got off the boat safely, especially when he saw the smiles of the three people. He clenched his fists hard and forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. Here is the peace of mind of returning safely, the joy of Chuan Li's successful breakthrough, and the self-blame of himself. With weak strength, he can't even participate in this soul-hunting operation. Why are you crying? A real man, how can he cry easily? Chuan Li saw the sparkling light in Chuan Yu's eyes, and slapped Chuan Yu's shoulder with his big hand. With great force, he slapped Chuan Yu to the ground. However, Chuan Li, who was scolding Chuan Yu, couldn't help but have red eyes. When Chuan Yu fell to the ground, he turned his head, wiped his eyes implicitly, and stood up and said, "Let's go home." At noon, Quan's family. The family sat together and talked about what happened in the past month. The rich food placed in front of everyone was not eaten by anyone. In just 1 month, it was a mental torture for all the family members. However, this ordeal made the family grow a lot. Solinger was even more pregnant, looking at Chuan Yi and Huo Wu with tears in her eyes. This made Chuan Yi hurried to comfort Solinger. At the same time, because of his own eager actions, Solinger fell into worry and felt guilty. Solinger was about to give birth. Chuan Yi wanted to take care of everything before his blood relatives were born out of absolute confidence. However, he ignored the feelings of his family. Chuan Yi reflected deeply on this. Immediately, Chuan Yi called Huo Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, take out that thing. It's just right. Now it can be distributed to everyone." Huo Wu's eyes lit up when she heard it, and then her right hand slid into the Ruyi treasure bag hanging on the hem of her skirt. A white light lit up, and a huge simple wooden box appeared on the side. The wooden box was white in color and well made, but it could be seen that it was made of trees that had not been cut down recently. However, compared to the wooden box, the fragrance wafting from the wooden box made the smeller clear-headed and calm down. Yun Qiang asked in surprise when she saw the wooden box, "What is this? Why does it have the effect of clearing the mind and calming the nerves?" Chuan Yi walked slowly to the wooden box and smiled mysteriously, "Haha, this is a good thing." As he said, he opened the wooden box directly, and saw that the wooden box was filled with a crystal-clear dark yellow gelatinous object. In the surprised eyes of Chuan Yu, Yun Qiang, and Solinger, Chuan Yi explained, "This is whale glue extracted from the brain of the 10,000-year-old evil demon killer whale, which has a strong tonic effect on the human body and has the effect of strengthening the body. It just so happens that my mother's body is weak due to pregnancy, so I can use this to replenish my body." These are what Chuan Yi extracted one by one on the way back. And carefully brewed it with his own extreme fire. Under Chuan Yi's extremely meticulous control, these 10,000-year whale glues were completely free of impurities, leaving the most refined part. The 10,000-year level whale brain itself has excellent energy and medicinal effects. Although the efficacy and energy are far less than the 100,000-year whale brain, under Chuan Yi's brewing, the medicinal effects are excavated to the greatest extent. Chuan Yi once tried the medicinal effects himself and found that in addition to strengthening the body, it actually has an outstanding effect in strengthening the strength of the meridians. You know, the strength of the body and the strength of the meridians are related to their own carrying capacity. By strengthening the carrying capacity, the Soul Master can obtain a stronger soul ring, which has a great increase in the strength of the Soul Master. Chuan Yi worked hard for several years to barely improve the body's carrying capacity, and just eating a piece of whale glue can offset it. What a powerful effect! Speaking, Chuan Yi picked up the bowl and spoon and divided the appropriate amount for everyone. This amount was carefully distributed by Chuan Yi according to each person's physical fitness and digestion ability. The ones with the most were Chuan Yi and Chuan Li, whose whale glue was higher than the rice bowl, revealing a small hill. Next were Chuan Yu, Huo Wu, and Solinger, whose height was smaller than the mouth of the bowl, but the amount was also amazing. At least the size of an adult's fist. Yun Qiang, who had the weakest physical fitness, was allocated the least, about 3/5 the size of Chuan Yu. Looking at the jelly-like whale glue in the bowl, everyone swallowed their saliva involuntarily. Everyone, eat quickly. After eating, remember to circulate your soul power as soon as possible and absorb the energy in it with all your strength. As soon as Chuan Yi finished speaking, everyone couldn't wait to pick up the spoon, scoop out a large spoonful, and put it in their mouths. The soft whale glue melted in the mouth, accompanied by a fragrance, and a stream of heat flowed into the stomach. Well, this effect is so strong. With just one mouthful, Chuan Yu felt the energy and effect of the whale glue. His body was directly hot, and he felt that every part of his body was sending messages of hunger and thirst. This made him put down the spoon, pick up the bowl directly, and swallow the whale glue in big mouthfuls. After eating, he went directly to the dining table, entered a meditative state, and used all his soul power. Solinger on the side was more elegant than Chuan Yu, but the speed of swinging the spoon was getting faster and faster. After a while, he ate all the whale glue, and then entered a meditative state. The powerful fire attribute soul power of the soul saint level in the body was activated, and the digestion of whale glue energy was even stronger than that of Chuan Yu at the soul Douluo level. Seeing that Solinger had completely mastered the energy of whale glue, Chuan Yi was relieved to eat his own whale glue. The amount of Chuan Yi provided Chuan Yi with energy that was no less than that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring. At the same time, this energy, like soul bones, was more effective in enhancing physical fitness. However, unfortunately, this thing also has its limits. The stronger the physical strength, the less obvious the effect. Chuan Yi's meridians had long been tempered and improved to a terrifying level. The effect of taking whale glue is more reflected in its healing effect. The meridians that have been subjected to strong impacts for many years have accumulated fatigue and minor injuries hidden deep in the body without knowing it. Under the repair of whale glue, they are eliminated one by one. During the absorption process, Chuan Yi even hummed comfortably. Under the action of the Ren and Du meridians, the blood and qi of Chuan Yi's body surged together, transmitting energy to every corner of the body. After an afternoon of absorption, Chuan Yi finally absorbed all the whale glue. Chuan Yi opened his eyes and flashed with joy. Because his soul power level has been raised by one level. At the same time, his meridians, under the action of whale glue, have increased their endurance by about 10,000 years. This even made Chuan Yi happier than the increase in soul power. Chapter 312, Meridians in the Abdomen. Meridians are like elastic rubber. If they are overstretched, their elasticity will be reduced and small fractures will occur inside. However, after being maintained by whale glue, not only the small fractures of the meridians were repaired, but the elasticity of the meridians was also greatly enhanced. Moreover, although Chuan Yi's endurance was only improved by 10,000 years, this was based on the fact that Chuan Yi's meridians could withstand a 100,000-year soul ring. Looking at the brand new and elastic meridians, Chuan Yi showed a satisfied smile. He looked up and saw that everyone was still in the process of absorption. His absorption speed was even faster than Chuan Li. This was due to Chuan Yi's extreme fire attribute soul power and the digestion ability of two hidden meridians. The moment the whale glue enters the body, it will be decomposed by the fire attribute energy and carried to all parts of the body by the body's qi and blood. All the cells in the body also opened their mouths to store energy. The second one to wake up was Chuan Li. He opened his eyes and saw that everyone was still absorbing, so he held back his desire to roar. However, his eyes were full of joy when he looked at Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi and Chuan Li looked at each other, and felt something unusual from the strong aura emanating from Chuan Li's body. Grey-black soul power appeared from Chuan Li's fingers, and the soul power condensed above his fingers and turned into a number. 93. Chuan Yi immediately realized that Chuan Li had successfully broken through. Chuan Yi's face showed he smiled in congratulations. Unexpectedly, the energy of whale glue raised Chuan Li's level to a higher level. However, thinking that he and Chuan Li had eaten the whale glue of 5 10,000-year-old evil killer whales, he was not surprised. After exchanging glances, the two returned to calmness and waited for the others to finish absorbing. Taking advantage of this time, Chuan Yi opened the red dragon eye and observed Solinger's absorption. Under the gaze of the red dragon eye, the meridian route map in Solinger's body was clearly visible. The fiery red fire attribute soul power flowed in Solinger's body. The deep yellow whale glue energy continued to strengthen Solinger's body under the digestion and operation of the soul power. At the same time, Chuanyi also found that part of the energy of whale glue was slowly flowing into the fetus in Solinger's belly. This energy was the purest and gentlest energy left by Solinger after repeated digestion. Compared to herself, she focused more on the fetus. However, the energy of the 10,000-year-old whale glue is so huge that even the mildest energy is difficult for the fetus to digest. Of course, Solinger also knew this, so she also controlled the input amount. But at this time, she delayed her own absorption. Seeing this, Chuanyi walked behind Solinger and put his hand on her back. "Mother, leave it to me next." Chuanyi's mental power and soul power were input into Solinger's body together, and he took over Solinger's soul power operation. Solinger relaxed her body with trust. Under Chuanyi's domineering and extreme attribute soul power, under his fine control, not only did not hurt Solinger's body, but on the contrary, it accelerated the digestion and operation of energy. At the same time, Chuanyi did not forget to deliver gentle energy to his unborn blood relatives. Moreover, he was afraid that the fetus could not absorb this huge energy, so he turned his soul power into condensed silk and poured it into the fetus body to help it digest. Under Chuanyi's gaze, the fetus's meridians were also clearly visible. Compared with adults, the channels of their meridians are very narrow and fragile. However, when Chuanyi adjusted his vision, the channels were infinitely enlarged in his eyes. Coupled with his extremely delicate soul power control, it can flow freely in the fetus's meridians, and help the fetus absorb energy through the meridians. Chuanyi felt the fetus's mental fluctuations through the red dragon horn. Although he could not transmit words, Chuanyi could still feel the joyful emotions. Feeling this, Chuanyi's mouth corners raised involuntarily. Suddenly, Chuanyi thought of something. That is, can he try to penetrate the hidden meridians in the abdomen? Chuanyi separated a part of his soul power, carrying energy, and poured into the channel of the hidden meridians. He controlled his soul power and tapped the entrance lightly, and found that there was a very obvious looseness. This made Chuanyi see the possibility. After thinking for a moment, Chuanyi immediately decided to penetrate the hidden meridians. There are many reasons why Chuanyi did this. The first is that he is absolutely sure of his control. The second is that the energy of whale glue has the effect of strengthening the meridians, and the fetus's meridians are also getting stronger in the process of absorbing energy. And even if it is damaged by impact, it can be repaired quickly. This opportunity is rare, and Chuanyi does not want to miss this unique opportunity. It is a birth gift from me, your brother. Chuanyi used his mental power to put the fetus into a sleeping state, and then began the process of connecting the meridians. His soul power immediately wrapped a small amount of whale glue energy and pierced the channel of the meridians. While connecting, Chuanyi released the whale glue energy and repaired it to stabilize the hidden meridian channel. Next, Chuanyi repeated the same trick and connected the acupuncture points one by one. As the hidden meridians are continuously opened up, the absorption capacity of the fetus's body is also constantly increasing. The meridians of the body also become stronger after absorbing more whale glue, forming a positive cycle. Fortunately, the child is still young and can absorb limited energy, which did not affect Solinger. When Chuanyi was helping Solinger, the family members around him woke up one by one. Chuanyu, Huowu, and Yun Qiang opened their eyes one by one. Although there were differences in speed, their expressions were the same. It was an expression of surprise and joy. However, when they saw the situation of Chuanyi and Solinger, they controlled their emotions and waited slowly. Time passed little by little. It was already past dinner time. During this period, Solinger opened her eyes first. Her absorption process had already ended, but she did not dare to move easily. She felt Chuanyi's actions and understood his intentions, so she cooperated as much as possible. Finally, after more than an hour of hard work, Chuanyi completed the work of connecting two hidden meridians. Chuanyi checked the condition of the fetus through the red dragon eye and found that the fetus body was not abnormal, but the blood flow in the body was very vigorous. Only then, he took back his soul power with confidence. Seeing Chuanyi move his hand away, Solinger asked with concern, "How is it?" "Everything went well." Seeing Chuanyi smile, everyone could finally celebrate. Solinger could feel the increasingly strong heartbeat of the fetus and smiled like a loving mother. She also praised Chuanyi, "It would be great if I had a brother like Xiao Yi." Before he was born, he could open up his meridians. This child's talent in the future will definitely not be low. As she spoke, Solinger actually felt envious of the fetus in her belly. Chuan Yi was a little embarrassed. He scratched his face and replied, "It's my duty to take care of my sister." However, Chuan Yi's humble words immediately caused the whole family to fall into a strange silence. Everyone except Huo Wu stared at Chuan Yi. Chapter 313 Naming. Sister? Solinger asked in an inquiring tone. Chuan Yi then reacted and explained with a smile, "Yes, it's my sister." Although Chuan Yi's red dragon eyes can't see through everything completely, it can tell through the energy flow and meridians that this is a girl. Ha ha ha, it turns out to be a daughter. Chuan Yu showed a silly smile. Chuan Yi knew at a glance that his father and Huo Wu's father were the same. A complete daughter slave. It's just that we know the gender a few days in advance. Is it necessary to be so happy? Solinger rolled her eyes at Chuan Yu. Then, she grabbed Chuan Yi's hand and said, "Xiao Yi, thanks to this 10,000-year-old whale glue, my level has risen by 2 levels and successfully reached level 76. Make up for all the cultivation that was lost during pregnancy." Solinger, original soul power level, level 74. After absorbing whale glue, the cultivation reached level 76. Chuan Yu also announced, "Haha, I also rose by 1 level, and now the soul power level is almost level 83.5. Chuan Yu made up for the days of breaking through soul Douluo. A few days ago, he just broke through level 82. Now, due to the energy of whale glue, he has risen by 1 level again." After hearing this, Chuan Yi nodded in understanding and said in his heart, "Sure enough, the stronger the cultivation, the smaller the effect." Of course, Chuan Yi was not dissatisfied, because the greater role of whale glue is to improve physical fitness. Huo Wu was next. She smiled cheerfully, walked up to Chuan Yi, and said, "My soul power has been upgraded from level 55 to level 58. 3 levels in a row." Looking at the happy Huo Wu, Chuan Yi rubbed her head and said, "You are worthy of it. You have perfectly integrated the energy of whale glue into your body." The amount allocated to Huo Wu was the same as Chuan Yu and Solinger, but Huo Wu still absorbed the energy perfectly, which shows that her strength cannot be explained by the external level. Moreover, Huo Wu's cultivation was close to the limit of breakthrough. To be precise, it was upgraded by about 2 levels. After the 3 of them finished speaking, Chuan Yi also told the news that he had upgraded 1 level and broke through to level 67. Next was Chuan Li, who broke through to level 93. This news was undoubtedly a heavy news. The first level of title Douluo is more valuable than the upgrades of Soul Douluo, Soul Saint, Soul Emperor and Soul King. Level 93, this is already out of the primary stage. You know, Chuan Li just broke through to title Douluo a few days ago. However, most of them come from the 100,000 year soul ring and 100,000 year soul bone, and the 10,000 year whale glue is just the finishing touch. After Quan Li finished speaking, Yunxing was the last one. When everyone announced, they intentionally or unintentionally put her at the end. This is because Yunxing's level has been at level 79 for a few years. In addition, Yunxing is also close to 80 years old. Although everyone did not say it out loud, they actually did not have hope for Yunxing's breakthrough. It was only after feeling the powerful effect of whale glue that everyone regained hope. Feeling everyone's expectant gaze, Yunxing raised her eyes slightly and smiled gently. Thanks to Xiao I, an old woman, have also been promoted to level 80 and successfully broke through to level 80. Ha 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 ha, great! The most excited one was Quan Li, who directly hugged Yunxing and turned in circles on the spot. It was even more surprising than his own breakthrough. Yunxing has always been dignified and is not used to such an exaggerated form of expression, and it was under everyone's gaze. However, feeling Quan Li's sincere joy, she let him do it. Everyone looked at Quan Li and Yunxing, and joy flowed in their hearts. After turning around a few times, Quan Li put Yunxing down again and vowed, Kyang Er, don't worry, I will help you catch the soul beast with my own hands. Everyone, reopen the banquet, and celebrate tonight. The dinner that night was full of laughter and joy, which lasted for a long time. However, starting from the second day, everyone could not maintain their joyful mood. Because Quan Yi's sister was about to be born. Everyone stopped their work and began to wander around Solinger nervously. Of course, in order not to cause trouble to Solinger, they all took turns to look after Solinger. During the day, it was Quinyi and Huahu's time. Solinger lay on her favorite recliner, enjoying the sunshine. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Quinyi, who was sitting next to her and quickly flipping through the official report. Xiaoi, have you ever thought about your sister's name? Quinyi paused, quickly put down the report in his hand, and answered truthfully, I have thought about it. Solinger's eyes lit up, and then asked, why didn't you tell me? Quinyi replied embarrassedly, I am the youngest, how can I speak? If you have a good idea, just say it. We are not so old-fashioned. Solinger rolled her eyes at Quinyi. Tell me, if it's appropriate, I'll make the decision and name the child with the character dot. Huowu was also interested, tell me about it, I will also check for my future sister. Although she has not been born yet, Huowu has already regarded Chuanyi's sister as her own sister. Looking at the expectant eyes of the two, Chuanyi became a little embarrassed. But he still said with a stiff face, my name is Niu, Chuan Niu. Male is whale, female is Niu. I hope that my sister can swim freely in the ocean like a whale in the sea. Chuanyi nervously observed the reactions of the two. Solinger and Huowu repeated it several times, then looked at each other, and then nodded in tacit understanding. Not bad, Chuan Niu, little Niu, it's a lovely name. Solinger praised Chuanyi's proposal. Huowu also joked, I didn't expect that you are good at giving beautiful names. Seeing that the two were satisfied, Chuanyi breathed a sigh of relief. Don't scare me. I thought the name I gave you didn't suit your taste. Not bad, not bad. You have a better talent for naming than your father. Solinger clapped her hands and cheered. Chuanyi's face suddenly became strange after hearing this. He asked, oh, did my father give me my name? Chuanyi's tone was slightly heavy. Facing Chuanyi's question, Solinger was shocked. However, she still said calmly, of course. Chuanyi didn't say much, but he kept this information firmly in his heart. And secretly said, so it was my father who gave me the name. Chuanyu's expression appeared in his mind, and at the same time, the blue veins on his forehead bulged. And Solinger on the opposite side also kept a stiff smile and fell into her own thoughts. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Huowu looked at the two silent people, and she didn't know why. However, this silence did not last long. Solinger, who was smiling, suddenly changed her expression and quickly put her right hand on her belly. Solinger's action immediately attracted the attention of Chuanyi and Huowu. Xiao Wu, inform others that mother is about to give birth. Huowu rushed out of the room after hearing this, while Chuanyi walked behind the recliner and comforted her, take a deep breath, don't be nervous. Chuanyi quickly fixed the structure of the recliner, and then he pushed the recliner out of the room. This recliner is specially made and can be turned into a trolley in an emergency to help carry pregnant women. Chapter 314 The Birth of a New Family. Outside the delivery room, the three men of the Chuan family stood outside the door. They had been standing there for nearly 2 hours. The three men stood stiffly like stone pillars, not daring to move. Everyone clenched their fists involuntarily and looked at the closed delivery room door with worry. The delivery room door was not thick, and the three people had high cultivation, so they could hear the movement inside. Madam, madam, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, concentrate all your strength on your abdomen, only in this way can the baby come out. This is the voice of the midwife. Solinger was lying on the bed, her beautiful face distorted by sweat and pain. Huowu held Solinger's right hand tightly with both of her own hands. Huowu looked at Solinger with great distress, and was also shocked by Solinger's performance. Because, from the beginning to now, Solinger has not cried out. What a strong willpower this requires. On the other side of the bed, Yun Qian calmly directed the delivery work. When she saw Solinger's pale face, she turned her head to look at a middle-aged woman in a white robe. Her appearance and dress were out of place in the delivery room. However, when she saw Yun Qian's instructions, she immediately walked to the bed. Suddenly, a gentle white light emerged from her body, and then, these white lights gathered from her whole body to the palm of her right hand, gathering into the shape of a flower. The white light dissipated, and a delicate lily swayed in her hand. At the same time, 5 soul rings appeared behind the middle-aged woman. White, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Among them, the purple soul ring in the middle lit up. The lily stamens trembled, and the dull air surrounded by blood and sweat was suddenly surrounded by the fragrance of flowers and plants. Everyone present, when they smelled this fragrance, felt relaxed and happy, and strength was born out of thin air in their bodies. Among them, Solinger was also included. The pale face, visible to the naked eye, restored flesh color, and the frowning brows due to pain also relaxed a little. This is the third soul skill of the middle-aged woman just now, aromatherapy. The effect of this soul skill is a group healing soul skill that can replenish physical strength. As a 1000-year soul skill, its effect is immediate. After holding on for more than 2 hours, Solinger, who was exhausted, suddenly felt a surge of strength in her body. Solinger's eyes focused, and she concentrated this strength on her abdomen. It's coming out, it's coming out. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Solinger heard it, and with amazing perseverance, she squeezed out all the strength in her body and made a concerted effort. Wow! 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 Accompanied by the crying of the baby, Solinger collapsed from exhaustion. The sharp but extremely powerful cry of the baby spread through the door. The 3 people outside the door breathed a sigh of relief. In the delivery room, in conjunction with the birth of the baby, the soul ring behind the healing soul king lit up again. The 5th soul skill, healing petals. A huge amount of energy poured into the lily, and one of the petals fell off by itself and slowly floated to Solinger. On the child's body. The petals emitting warm white light slowly merged into Solinger's body and began to repair Solinger's body. With just one petal, Solinger's injuries were quickly repaired. If such a repair effect is used during childbirth, it will not only not help Solinger, but will cause multiple injuries. Solinger's condition is recovering rapidly. After finishing all the matters, Yun Qiang opened the door. Okay, you can come in. As soon as the voice fell, 3 huge figures rushed into the delivery room. Chuan Yu and Chuan Yi walked directly to the bed, looking at Solinger lying on the bed with red eyes. Although Solinger's body has recovered, the fatigue deep in her eyes cannot be hidden. Okay, 2 big men, why are you crying? Solinger rolled her eyes unhappily. That's what she said, but her own eyes also turned red. Even though she was in pain before, she didn't cry. At this time, the midwife brought the washed and swaddled baby to the bedside. Solinger quickly hugged the baby and shifted her gaze, saying, "Come, say hello to your new family." Everyone gathered around and looked at the baby in their arms. The white and tender little face, the chubby pink mouth, and the milky smell mixed with the fragrance of plants and trees made Chuan Yi's heart skip a beat. So cute! Everyone present was completely captured by the baby at a glance. Solinger couldn't help but stretch out her finger, poked her fair face, and announced to everyone, regarding the name of this child, "I want to name it Chuan Niu." This Niu refers to a female whale. Niu, Xiao Niu, not bad, not bad, my wife is worthy of you, and when it comes to naming, it depends on you. Xiao Niu, Xiao Yi, it sounds like brother and sister. Chuan Yu repeatedly thought about the intention of the name, and the more he thought about it, the more appropriate it felt, and he was overjoyed. However, when this was said, Chuan Yi and Solinger's expressions paused instantly. When Chuan Yi turned his eyes to Solinger, Solinger actually shifted his gaze abruptly. When Chuan Yi saw Solinger evading, he immediately understood in his heart that Solinger had lied before. Chuan Yi looked at Solinger and his eyes became resentful, and Solinger's head was immediately sweating. Huo Wu, who noticed this, burst out laughing. Chuan Yu, Yun Qiang, Chuan Li, looked at Huo Wu in confusion, and then looked at Chuan Yi and Solinger. Yun Qiang took a look and roughly guessed what was going on. She smiled and said to Huo Wu, "What's so funny? Xiao Wu, tell us so that we can have fun too." Huo Wu directly recounted what happened before to everyone at the fastest speed. Chuan Yu heard it and said with a smile, "Xiao Yi, you haven't asked about the meaning of your name for so many years. I thought it was a name for a handsome man. But don't be angry, your name also has its meaning. From the beginning to the end, from the beginning to the end, it was your mother who gave you the name, hoping that you can be single-minded and persistent in everything. So that's how it is." After hearing the explanation, the resentment on Chuan Yi's face suddenly disappeared. He didn't expect that such a simple name would have such a meaning. However, what Chuan Yi didn't notice was that when Chuan Yu was explaining, Chuan Yu's eyes were not looking at Chuan Yi, but at Solinger. Moreover, his eyes showed a straightforward and passionate love. Chuan Yi didn't notice this. In fact, although Chuan Yu's explanation was also the original intention of Solinger's name, it was not complete. From the beginning to the end, from one to the end, when used, it refers more to the love between husband and wife. In addition to the expectation for Chuan Yi, half of this name is Solinger's own oath. That is a resolute oath to never give up in the face of any hardship. This hidden meaning is a secret exclusive to the two of them. Whether it is now or in the future, they will keep it secret. Chapter 315 Revisiting Xiaobai. Solinger and Chuan Yu looked at each other in tacit understanding, and then looked away. However, Solinger's face turned red. Okay, Linger is too tired, and needs a good rest. Let's go back today. Chuan Yu drove everyone away, and stayed alone to take care of Solinger. The people who were driven out did not continue to disturb the couple's intimate time, and each went to their own place. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu walked down the stairs together. While walking, Chuan Yi naturally grabbed Huo Wu's hand and thanked Huo Wu, "Thank you for your hard work, thank you for always staying by your mother's side." Huo Wu leaned her head on Chuan Yi's shoulder and replied softly, "This is what I should do." The frightening day passed. From the next day, Chuan Yu became the focus of everyone's attention. Although Chuan Yu was born only one day ago, she showed characteristics different from ordinary people. First of all, her appearance. From birth, she did not look like a newborn baby. Most children are wrinkled when they are born, but Chuan Yu is white and flawless from the moment she is born. At the same time, she also exudes a fragrance. This is the smell of the residual whale glue energy hidden in Chuan Yu's body. Chuan Yu is still young after all. Even if her meridians are connected, she cannot absorb them by herself before she learns to practice. Therefore, Chuan Yi stores the energy of whale glue in her meridians. This energy will slowly integrate into her body as Chuan Yu grows, further strengthening her body. However, this also leads to Chuan Yu's very strong physical fitness. The grip strength of her hands is about the same as that of a 6-year-old boy. Therefore, if Solinger is not a powerful soul master, it is not an easy task to deal with the energetic Chuan Yu. "Hey, Xiao Yi, Xiao Wu, help me hold her, she is too noisy." Solinger directly put Chuan Yu in her arms into Chuan Yi's arms, and she collapsed on the sofa exhausted. Solinger is not exaggerating. Chuan Yu has been making a fuss in her arms since early, without stopping for a moment. If she is not held, she will cry again. It's just like a noisy little whale, how can it be so strong? "Xiaoai, this is a cute shallow falcon blowing model, you have to help me share it." Quanyi did not refuse, but embraced Quanwei lovingly. However, Quanwei, who was still noisy, suddenly became quiet after being hugged by Quanyi. She stared at Quanyi with bright eyes, and looked at Quanyi carefully. Then, she seemed to feel something and showed a pure smile. Seeing this, Solinger quickly raised her upper body and said in surprise, "Why is she so well behaved when she is with you? It's unfair." Solinger wailed. Quanyi ignored his mother's mischief and communicated with Quanwei with his eyes. Looking at Quanwei who was close to him, he felt that there was some kind of wonderful connection between the two. The bond called family connected the two together at this moment. In the next period of time, as long as Quanyi was free, he would stick to Quanwei. However, happy times are short-lived after all. Chuan Yi, who had just returned from the sea, had to sail again in 2 weeks. However, this time, no boat was needed, and there were only 4 people going out to sea. These 4 people took Chuan Yi's red dragon and flew directly across the sea to the sea near Poseidon Island. It takes 5 days to sail by boat, and with the speed of the red dragon comparable to that of an airplane, it successfully arrived at the destination in less than half a day. The red dragon slowly descended from the sky, and its huge dragon wings caused ripples on the sea surface. The next moment, a huge triangular dorsal fin sprang out from the sea, and a huge giant shark surfaced. In Yun Qiang's surprised eyes, the shark spoke. "Hey, if I remember correctly, it's only been 2 weeks. Hey! Tell me, what are you doing here this time?" Xiao Bai's slightly speechless voice echoed in the air. Chuan Yi observed Xiao Bai carefully and found that she had become bigger than 2 weeks ago. Her body length seemed to have increased by several meters, approaching 30 meters. "After 2 weeks of not seeing you, your strength seems to have become stronger." After sighing, Chuan Yi replied directly, "Xiao Bai, this time I came to ask you about the information of soul beasts." "Soul beasts?" Xiao Bai moved his eyes to the people on the dragon's back, and he immediately understood. "Tell me your requirements, I'll see if there is a soul beast that meets the requirements." When Chuan Yi saw that Xiao Bai understood his intention, he said bluntly, it is my grandmother who needs a soul ring this time. Her martial soul is a book, and she is a control-type soul master. She needs a soul ring with an age of 50,000 to 80,000 years. I wonder if you have a suitable choice in your mind. Under Chuan Yi's expectant eyes, Xiao Bai pondered for a moment, and then she said, I do have a very suitable soul beast in my mind, but it's a little far from here. However, I'll go up and show you the way. The huge shark tail slapped the sea surface with all its might, and the shark, which was twice as big as the red dragon, was about to collide with each other. Yun Qiang, who saw it for the first time, clenched her hands nervously. However, fortunately, Xiao Bai changed into a human form at the last moment and landed on the dragon's back. Xiao Bai still looked familiar, exotic, wild, but mixed with the beauty of a girl. She raised her hand and greeted familiarly, Hello, everyone. Quan Li and Yunxiang were not as relaxed and familiar as Quan Yi, and just waved. Although Huahu nodded, her eyes were slightly hostile. Xiao Bai also glared back at Huahu. The two of them were in a stalemate. Okay, we have limited time, let's get going quickly. Xiao Bai, point the way quickly. Quan Yi interrupted the affectionate gaze between the two and urged Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai and Huahu snorted at the same time and retracted their sight. Xiao Bai walked to the position of the dragon head, pointed to the southwest, and said, Follow this direction, fly about 1,000 miles, and you can see a huge island. There are no other islands around, and it is easy to identify. At your speed, you can get there in about half an hour. Knowing the direction, Quan Yi did not hesitate, and the red dragon quickly climbed up and flew towards the southwest. Xiao Bai stood on the dragon's back curiously, tapping the energy shield generated around the dragon's back. Hey, can't this thing be removed? I finally have the chance to feel the wind in the sky, but this thing is too unromantic. Huowu rolled her eyes and said, Hey, this is 10,000 meters high. At our current speed, water will condense and freeze on the surface of our body. Then use soul just resist with force, humans are really troublesome. Xiao Bai curled his lips in disdain. Looking at the two girls, the explosive conversation, Chuan Li and Yun Qiang smiled at each other. Just like children. Chuan Yi stood at the position of the dragon head, using the red dragon pupil to observe the distance. With his eyesight, the flat sea surface, as long as there is no wind and rain, nothing can block his sight. After flying for a while, he found an island that met Xiao Bai's description. Chapter 316, Deep Sea Prairie. After determining the direction, Chuan Yi retracted his sight and turned to ask, While there is still time, why don't you tell us about the destination and soul beast information this time? The noisy Xiao Bai's face became solemn. She sat cross-legged, facing everyone, and began to explain. The destination this time is called the Deep Sea Prairie, and the target soul beast is the king who lives on the prairie, the blue-silver seaweed king. This is an 80,000-year-old plant-type soul beast. Both its age and characteristics are in line with the book Martial Soul. Xiao Bai's explanation made everyone present feel strange. However, after a little thought, everyone showed a happy expression again. Huowu said to Yun Qiang, Plant-type soul beasts are a perfect match for the book Martial Soul. Books are made of plants. Moreover, most plant-type soul beasts can provide good control-type soul skills. It can definitely provide Grandma with powerful soul skills. Yun Qiang also nodded in agreement. Speaking of the ocean, she thought of animals and seaweed, which she had never expected before she came. At this time, Xiao Bai said coldly, Haha, don't be happy too early. The soul beast I introduced to you is not so easy to deal with. This blue-silver seaweed is a common marine plant in the sea. It can usually be seen around the shore and islands. However, our target this time, the blue-silver seaweed king, is a different species. From the name, you should also understand that the blue-silver seaweed is a new species that has been transformed from the blue-silver grass on land after tens of thousands of years. In theory, it is impossible for weak blue-silver seaweed to cultivate into a powerful soul beast. However, the blue-silver seaweed near the target island has mutated and a powerful blue-silver seaweed king has been born. This blue-silver seaweed king relies on the spacious seabed under the island to hunt all creatures passing by. Moreover, it is evil and bloodthirsty by nature. Any soul beast it targets will be devoured by it. If the environment did not restrict its actions, this blue-silver seaweed king might become a soul beast more terrifying than the evil demon killer whale king. As Xiao Bai spoke, he revealed his fear of the blue-silver seaweed king. After a little thought, Quinyi found that in addition to the attributes and age of the target selected by Xiaobai, another characteristic was taken into consideration. That is whether it is harmful to marine life. Therefore, those bloodthirsty, violent, and cruel soul beasts became her targets. Of course, this is also an important prerequisite for the two to achieve intelligence transmission. After all, Xiaobai is a sea soul beast. Xiaobai can use Quinyi's power to eliminate the unstable elements in the ocean, and Quinyi can use Xiaobai to obtain information about powerful sea soul beasts. Look, this blue-silver seaweed king is not simple. Why, can't you deal with it with your strength? Chuanyi asked curiously. Normally speaking, no matter how bloodthirsty and brutal the blue-silver seaweed king is, it is just a plant-type soul beast, and it is only 80,000 years old. With Xiaobai's strength, there is no need to be so serious. In terms of strength, of course I am stronger, but this blue-silver seaweed king has the innate skill of hiding. Even if all the blue-silver seaweeds on the seabed are removed by carpet search, it can hide on the island. As long as it does not die, new seagrass will grow again on the seabed in a few years. You also know that I can't stay on land for a long time, and my strength will be weakened by about 30%. Every time I get close, it will disappear like a loach. I have no way to deal with it, and if I really fight, I may not be able to beat it. It has the ability to control and command other plants, and the dense vegetation on the island will become its assistant. It's not easy for you to catch it. Xiaobai seemed to be tired, and he leaned back with his hands. Huowu raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to help us?" Xiaobai replied lazily, "I'm just here to provide information, not to help." Chuanyi held Huowu and said, "It doesn't matter, we are enough." This time was different from the last time. Xiaobai and the blue-silver seaweed king did not have a direct conflict. In addition, the agreement was only about information transmission, so it was no problem for Xiaobai not to take action. However, Chuanyi did not let Xiaobai go easily. While there was still time, he continued to obtain all the information he needed from Xiaobai, and used it to think about the plan. In less than half an hour, Chuanyi's red dragon had arrived above the island. Huowu looked down and saw the conspicuous green color in the middle of the blue sea. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, she could also see the shape, which showed the area of the island. The round island, like a pearl in the sea, fell alone in the middle of the ocean. The red dragon slowly descending, this pearl in the sea appeared more clearly in front of everyone. The island area is tens of thousands of square meters, and the vegetation on the island is extremely lush. If you are on the island, you may mistake it for a forest. What a big island! Just looking at the area, it is almost 1/10 of the Xingda Great Forest. Huowu described her impression of the island based on her experience. Don't just look at the sea surface. Didn't you notice the grassland spreading on the seabed? At this time, Xiaobai reminded beside her. Huowu's eyes extended from the island to the outside of the island. Just when she was wondering where the grassland was, she saw countless swaying seaweeds from under the blue sea. However, the color of the seaweed was blue-silver, which prevented her from discovering it at the first time. As the altitude dropped, the vast submarine grassland that spread to several kilometers outside the island appeared in front of her. Hiss, it deserves to be called the deep-sea grassland. The area is larger than the island. Huowu shouted in surprise. Xiaobai took a look and then made a surprised sound. Hey! The area of the grassland and the island seems to have expanded. Hiss! Looking at this area, this blue-silver seaweed king will not become stronger. Because of the distance, Xiaobai has not been here for hundreds of years. However, after comparing memories, it was found that the area of the island and the blue-silver sea grassland has expanded by about 1-fold. You should know that according to the characteristics of the race, the blue-silver seaweed can only survive at a depth of about 100 meters. Now, the expansion of the area of the blue-silver seaweed means that the seabed has been raised, expanding the living space of the blue-silver seaweed. After listening to the description, Chuanyi thought of plate movement and crustal movement. According to Xiaobai's description, the area of the island seems to have changed dramatically in hundreds of years. According to Chuanyi's knowledge reserve, he can only think of the collision of plates and the rise of the crust, which is possible. Is this the boundary between plates? Chuanyi raised a question in his mind. However, while thinking, he was also using the red dragon eye to observe the environment on and under the island. After just one look, he noticed something unusual. Whether it was the vegetation on the island or the seaweed under the water, there was a subtle black energy mark inside the vegetation of tens of thousands of square meters. Chapter 317 Dark Blue Silver Seaweed King. The mark was very small, and even if the energy could be seen, it would be impossible to detect it with the naked eye. Moreover, this energy was extremely quiet, it just stayed in the plant body motionlessly, and did not have any effect on the plant itself. However, this black energy gave Chuan Yi a feeling of discomfort. Looking closely, Chuan Yi also found that the light around him would be distorted. His soul bone, martial soul, and soul power all sent a warning to Chuan Yi at the same time. Is this the dark attribute? You know, facing Xiao Bai and the deep-sea demon whale king, his extreme fire attribute did not react so much. Based on the characteristics of the energy and his own reaction, Chuan Yi thought of the dark attribute. At the same time, Chuan Yi thought of the blue-silver seaweed king's devouring and bloodthirsty characteristics, and felt that it just met the characteristics of the dark attribute soul beast. Immediately, he informed everyone of his discovery. Dark attribute, well, in this way, it can indeed explain the abnormality of the blue-silver seaweed king. Xiao Bai's eyes became sharp, and he approved of Chuan Yi's speculation. Since the blue-silver seaweed king has the dark attribute, its strength is definitely stronger than we expected. Chuan Yi, if you need help, I will help. Xiao Bai looked at Chuan Yi with a serious expression. The previous refusal was actually due to her understanding of Chuan Yi's strength. Now, the situation is beyond her expectations, and she immediately stepped forward. Chuan Yi smiled with relief, it seems that the brain of the evil killer whale king was not in vain. However, Chuan Yi still reached out to refuse Xiao Bai. No, you are not suitable to participate in my plan. You just need to meet us outside the island. Then, Chuan Yi drove the red dragon to land in the sea outside the grassland and put Xiao Bai into the sea. Remember, don't get close to the sea no matter what happens. Also, remember to hide your breath and don't let the blue-silver seaweed king find your trace. After saying that, Chuan Yi landed on the coast with the remaining 3 people. The silver-white beach on the shore sparkled under the sunlight. The vibration and power of the red dragon landing attracted the crustaceans living on the beach to run around. From this point of view, this island seems to be full of vitality. Huo Wu looked in the direction of the forest, and what appeared in front of her was a scene of birdsong and flowers, which was completely inconsistent with her impression. Not only was it not dead here, but it showed a strange vitality. Flowers, birds, insects, and animals were everywhere, and even small soul beasts fled from the shore to the depths of the forest. Turning to look at the sea, the shape of the blue-silver seaweed is clearly visible. Different from the blue-silver grass on land, the blue-silver seaweed has the same color but a completely different shape. The most prominent feature is that the leaves are very slender. In the waters near the beach, the top of the seaweed even floats out of the sea water. The slender, dense branches and leaves, under the influence of the ocean current, are like a graceful girl, twisting her body naturally. Moreover, if you look closely, among the dense leaves, there are countless tiny marine creatures living. However, everyone present knew that this was just an illusion. These are all blue-silver seaweeds. The bait spread by the king, it is obvious that it is attracting countless powerful sea soul beasts through this unique environment. Yun Qiang sighed and looked into the distance. In the sea area just 1 mile away, she could feel the breath of the 1,000-year-old sea soul beast. These powerful sea soul beasts that can't be seen in the shallow sea area at ordinary times are swimming not far away. Obviously, they are also attracted by the rich resources here. The blue-silver seaweed king actually allows the 1,000-year-old sea soul beast to live in its territory. It seems that it is also using the 1,000-year-old sea soul beast as bait. This guy obviously wants to play the long game to catch a big fish. It is worthy of being an 80,000-year-old soul beast, and it has such wisdom. Although Yun Qiang did not specify the big fish here, everyone present knew it. 10,000-year soul beast. Yes, this vibrant area was arranged into a treasure land by the blue-silver seaweed king, attracting countless creatures to live here. Seaweed is the habitat of countless marine creatures. Under the control of the blue-silver seaweed king, the environment here has become more favorable. However, don't be deceived by appearances. The blue-silver seaweed king did this not for the so-called protection of one side. According to Xiao Bai's introduction, the blue-silver seaweed king only needs to wait until the number of soul beasts in the sea reaches. When the predetermined number is reached, it will immediately reveal its hidden fangs. It devours all the creatures in the sea. When it is full, it will fall into silence and digest energy. When it is finished digesting, the seaweed will attract countless tiny marine creatures to inhabit. These marine creatures will attract 100-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts will attract 1,000-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts will attract 10,000-year soul beasts. Facing the sea with almost endless life, the blue-silver seaweed king devours the creatures in the ocean continuously in this way. After a simple survey of the environment, everyone together looking at Chuan Yi, he asked, "Xiao Yi, what's the matter with you?" Chuan Yi smiled confidently and analyzed, "This blue-silver seaweed king has two tricky abilities. One is the ability to hide that Xiao Bai cannot find. The other is the terrifying dominance that can mobilize all plants. If these two abilities are discarded, in terms of single strength, it cannot compete with us." Yun Qiang was affected by Chuan Yi's smile and smiled, "It seems that you have already thought of a way to deal with it." "Yes." After Chuan Yi nodded, he pointed to his eyes and replied domineeringly, "Any ability to hide will be exposed under the eyes of true vision. Before landing, I had already discovered the traces of the blue-silver seaweed king, and it was obvious that the other party had also discovered our traces. Although it quickly disappeared, I still found its hiding place." "Where is it?" Huo Wu asked curiously. "In the depths of the sea." Chuan Yi looked at the coast and answered. The blue-silver seaweed king's ability to hide is very strange. It is an ability to turn itself into energy and completely integrate into other plants, and completely erase its mental fluctuations and soul fluctuations. However, Chuan Yi had already determined the traces of the main body and observed the whole process of hiding before being discovered by the blue-silver seaweed king. And even without this, with Chuan Yi's true vision, he could see the light of that seaweed that was completely different from the seaweed next to it. There is no need to feel the fluctuations, just look directly, and you can see the original brilliance. The powerful effect of the true eye once again helped Chuan Yi. If he didn't have the red dragon eye, even if he had a strong mental power, he would never be able to find the traces of the blue-silver seaweed king. After all, the blue-silver seaweed king that merged into other seaweeds would sneak into the dark energy mark. Sure enough. However, even if we can confirm the trace, how can we dive into the seabed and kill it? If we dive into the sea, we will not only face the unfavorable underwater environment, but also the ability to control plants. The countless seaweeds on the seabed will help it." Quan Li asked worriedly. Chapter 318 The Sun Flame Evil. Kun Yi smiled indifferently and replied, "Since the environment is unfavorable, then change the environment." Then Kun Yi gathered everyone and told them his plan. Kun Yi's plan was very brief. After a while, the four people split into two teams and went to their respective positions. Kun Yi and Huahu stood on the shore. Quan Li and Yunxiang rode Kun Yi's red dragon and circled on the sea. Under the sea, the blue-silver seaweed king hidden in a seaweed was hiding its traces in panic. For tens of thousands of years, it was the first time it encountered such a terrifying visitor. Chuan Yi's unhidden aura of ultimate fire is extremely frightening to a plant-type soul beast with dark attributes. You should know that it has never been so scared when facing the entire demon soul great white shark. However, although it is afraid, it still has absolute confidence in its ability. In addition, it is hiding in the sea. Even if the opponent has ultimate fire, it cannot play its due role in the face of the vast sea. This is the cunning of the blue-silver seaweed king. It can change its home field at will against different enemies. Facing a powerful sea soul beast, it can escape to the land, and when facing a land soul master like Chuan Yi, it can hide in the sea. Land and sea are both used by the blue-silver seagrass king. This is also an important reason why it can live safely in the vast ocean. At this moment, it is observing the movements of the people coming through the plants that serve as its eyes and ears, and quietly waiting for the enemy to retreat on their own. However, strangely, during its observation, Chuan Yi and his party did not behave in a daze. Everything seemed to be in order. And the fire dragon hovering above the head did not fly around, but flew to the edge of the underwater grassland and stopped. Will they find me? An uneasy mood spread in its heart. However, this uneasy mood did not last long. On the shore, Chuan Yi saw that Chuan Li was ready, and turned to look at Huo Wu. The two had long been in tune with each other, and they could understand each other's thoughts just by looking at each other. Huo Wu smiled and reached out to hold Chuan Yi's hand. Instantly, orange-red and scarlet-red light lingered, and the soul power of each other blended with each other, shining with blazing white light. The white light expanded rapidly, and then quickly dissipated, finally revealing a graceful figure as white as jade. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Liang War Shadow stood on the seashore, holding the Xiang Dragon Cavalry Spear, which was longer than Liang War Shadow. Because the spear head was longer than the spear shaft, the spear head could only be pointed at the ground. Liang War Shadow opened his cold golden dragon eyes and looked calmly ahead. The blue-silver seagrass king, the moment he saw Liang War Shadow, his soul couldn't help trembling. The fear in his heart reached its peak. If it weren't for the dark energy that perfectly concealed the breath of the blue-silver seagrass king, otherwise, this uncontrolled trembling would directly expose its traces. Before the blue-silver seagrass king could react, Liang War Shadow burst out with a very strong mental wave. Liang War Shadow's vast mental power rushed into the red dragon horn frantically and transformed into dragon power. After a moment of concentration, the dragon's might completely erupted, turning into an invisible wave, sweeping across the entire island and the sea around the island. The next moment, the calm island and sea surface suddenly boiled. All the creatures around were seen fleeing quickly under the influence of the dragon's might. The creatures living in the seaweed group fled away from the island frantically. There were millions of creatures in the sea, causing a huge movement. HHH. The sound of waves continued. Xiaobai, who was far away, saw the movement of the sea beasts and was also shocked. What is this guy going to do? At the same time, animals living on land could not escape from the island like the creatures in the sea. They could only move in the opposite direction. Countless land creatures caused a huge tide of beasts, causing dust to fly over the forest. Just a few minutes later, the entire island was cleared by Chuan Yi. The fiery sun battle shadow, through adjustment, reduced the intensity of the dragon's might and increased the range of the dragon's might. The dragon's might conveyed only one message, that is, to leave. The fear of blood, even the 1,000-year-old soul beasts chose to flee in panic. When there was no movement in the sea ahead, the fiery sun war shadow raised his arm and pointed the tip of the Xiang dragon lance at the sea. The long red hair scattered on the fiery sun war shadow fluttered everywhere, and the hair also emitted a bright light, and the color quickly transformed into a blazing white light. The change in the color of the fiery sun war shadow's hair corresponds to the change in the energy of the flame. The holy flame is golden, the dark flame is black, and the peach illusion fire is pink. And this blazing white light represents another kind of flame of Huo Wu. Flame Evil. Huo Wu's second soul skill, the alien fire element of the Flame Evil Whip Dance. The fiery sun war shadow, as the martial soul fusion skill of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, perfectly inherited all the flames attached to the two. At the same time, she also inherited all the amplification skills of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Chuan Yi's terrifying 400% increase, plus Huo Wu's fourth soul skill, the 200% change of Peach Shadow Ghost King and the 100% increase brought by the awakening of martial soul, made the flame power of Liang War Shadow reach an extremely terrifying level. If, when targeting the evil demon killer Whale King before, Liang War Shadow showed her ability that was more spiritual, then this time, she will show her horror in flame ability. The terrifying energy of Yunsha brewed in her hair, and her elegant hair unconsciously entangled the spear in her hand. The blazing white energy poured into the Xiang dragon lance frantically. After absorbing the energy of Yunsha, the Xiang dragon lance trembled with excitement. While trembling, the Xiang dragon lance was not idle either. It absorbed the Yunsha frantically with the momentum of swallowing, and transformed it into a higher level of Xiang energy. The red gold spear burst out with white light like daylight at this moment. When the energy conversion was completely completed, Liang War Shadow raised the dragon spear and drew it horizontally along the coastline. At the same time, the tip of the gun burst out a 1 kilometer-long incandescent white laser. The laser slanted into the seabed below the sea level and cut a very deep and long gully. The laser was like a magic sword, splitting the seabed and the sea surface in two. Where the laser passed, even the sea water evaporated in an instant, leaving a short gap between the water and the water. However, the distance of the laser was insignificant compared to the vast sea grassland. Moreover, it was a straight-line attack, which could only leave a scratch on the seabed. Seeing this, the blue-silver seagrass king was suddenly confused. That's it. When the energy was just brewing, the blue-silver seagrass king was terrified of death and his mind was empty. It was white for a few seconds, but when the attack landed, it was found that the attack did not even approach its surroundings. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small, which is what this situation is. The white laser melted the ground with its terrifying high temperature, and also wrapped the surrounding seaweed with blazing white flames. The flames on the seabed can be seen from this alone. However, the flames only spread for a few hundred meters before being extinguished by the vast sea water. After surviving the disaster, the blue-silver seaweed king could not help but smirk in his heart. Chapter 319. A spark can start a prairie fire. No matter how terrifying your flames are, you can't deal with this vast ocean. Haha, you actually want to use flames to deal with seaweed, you really don't know what you are talking about. If it was on land, this attack would definitely cause a spreading fire. This made the blue-silver seaweed king even more fortunate that he had hidden in the sea in advance. Moreover, the blue-silver seaweed king confirmed one thing through this attack, that is, Chuan Yi could not determine its location. Otherwise, they could directly attack its body. On the shore, the fiery sun shadow lowered his spear to calm his own fluctuations. The previous attack consumed 3/4 of their energy. With such a terrifying attack, even if they were facing the evil demon killer whale king head-on, they could easily split it in two. If it was for his own soul ring, Chuan Yi would not have to spend so much effort. Similarly, if Chuan Yi and Huo Wu needed the soul ring of the blue-silver seaweed king, they could kill it with one strike by directly attacking the main body. However, this was for Yun Qiang after all, so Chuan Yi did not do that. On the red dragon in the distance, Chuan Li and Yun Qiang also saw the dazzling white light. Quan Li felt the terrifying attack that made his hair stand on end, and exclaimed sincerely, "Is this the true strength of Xiao Ai and Xiao Hu?" Yun Qiang shook Quan Li and said, "Don't be distracted, it's our turn next. Xiao Ai has fed the food to us, don't let it escape." "Don't worry, I know." Quan Li stared at the sea surface solemnly, waiting for the opportunity to come. The underwater grassland, around the position where the white laser passed, has undergone secret changes. Except for the seaweed that was burned at the beginning, the surrounding seaweed has inexplicably become strange. The green seaweed began to shrink rapidly, and the color turned into charred black. Observing from above the transparent sea water, it can be found that around the scratch, a black shadow appeared that spread rapidly in all directions. In just a moment, thousands of square meters of seaweed were transformed into lifeless charred debris by this abnormal phenomenon. And the speed of this spread is still accelerating. These seaweeds seemed to be blown by the breath of death, and there was no life wherever the black passed. Such a huge change, of course, aroused the perception of the blue-silver seaweed king. Until just now, it was still full of laughter in its heart, but when it felt the blue-silver seaweed on the grassland dying in patches, it could no longer laugh. "What is this? The flames were obviously extinguished, why are the seaweeds burnt?" The blue-silver seaweed was puzzled. In fact, this is why Chuan Yi chose to use the flame evil. The flame evil is different from other flames. It is a kind of alien fire element that resides in the body of a living organism. Moreover, it also has the ability to absorb energy from the body of a living organism and continue to spread. After the amplification of the martial soul fusion technique and the Xiang Dragon Lance, the original characteristics of Huo Wu's flame evil were greatly enhanced. Parasitize, nibble, spread. Parasitize, nibble, spread. The special fire element produced by the flame evil is like a highly infectious virus, ravaging the blue-silver seaweed group at a very fast speed. The weak individuals, densely distributed and immobile blue-silver seaweed are simply the best parasitic objects. During this process, after the flame evil devours the energy of a seaweed, it will spread in the sea. However, due to its transformation into the most yang breath, the flame evil will not be easily extinguished by the sea water. The spreading flame evil will infect the surrounding blue-silver seaweed. As long as it is contaminated a little, it will quickly spread in the body of the blue-silver seaweed. In this way, the flame evil is not only not extinguished by the sea water, but becomes larger as the range spreads. Moreover, its spreading speed is still accelerating. This is also the reason why Chuan Yi dispersed the surrounding creatures first. In front of the terrifying flame evil, even soul beasts cannot escape. After a while, the circle around the island was turned into a black ocean. Chuan Yi stood on the shore and activated the energy of the red dragon horn. Energy absorption. In addition to the spreading energy, the remaining flame evil that stayed in place was attracted to the surroundings of the scorching sun battle shadow by the terrifying suction of the red dragon horn. Liang War Shadow lightly lifted her right foot, and her body floated up. The next moment, her feet burst into hot flames, pushing Liang War Shadow to fly rapidly. Liang War Shadow continued to follow the spread of the flame evil, attracting the spreading flame evil back to her side, and injecting energy into the Sun Dragon Lance. In the spiritual sea of Liang War Shadow, She was puzzled by Chuan Yi's current actions, but she reacted quickly. I didn't expect Xiao Yi to think of this step. Huo Wu was touched by Chuan Yi's attentiveness. On the other side, Lan, after noticing something strange, the Silver Seagrass King immediately retreated to the rear. Originally, the sea area it had entered was in the center, but the flames spread very quickly and soon approached its position. In a hurry, it used another of its innate skills. The silent dark energy emitted strange fluctuations. The next moment, the blue-silver seagrass king appeared at the outermost edge of the grassland. The teleportation ability is another hidden talent of the blue-silver seagrass king. The range of this teleportation ability is very large, and it can transfer the dark energy marked in the plant body at will. The teleportation skill is not uncommon, but the teleportation skill with such a long range is extremely rare. In addition to collecting energy, Chuan Yi has been observing the movements of the blue-silver seagrass king. It turns out to be the teleportation ability. No wonder Ziobai can't catch you. With concealment and teleportation, it is really impossible to find it unless all the plants in this area are burned to ashes. At this time, Huo Wu's excited voice came. Ziobai, as you expected, it did not choose to go ashore. Chuan Yi replied, in fact, it chose to go ashore, which is more in our interest. However, the intelligence of this blue-silver seaweed king is indeed not low. It actually moved directly to a deeper sea area. Chuan Yi released the flame evil into the sea, and did not touch the forest on land. It was a trap he set. Once the blue-silver seaweed king chose to go ashore, it would completely abandon the blue-silver seaweed on the seabed. Without the seaweed, it would have no way to deal with Chuan Yi's flames, relying only on the plants on land. Anyway, in the vast ocean, it had no place to hide. Therefore, Chuan Yi placed Chuan Li and Yun Qiang at the outermost position. The blue-silver seaweed king was extremely intelligent, and of course he understood these principles. After escaping, the blue-silver seaweed king was not idle either. It no longer hid its body, and a giant blue-silver seaweed covered with black silk threads appeared on the seabed. Immediately, a dark energy light burst out from its body. At the same time, the black energy spread throughout all the plants, generating a terrifying suction force. Whether on land or under the sea, the vibrant plants quickly turned yellow, and in just a moment, they lost their vitality. The devouring power of the dark energy absorbed all the vitality of the plants. At the same time, the energy that absorbed the vitality of the plants quickly gathered towards the blue-silver seaweed king. The spreading flame evil also stopped spreading because it lost its parasitic target. Chapter 320 Evil Demon Shattering Fangs, Killer Whale Evil Demon Axe. The lush forest completely lost its vitality in just a moment. All vitality was being plundered by the blue-silver seaweed king. Energy quickly gathered, and the suction force erupting from the blue-silver seaweed king became even more terrifying. A huge whirlpool also appeared on the sea surface. The speed of devouring and plundering was extremely fast. The dark energy distributed over tens of thousands of square meters instantly appeared in the body of the blue-silver seaweed king after absorbing the energy and was absorbed by it. Finally, the true face is revealed. Chuan Li stood above the red dragon that was rushing towards the whirlpool quickly, showing an excited smile. With no way out, the blue-silver seagrass king devoured all the plants before Yan Shat. The sphere formed by the black whirlpool rotated on the seabed. The blue-silver seagrass king's momentum continued to rise in the process of devouring. In terms of energy fluctuations, it undoubtedly exceeded the limit of its own age and reached the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. This is the horror of the blue-silver seagrass king. Thousands of plants, even its tribe, are just its reserve energy. In the final analysis, it is just a brutal ruler, not a real king. The blue-silver seagrass king, whose momentum has risen to the 100,000-year level, completely erupted with terrifying dark attributes. According to Chuan Yi's inference, this is the blue-silver seagrass king with the ultimate dark attribute. It is precisely because of this that it will cause Chuan Yi's soul power to react. Although it has not reached the ultimate attribute is already at the top of the continent. You know, the ultimate attribute is rare in 10,000 years. Only in terms of attributes, there are only a handful of people who can compete with the blue-silver seagrass king. When Liang Janaiying saw the blue-silver seagrass king explode, he ignored it and recovered the energy of Yuncha everywhere. The energy of Yuncha almost devoured more than half of the blue-silver seagrass, and the energy it converted was several times higher than the energy released. If these energies are placed in the sea, they will be extinguished by the sea water in a short time. On the other side, the red dragon quickly approached the blue-silver seagrass king. With the speed of the red dragon, it approached the location of the blue-silver seagrass king in just a few breaths. However, before Quan Li and Yunxiang could do anything, the blue-silver seagrass king took the lead. Several thick blue-black vines suddenly emerged from the terrifying vortex. Looking underwater along the vines, you can see that these vines extend from the branches of the blue-silver seagrass king. The vines attacked with lightning speed, but they missed. Snap, snap. The sound of the vines hitting the air made a loud noise. Don't forget who controls the red dragon. The blue-silver seaweed king thought that his sneak attack was hidden, but it could not escape Chuan Yi's eyes. The red dragon evaded the vines with extremely delicate flying movements. Then, between the red dragon's horns, a huge amount of fire element energy was quickly condensed. A rotating scarlet energy ball appeared on the dragon's head. The size of the energy ball was small and cute compared to the red dragon, like a crystal dragon ball. However, its actual diameter is 2 meters. While rotating, this energy ball is still absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth energy. An energy ball carrying terrifying power shot into the sea in a blink of an eye. This move is called Tailed Beast Ball. It is a self-destructing soul core condensed by the red dragon, which is essentially the same as the Ray's Nan. The situation changed in just a moment. The blue-silver seaweed king, which was still attacking, quickly retracted its vines to defend itself. There are no plants around to transfer, so it can only resist. The vines combined with dark energy to form a dark shield. The tailed beast ball hit the energy shield heavily and burst into a dazzling red light. The tailed beast ball did not explode immediately, but spun wildly on the surface of the shield. The dark energy of the blue-silver seaweed king with the ability to devour cannot play its due ability in the face of the extreme fire. The tough branches and leaves also shrank rapidly under the hot energy and the friction of rotation. The blue-silver seaweed king could only convert the absorbed plant vitality into regenerative energy to make up for the vacancy in the passport. Fortunately, under the desperate output of the blue-silver seaweed king, the impact force and rotational friction of the tailed beast ball were weakened. However, the blue-silver seaweed king thought that he had blocked the attack. Bang! A violent explosion exploded above the shield. The hot energy mixed with the power of shock broke through the shield and ruthlessly washed the body of the blue-silver seaweed king. The scorch marks quickly covered the entire body. Except for the thickest branches, the rest disappeared directly in the explosion. However, this injury was not a fatal injury to the blue-silver seaweed king with strong vitality. Sure enough, when the explosion dissipated, a blue-silver light burst out from the charred surface. In just a moment, the fresh blue-silver branches and leaves broke through the charred skin and grew again. If it were an ordinary plant-type soul beast, it would definitely not be able to recover so quickly after being burned by the ultimate fire. However, the blue-silver seagrass king, which possessed the ultimate dark attribute, offset the invasion of the flame to the body to the greatest extent through the mutual restraint between the dark attribute and the fire attribute. However, before it could fully recover, Quan Li and Yunxiang jumped down from the red dragon that had become more transparent. Then, Quan Li's left foot burst into a dark red light, and he kicked the blue-silver seagrass king fiercely in the sea. In an instant, Quan Li's left foot burst into countless dark red lights. Countless tiny dark red light blades completely covered the position of the blue-silver seagrass king. This move is called Killer Whale Shattering Tooth Slash. It is one of the soul bone skills attached to the left leg bone of the 100,000-year evil demon. This move is a large-scale group attack skill. The dense light blades passed through the branches of the blue-silver seagrass king and cut off the new branches that had grown again. The blue-silver seaweed king, which had not yet built a complete defense, had no resistance to the sharp light blade given by the evil killer whale king. In response to this situation, the blue-silver seaweed king burst out its own dark energy. Its body actually stopped growing and began to shrink rapidly. The remaining branches tens of meters high quickly shrank, and this behavior just avoided the dense attacks with very small gaps. The blue-silver seaweed king applied the swallowing ability of the dark attribute to himself. By swallowing his own life energy, he achieved the effect of reducing his body size. The dark energy that absorbed the life energy burst out with a stronger power and blocked the invading light blade. Chuan Li was also surprised to see the blue-silver seaweed king's adaptability. However, he quickly adjusted his posture, and while approaching the blue-silver seaweed king, his left leg burst out dark red light again. This attack was different from the killer whale's tooth-breaking slash. This was a slender, sharp battle axe blade. This move is called the Killer Whale Demon Axe. It is a single target straight line attack skill and the second soul bone skill of the left leg bone of the 100,000-year-old demon. This attack has stronger attack power and speed than the Killer Whale Tooth Slash. This time, Chuan Li's attack was aimed directly at the root of the Blue-Silver Seaweed King. Facing this attack, the Blue-Silver Seaweed King could only use the Dark Energy Shield to block it. This energy shield was completely condensed with dark energy. As the body size shrank, the shield also became much smaller. However, the shrunken shield concentrated its own energy to the extreme, which in turn increased the shield's defense to the extreme. The sharp axe blade chopped heavily on the black sphere. Although the Blue-Silver Seaweed King increased its defense to the extreme, it was still greatly lacking in the face of the Demon Killer Whale Axe. The slender axe blade cut directly into the surface of the shield. Chapter 321 Blue-Silver Seaweed King, Hunting Success. However, when the Killer Whale Demon Axe was about to cut through the shield, the axe blade was affected by a strange energy and stopped in the gap of the shield. It turned out that the energy shield burst out opposite suction from the top and bottom of the axe blade at the moment of contact with the axe blade. These two opposite forces offset the impact force. At the same time, the shield burst out with terrifying devouring power again. The Killer Whale Demon Axe was twisted, shattered, and swallowed by the shield under the effect of the devouring power. The shield absorbed the energy of the soul bone skill and returned to its original state. If it weren't for the fact that Chuan Yi's tailed beast ball was composed of the ultimate fire attribute, that initial blow could not have caused much impact. Chuan Li was once again surprised by the vitality of the Blue-Silver Seaweed King. He and Yun Kaiyan quickly dived to the bottom of the sea 100 meters deep. However, as the two approached, the Blue-Silver Seaweed King still maintained the shield. Seeing this, the two could almost confirm that this was the Blue-Silver Seaweed King's last struggle. Chuan Yi's tailed beast Jade, Chuan Li's 200,000-year soul bone skills. These three attacks are all skills that surpass the 9th soul skills of ordinary titled Douluo. Being able to block it once is enough for ordinary people to boast. And the Blue-Silver Seaweed King, with the vitality of the entire island and the seabed plants, resisted 3 times. This shows the talent and ability of the Blue-Silver Seaweed King. However, even with amazing talent, it also has its limits. It was confined to an isolated island and could not really escape from danger after all. After approaching about 10 meters, Chuan Li stretched out his hand to stop Yun Kaiyan and approached alone. Looking at the indifferent shield, he understood that the opponent had given up the attack and placed his hope on the shield's defense. "I didn't expect you to force me to use this trick." Chuan Li admired the Blue-Silver Seaweed King's tenacious will. To show his respect, he decided to use his strongest attack to send it on its way. 9 soul rings appeared behind Chuan Li, and at the same time, black iron gauntlets with spikes appeared on his hands. The terrifying aura of the titled Douluo completely erupted. The red soul ring showed its greatness at this moment. 2 solid dark red energies condensed on Chuan Li's fists, and the energy turned into the form of the evil demon killer whale with its bloody mouth opened wide. Crack, crack! The 2 miniature evil demon killer whales opened their eyes full of violent aura, biting up and down ferociously, making a harsh sound of sharp friction. The 9th soul skill, the bite of the black iron evil demon. The effect of the soul skill is to attack through the power of the evil killer whale condensed in the fists and devour any form of energy, but the effect will be different depending on the energy level of both parties. Chuan Li approached quickly, and his right fist, carrying the power of the giant whale, hit the black shield heavily. The sharp spikes of the hand armor directly penetrated a small part, and then the whale teeth wrapped around the fist bit the shield fiercely. The sharp teeth and terrifying bite force actually bit off the fist-sized energy. A gap suddenly appeared in the round shield. The whale head of the right fist quickly rejected the bitten energy and swallowed the energy into the stomach. This energy went along the arm and entered Chuan Li's body. The soul core in Chuan Li's Danshan rotated rapidly, digested and absorbed this energy quickly, and quickly replenished Chuan Li's consumption. The gap bitten by the right fist was quickly replenished by the Blue-Silver Seaweed King, but Chuan Li's left fist fell again. The whale teeth of the left fist bit off another large piece. Although the two forms are different, in essence, this is a direct confrontation between devouring power and devouring power. However, it seems that the dark energy of the Blue-Silver Seaweed King cannot resist the brutality and tyranny of the evil demon killer whale king. Chuan Li's fists hit the shield as fast as raindrops. The 2 whales feasted on the energy in front of them. The solid shield became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sharp spike at the peak of Chuan Yi's fist was completely immersed in the shield. The defense was about to be broken. Chuan Li's boxing became more and more violent and violent. Chuan Li's tireless offensive made the blue-silver Seaweed King fall into deep despair. Feeling the increasingly empty soul power in his body, the blue-silver Seaweed King made the final decision. He burst out the last soul power and divided it into two parts. One part was used to strengthen the shield, and the other part was used on his body. The weak and tiny grass burst into fluorescence all over. Quan Li observed something strange through the gap in the shield. Not good. It's going to self-destruct. Once the blue-silver Seaweed King, which has gathered energy at the level of 100,000 years, self-destructs, its power is extraordinary. The light of the self-destruction made Quan Li feel a strong threat. However, he did not retreat. On the contrary, he punched forward. With this punch, Quan Li gathered the power of the giant whale in his other hand. The vigorous power pushed the sharp fist to penetrate the shield again. At the same time, the red soul ring behind Quan Li lit up again. The dark red light wave spread from the tip of the fist, covering the blue-silver Seaweed King inside the shield. As the light wave touched the blue-silver Seaweed King, both the energy shield wrapped outside and the self-destruction energy emitting light dissipated instantly. And the blue-silver Seaweed King actually fell into a dizzy state. It was at this moment that Yun Qiang, who was standing behind Quan Li, exploded instantly. An ancient scroll instantly appeared in Yun Qiang's hand. At the same time, the dark fifth soul ring behind her lit up. The scroll quickly unfolded until it was dozens of meters long before it stopped. Then, Yun Qiang held the vertical axis of the scroll and swung it towards the blue-silver Seaweed King. The thin scroll turned into a sharp blade and slashed at the blue-silver Seaweed King's body 10 meters away. A sharp green edge appeared on the edge of the scroll. At this moment, the scroll was like a very long soft sword that slashed across the body of the blue-silver Seaweed King. Yun Qiang's swordsmanship was excellent, fast, but accurate in splitting the blue-silver Seaweed King in half. The green hair from top to bottom not only cut the branches and leaves, but also split the roots hidden in the ground. This is Yun Qiang's fifth soul skill, Wind Demon Roll Blade Slash. The effect of the soul skill is to add sharp wind attributes to the scroll, enhancing the cutting power of the scroll. Combined with the characteristics of the scroll that can be extended, this move can be transformed into a soul skill with a large attack range. To ensure a complete kill, Yun Qiang swung the roll blade 5 times in just 2 seconds. Yun Qiang's movements were extremely swift, and there was no trace of her usual dignified and rational appearance. The poor blue-silver Seagrass King was chopped into several pieces by Yun Qiang and was completely dead. The blue-silver Seagrass King, who fell into a dizzy state, could not react, resist, or fight back, and could only turn into fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered. The dark red light wave that made the blue-silver Seagrass King dizzy was the second soul skill given by Chuan Li's 100,000 year soul ring. The soul skill is called Black Iron Killer Whale Demon Capture. Its effect is to ignore all physical defenses and force the enemy exposed to the light to be dizzy for 3 seconds. Although this soul skill can be defended by energy, the enemy's energy consumption will increase 3 times under the illumination of light. Finally, the eye-catching black halo appeared on the seabed. Quan Li and Yunxiang were completely relieved. The whole battle lasted only a few minutes, but it contained various critical moments. Fortunately, they finally killed the blue-silver Seaweed King. Just as Yunxiang and Quan Li approached the soul ring, a blue-black light emerged from the ground. This was a leg bone-shaped object. Yunxiang and Quan Li looked at each other in surprise, and both of them flashed a look of surprise in their eyes. Because this thing is the treasure of the Soul Master World, the Soul Bone. Chapter 322 When the Hokage Martial Spirit Evolves. After looking at each other, Quan Li took the Soul Bone, and Yunxiang stretched out his hand to attract the Soul Ring, and then the two adjusted their postures and swam upwards. On the sea, the fiery sun shadow was still flying around, but the absorption process was almost finished. The red dragonhorn in the state of martial soul fusion had a stronger suction force. The fiery sun shadow only needed to fly around the outer sea area of the island for a circle to absorb everything. However, compared with Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, Chuan Li and Yun Qiang finished faster. In order to ensure the safety of Chuan Li and Yun Qiang, the fiery sun shadow quickly condensed a ball of energy in his hand. The energy flew towards the two like a cannonball, shot into the body of the precarious red dragon, and replenished its energy. When the red dragon had replenished its energy, Chuan Li and Yun Qiang just poked out of the water, and the red dragon stretched out its thick dragon tail, and the two used it to climb onto the dragon's back. A few minutes later, the four reunited on the shore. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu released the martial soul fusion skill, but before releasing it, the fiery sun shadow inserted the Xiang dragon lance into the beach upside down. Xiao Hu, thank you for your hard work. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't be able to take this soul ring so quickly. The speaker was Yun Qiang, and behind her was the black soul ring of the blue-silver seaweed king. Especially the terrifying spreading power of the sun flame evil. If the blue-silver seaweed king hadn't blocked the spread before it completely spread, she and Quan Li would never have risked entering the sea. That flame evil, even for them, would be a fatal threat if they were touched by a little bit. The sun flame evil is like the fissionable hot Yangchuan spring water. If a titled Douluo is touched by a drop of spring water, he will have to cut his flesh to stop the injury. The sun flame evil spreading in the sea water is countless times more terrifying than that. If someone enters, if he can't remove all the skin on the surface of his body in the first place, he will be devoured by the flame evil. Quan Yi refused Xiao Bai's help for this reason. No, we only play a supporting role. We can really solve it thanks to Grandpa's 100,000-year soul skill. If it weren't for that terrifying control skill, even I couldn't stop the self-explosion. Chuan Yi's praise made Chuan Li feel a little proud. He also looked at Yun Qiang eagerly, waiting for Yun Qiang's praise. Yun Qiang knew Chuan Li's character, smiled and shook her head, but finally boasted. Yes, thanks to the old man, otherwise, I couldn't kill a soul beast with a level not inferior to 100,000 years so easily. Chuan Li was overjoyed, but seeing the children in front of him, he coughed lightly and pretended to be humble. Haha, this is what I should do. Okay, Qiang go absorb the soul ring quickly. Hearing this, Yun Qiang did not hesitate, and turned around to absorb the soul ring. However, she did not sit cross-legged immediately, but attracted the soul ring and approached the front of the Xiang dragon lance. This is a soul ring that is more than 80,000 years old. Even though she had previously strengthened her meridians by absorbing the energy of whale glue, she still rationally borrowed Chuan Yi's power to ensure that everything was safe. After Yun Qiang and Chuan Yi looked at each other, they sat down and began to absorb the soul ring with confidence. At the same time, Chuan Yi also reached out and touched the Xiang dragon lance, releasing the light of the Xiang holy flame, shining into the soul ring. The soul ring energy that was originally still stirring became extremely well-behaved and quiet, like a mouse that met a cat. Yun Qiang followed the steps and began to absorb the soul ring. Under Chuan Yi's deterrence, the soul ring not only did not produce soul shock, but also had an extremely smooth energy output. Seeing that Yun Qiang was on the right track, Chuan Yi called Huo Wu softly. Xiao Wu, sit down on the other side, I will absorb all the Xiang flame evil input rose milk tomb and you are ready to absorb and refine it. Huo Wu was well prepared for this. She looked at Chuan Yi deeply, then quietly walked around the spear and sat opposite Yun Qiang. At the same time, behind Huo Wu, an orange-red shadow appeared, also sitting cross-legged. Chuan Yi saw Huo Wu ready, and directly controlled the Xiang dragon lance to release a ray of Xiang flame evil's energy. Although there was only one ray of this Xiang flame evil, it was stained with the Xiang aura and absorbed enough plant vitality. If the flame evil did not come from Huo Wu and could not cause any harm to Huo Wu, this ray would be enough to kill Huo Wu. However, even so, it would not be easy for Huo Wu to digest and absorb the Xiang flame evil. The flame evil produced by the martial soul fusion technique has integrated too many external factors, especially after integrating the Xiang aura, it is no longer Huo Wu. Her own flame evil. The flame evil's plundering properties for vitality and soul power cannot work on Huo Wu, but the high temperature carried by the extreme Yang aura itself is an unbearable burden for Huo Wu. If Huo Wu had not just absorbed whale glue a few days ago, and if the flame evil this time had not absorbed the blue-silver seaweed mixed with yin attributes, which just neutralized the temperature of the flame evil, Chuan Yi would never let Huo Wu try to absorb the extreme Yang flame evil. Huo Wu looked at the drifting flame evil with a serious expression. The moment the energy entered her body, she mobilized her body's soul power and wrapped it tightly. However, even though it was obviously wrapped by her soul power, the temperature emitted by this ray of energy still made Huo Wu's meridians feel like burning. Without the fire immune attribute, it is indeed very difficult to absorb the extreme Yang flame evil. Huo Wu thought to herself. However, she did not stop because of the pain. She madly circulated her soul power, wanting to use more soul power to wear down the sun flame evil, and at the same time, quickly passed the wrapped sun flame evil through the Ren and Du meridians. Under the excellent digestion power of the hidden meridians, after several rounds of circulation, this ray of energy was completely refined and absorbed by Huo Wu. At the same time, the orange-red shadow behind Huo Wu was inexplicably brighter. At the same time, the quiet Huo Ying martial spirit began to shake slightly. Chuan Li glanced and found Huo Wu's abnormality. He hurriedly asked, Xiao Yi, Xiao Wu, what's wrong with this? Is there any danger? Chuan Yi comforted in return, don't worry, this is the martial spirit craving for more energy, and it is also a sign of the martial spirit's evolution. After saying that, a ray of the sun flame evil floated towards Huo Wu again. This time, before Huo Wu could receive it, the Hokage martial spirit took the initiative to attack and absorb the sun flame evil into the shadow. Seeing this, Chuan Yi separated another ray and injected it into Huo Wu's body. Chuan Yi had a deep understanding of the changes in the martial spirit. When his fiery sun gauntlet evolved into the ultimate fire, it was similar. Yes, the purpose of Chuan Yi doing this was to make Huo Wu's martial spirit also transform into the ultimate fire. Chuan Yi, who possessed the blazing sun spring, had this idea a long time ago. But Huo Wu did not have the fire-free attribute and could not directly absorb the energy of the blazing sun spring. Fortunately, now there are the two media of the Sun Dragon Lance and the martial spirit fusion technique. Convert Huo Wu's own flame evil into the sun flame evil, and then inject the sun flame evil into Huo Wu's body. In this way, while reducing the damage, it can provide Huo Wu with a sufficient amount of high-level fire attribute energy. Chapter 323 Fire Dance's Ultimate Transformation Fire. Moreover, the appearance of whale glue provides greater assurance for Chuan Yi's idea. Originally, in Chuan Yi's idea, he would have to wait until Fire Dance absorbed the sixth soul ring and further strengthened his body strength before he dared to try it. However, after Fire Dance absorbed the whale glue, the endurance of her meridians increased by 30,000 years. With this strength, as long as the soul ring is less than 100,000 years old, Fire Dance can absorb it without any mistakes. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The sun set, and Fire Dance and Yun Qiang were still in the process of absorbing. At this time, the calm sea surface suddenly became huge changes. I saw a huge shadow that quickly passed over the seabed and rushed towards the coast where Chuan Yi was. Just when the shadow was about to hit the coast, a grey-blue light jumped out of the water with a swish sound, and at the same time, the light was shrinking rapidly. Finally, it turned into a girl and landed on the shore. After the girl landed, in addition to seeing Chuan Yi and his party, she also saw the miserable state of the island. The dense forest now had only countless withered branches, revealing a dead atmosphere everywhere. Tisk tisk, it's really exaggerated. If this soul beast continues to grow, the consequences are really unimaginable. This person was Xiaobai, who was left out by Chuan Yi and forgotten by him. When she came, Xiaobai had seen the miserable situation on the seabed, but it was just seaweed after all, and the impact on her was far less than the withering of the entire forest. She walked slowly towards Chuan Yi and others. She did not disturb them, but she saw Huo Wu sitting cross-legged, absorbing some kind of energy. At the same time, she felt the energy fluctuations that made her heart palpitate from the swaying orange-red fire shadow behind Huo Wu. This is the same breath as Chuan Yi's flame. Although the breath was still very faint, Xiaobai was very sure of it. She looked away from Huo Wu and looked at Chuan Yi, who was standing next to the Xiang Dragon Lance, with a complicated look in her eyes. Although she didn't know what happened before, Huo Wu's current changes were definitely because of Chuan Yi. With her vision, it was clear that Chuan Yi was helping Huo Wu to reach a higher level. This guy is so good to his own people. Xiao Bai thought of the scene where Chuan Yi generously handed over the brain of the evil killer Whale King to her. Chuan Yi's various behaviors towards Xiao Bai made Xiao Bai believe in Chuan Yi. Except for the sea god before he ascended to the god realm, she had not felt such emotions for a long time. No, compared with the sea god, the feeling that Chuan Yi conveyed to Xiao Bai was more equal. Friendship, although Xiao Bai did not want to admit it, she did feel friendship in Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi felt Xiao Bai's gaze and nodded slightly apologetically. Xiao Bai snorted and turned his head, then jumped into the sea again. She did not leave, but saw that Huo Wu and Yun Qiang needed more time, so she jumped into the sea and patrolled. No words were spoken all night, and the sun rose again. Huo Wu and the Hokage martial spirit absorbed the Yang Yunsha faster and faster. from the first 1 or 2 strands to the current 10 strands. During the absorption process, Huo Wu's martial soul and body are constantly getting stronger under the influence of the extreme yang breath. At the same time, the martial soul and soul power are becoming purer. Every time Huo Wu absorbs a strand, she can feel the impurities in her body and martial soul being removed. This feeling makes Huo Wu happy to use her soul power to absorb the extreme yang flame evil even if she feels a strong burning sensation. On the other side, Yun Qiang's soul ring absorption is also nearing the end. As the sun rises, Yun Qiang is the first to open her eyes. The soul ring that was completely suppressed by Chuan Yi could not produce any abnormal changes at all, and Yun Qiang also absorbed whale glue, which was not difficult at all. Yun Qiang exhaled heavily, and as the waste gas in her body was discharged, Yun Qiang's body felt relaxed. The soul ring of the Blue Silver Seaweed King not only enhanced her physical fitness, but also added extra life energy. This made Yun Qiang feel as if her body was a dozen years younger. At this time, Quan Li walked in front of Yunxiang and handed the soul bone in his hand to Yunxiang. The blue-silver soul bone was covered with dark lines, which looked like the veins of a plant. Moreover, strangely, the soul bone exuded 2 completely opposite auras. One was a fresh breath full of vitality, which made the soul bone look more like a plant. The other was a dark, twisted power. This aura constantly attracted everything around it, giving people an inexplicable sense of fear. This feeling was like looking into the abyss. Such an extraordinary soul bone made Yunxiang a little excited. This was an unexpected surprise. The explosion rate of soul bones was so rare that she had no expectations. Because of this soul bone brought her a greater surprise. She did not hesitate and directly pressed the soul bone on her left leg. Yes, this was a left leg bone. Yunxiang, who had just absorbed the soul ring, entered the state of meditation again. After a whole morning of absorption, Yun Qiang completed the absorption of the soul bone. At the same time, Huo Wu was also nearing the end. The light emitted by the Hokage became more and more dazzling, and the momentum of Huo Wu was also rising. Both of them burst out with terrifying suction at the same time. Seeing this, Chuan Yi knew that this was the last moment. Immediately, he released the little energy left. As soon as the energy was released, the Hokage absorbed 2/3, and the remaining 1/3 was absorbed by Huo Wu. After such a long period of absorption, Huo Wu's body has completely adapted to the temperature of the Yanjian evil. Even without the wrapping of soul power, the meridians can fully withstand the high temperature invasion. Finally, when the last energy was about to be exhausted, the Hokage martial spirit completed its final transformation. The dazzling orange light completely dissipated, revealing the original illusory and ethereal image of the Hokage again. From the outside, in fact, there is no change in the Hokage martial spirit. The color and size are exactly the same as before. However, the heat and breath emitted by the martial soul are completely different. The domineering and burning feeling of the ultimate fire cannot be underestimated even by Chuan Li. If Chuan Yi had not used the Xiang Dragon Lance to block this breath, Yun Qiang on the opposite side would probably feel uncomfortable. This burst of momentum was only a moment. When Huo Wu opened her eyes, the hot breath emitted by the Hokage quickly shrank. The breath that belonged to the ultimate fire slowly disappeared. Finally, the Hokage martial soul returned to its previous appearance. Chuan Yi's pupils shrank when he saw this. It can actually contain the breath of fire completely. Such a terrifying control. No, this ability is more like the characteristic of the Hokage martial soul itself. This ability to conceal the breath is an ability that Chuan Yi cannot master. The ultimate breath is not so easy to be concealed, but Huo Wu did it easily. When using fire, the breath can also be concealed, which is something Chuan Yi cannot do either. Chapter 324 Yun Qiang's 8th Soul Skill, Dark 10,000 Leaves. Chapter 324 Yun Qiang's 8th Soul Skill, Dark 10,000 Leaves. Although the Hokage restrained his momentum, Huo Wu herself did not. Compared to before absorbing the flame evil, the most obvious change is Huo Wu's own momentum, which has been significantly improved. In the depths of her bright eyes, there was an amazing flame brewing, which made people feel nervous. Compared with the fluctuations of mental power and soul power a day ago, there was a world of difference. Seeing everyone staring at her, Huo Wu raised her lips confidently, bowed and thanked, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully completed the evolution of my martial soul. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. It just so happens that Qiang has also completed the absorption of soul rings and soul bones. Double happiness, double happiness. Chuan Li's laughter echoed on the coast. Chuan Yi also completely relaxed, and at the same time secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I absorbed the vitality of the blue-silver seaweed, otherwise, I might not be able to complete the evolution. At this time, Xiaobai, who was swimming on the sea, also came ashore again, walked to everyone, and congratulated them. The 4 people on the coast also greeted her with smiles and shared their gains with her. After this incident, even Yun Qiang, who met for the first time, developed a good impression of Xiaobai. Thanks to Xiaobai's contribution this time, otherwise, I really couldn't find such a suitable soul beast. Yun Qiang said, and stretched out her hand to hold Xiaobai's hand tightly to express her gratitude. It was the first time that Xiaobai felt such enthusiasm, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Haha, I just told you the information. It's your own credit to get the soul ring. Yun Qiang held her hands tightly, not letting go, and retorted, don't belittle yourself. Your help to our Chuan family, and our Chuan family will never forget it. Xiaobai's face was slightly red, but she didn't forcefully pull out her clenched hand. At this moment, she had a warm current running around in her heart, itchy, warm feeling, which made her deeply impressed. Grandma, I'm sorry, Xiaobai is going to be shy. Huo Wu keenly observed the moment when Xiaobai blushed, and joked. Xiaobai glared at Huo, covered it up with a cough, and said, tell us about your harvest this time, everyone is waiting. Yunxiang did not embarrass Xiaobai, and appropriately let go of his hand. With a smile on his face, he said, it's better to see it directly than to listen to me. As he said that, Yunxiang walked towards the withered forest. The weapon soul summoned, and the ancient scroll appeared in Yunxiang's hand. Yunxiang stood outside the forest, stretched out his hands, and the scroll in his hand was quickly unfolded. The next moment, countless twisting black branches appeared on the blank scroll facing the forest. The shape of the branches was similar to that of the blue-silver seaweed king, but the blue-silver seaweed king was 3-dimensional, and this was 2-dimensional. However, just after the pattern appeared, the originally flat pattern suddenly broke out of the scroll, and countless thick pure black branches stretched forward crazily. Each branch was as thick as an arm, and they spread in all directions. The swift branches and vines, each of which precisely entangled the dry tree trunk. Snap! 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 Thousands of wood chips burst out, and the branches and vines were extremely powerful. The entangled parts were crushed into pieces by the powerful force. Not only that, the number and length of the branches and vines were extraordinary. All the dry tree trunks within thousands of square meters in front were not spared. Just as everyone was stunned by the scene caused by Yun Qiang's performance was not over yet. Long leaves emerged from the front of the vines that squeezed the tree trunks, and a green light suddenly appeared on the edges of the leaves. Chuan Li was the first to react and exclaimed, this is the wind demon rolling blade slash. As soon as the voice fell, countless branches and leaves were like crazy dancing, slashing the fallen tree trunks at a high speed. In an instant, countless green lights flashed, and the remaining tree trunks were split into countless flat pieces of wood. After the wood blocks were cut, the green light at the front of the branches dissipated, and countless small branches spread out, accurately entangled all the divided wood blocks. Then, Yun Qiang's scroll suddenly burst out with a strong suction force, directly sucking the sawdust and wood blocks in front of it into the scroll. The speed of absorption was faster than the speed of release. In just a moment, the scroll put all things into the thin scroll. This is Yun Qiang's 6th soul skill, Book Scroll Mountain and River. It is a space-based soul skill with strong attraction. Add to that the chopping power shown by the vines before, and Yun Qiang's 5th soul skill, Wind Demon Scroll Blade Slash. I didn't expect that the superposition of these 3 soul skills would produce such a powerful effect. Chuan Yi and the other 4 people behind him took a breath of cold air. Especially Chuan Yi, he didn't expect that Yun Qiang, who usually doesn't show off, would have such a strong control. Yun Qiang took back the scroll, turned around and saw the expressions of everyone, and gently pushed his glasses. Is it necessary to be so surprised? After all, I have been a control-type soul master for more than 70 years. Controlling myself, controlling the opponent, and controlling soul skills are basic operations. Among the 4 people present, Huo Wu, as a control-type soul master, felt Yun Qiang's performance more deeply. The coordination of the 3 soul skills was indeed brilliant, but what was more amazing was the perfect control of thousands of branches. Although it was the first time to use soul skills, he was able to control them skillfully, which required very solid basic skills. Eyesight, soul power control, and multitasking, these skills that are extremely boring to practice, but extremely important to control type soul masters, were trained to a very high level by Yun Qiang. It is precisely because of this that Yun Qiang can perform so easily. Huo Wu, as a control type soul master, really benefited a lot, and at the same time, set a goal in her heart. Grandma, this 8th soul skill should have other effects. They. Questioner was Chuan Yi. He turned to look at Huo Wu and said, Xiao Wu, you felt it too, right? Huo Wu nodded heavily and replied, the energy on the vines threatens me. I feel uncomfortable. While the two were talking, Chuan Li and Xiao Bai were confused. At this time, Yun Qiang nodded in approval. She answered, yes, your perception is very sensitive. My 8th soul skill, Dark 10,000 Leaves, is a large-scale control soul skill that inherits the dark attribute of the Blue-Silver Seaweed King. In addition to what was just shown, it actually has a hidden effect. That is the devouring power. The enemies entangled by the dark 10,000 leaves will be revitalized and soul-powered by the devouring power attached to the branches. Chuan Li showed a surprised expression on the side, it actually inherited the dark attribute, and it is the devouring power. Isn't it possible to use the devouring power like the Blue-Silver Seaweed King to form an energy shield? Chuan Li's mind flashed the dark energy shield of the evil killer whale / that devoured the soul bone skill. Yun Qiang smiled lightly and said, yes, according to the application of the soul master, the dark 10,000 leaves can not only become a control soul skill, but also an attack and defense soul skill. Although Yun Qiang's expression was not excited, she was extremely satisfied with this soul skill in her heart. Chapter 325 Testing the Dark Blue Silver Left Leg Bone Soul Bone Skills. Besides, haven't you reacted yet? When I used my soul skills just now, did you feel the breath of the branches? Yun Qiang looked at Chuan Li and Xiao Bai. The two of them were immediately shocked by what he said. Yes, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really didn't feel any breath. Following Chuan Li's words, Xiao Bai said with lingering fear, that's right, my mental power didn't produce any reaction either. However, how did you find the abnormality? Xiao Bai looked at Huo Wu and Chuan Yi. At this time, Yun Qiang rushed to reply, their fire attribute is stronger than the ultimate dark attribute I inherited, and the concealment of the dark attribute cannot be hidden from them. No, Grandma's soul skill is not simple, and the reaction of soul power is not as sensitive as mental power. In the dark night, if you encounter such a number of branches and vines attack, it is absolutely impossible to perceive accurately. The fact that it cannot be perceived by mental power is enough to show the horror of this soul skill. If it were not for the reaction of the ultimate fire, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu would not have noticed the abnormality. If this soul skill is released at night, maybe it can also achieve the effect of hiding the body and eliminating the breath. Chuan Yi couldn't help but brainstorm. The scene of the night emerged in everyone's mind at the same time. In the dark night, Yun Qiang stood in the dark, and suddenly, countless dark branches emerged from the scroll and completely wrapped her. The next moment, Yun Qiang disappeared safely in the darkness, his mental power did not react, and his breath was completely hidden. In this way, even if Yun Qiang stood beside him, he would not be noticed. Hiss! Everyone took a breath again. This included Yun Qiang. Xiaoai, this is something I didn't expect either. However, if it is really like the one in the alliance, it can hide itself, then this soul skill, in terms of function, is not inferior to the 100,000-year soul ring. If it were not too early and the sun had not set, Yun Qiang would definitely test it on the spot. Chuan Yi consoled, Grandma, don't worry, there is plenty of time to test it slowly. After talking about the effect of the soul ring, let's talk about the effect of the soul bone. The effect of the soul skill is so powerful, and the effect of the soul bone is definitely not bad. Everyone's attention instantly shifted from the soul skill to the soul bone. There was a hint of expectation in their eyes. Facing the expectant eyes, Yun Qiang walked slowly to Chuan Li, patted his shoulder, and showed a provocative look. Why don't we compare speed? Interesting, it seems that your soul bone skills are related to speed. In this case, let me see it. How are you going to compare? Chuan Li showed an interested expression. Although he was not a quick attack spirit master, in terms of speed, the strong attack spirit must be stronger than the control spirit. What's more, he is a level 93, titled Douluo, and a strong attack spirit master with a 100,000-year spirit ring. His physical fitness is definitely several times stronger than Yun Kaiyang. It's very simple. Do you see the boulder 1 kilometer away? Whoever stands on the boulder first will win. How about the three of them being the referees? Yun Kaiyang pointed to the other end of the coast, where there was a very eye-catching boulder. Chuan Li took a look and nodded in agreement. Xiao Ai, you come and give the number. Huo Wu and Xiao Bai were both very interested in the outcome of this game. Xiao Bai was even more excited to walk to the front and draw a starting line. Huo Wu quietly approached Chuan Yi and made a subtle eye contact with him. Chuan Yi also playfully shook his eyebrows and put his index finger on his lips. The two reached an agreement. Chuan Yi walked to one end of the starting line and raised his right hand high. Everyone, get ready, go. As Chuan Yi's right hand quickly dropped, a huge explosion sounded. That was Chuan Li. The loud noise caused by the huge force during the sprint. Although it was a competition, Chuan Li used all his strength. His left foot had more explosive power than his right foot due to the increase in the power of his soul bone. The kick that just started was the movement of Chuan Li's left foot. With this explosion, Chuan Li rushed out dozens of meters directly. The fluctuations generated by running alone caused a strong wind. However, this strong wind did not affect Yunxiang. Her figure rushed out of the starting line at the moment when Quan Yi's right hand fell. Coincidentally, Yunxiang's soul bone is also the left leg bone. Although Yunxiang's explosive power is far inferior to Quan Li's, it is far beyond the level of weapon soul masters of the same level. Whale glue, 80,000 year soul ring, and soul bone have improved Yunxiang's physical fitness to a very high level. However, with these, it is still far inferior to Quan Li. From the start, Yunxiang fell behind by more than 10 meters. And as time went by, the gap between the two was still widening. The three people standing at the starting line stared at the figures of the two with full concentration. Huo Wu, the weakest among the group, could barely keep up with the two after her spirit evolved. They knew that a distance of 1 kilometer would take only tens of seconds for title Douluo and soul Douluo level warriors. If it was a full-speed sprint, more than 10 seconds would not be impossible. 10 seconds later, Quan Li had reached a distance of about 700 meters. On the contrary, Yunxiang was still at about 500 meters, with a difference of about 200 meters between the two. Seeing this, Xiao Bai was a little anxious and said, "Why don't you use the spirit bone skill yet? If this goes on, Yunxiang will lose." At this time, Huo Wu pretended to be profound and replied, "Grandma has already used the spirit bone skill, but you haven't discovered it yet." "What?" Xiao Bai looked at Huo Wu in surprise, but soon she turned her head and looked forward again. Because the outcome was about to be decided. 3 seconds later, Quan Li quickly advanced about 200 meters. There were less than 100 meters left to the finish line. At this moment, his face was red, and it was obvious that he had used all his strength. At the same time, his mental power was still firmly fixed on Yun Kaiyang, alerting her soul bone skills. However, seeing that the opponent was about 300 meters away from him, Chuan Li couldn't help but relax a little. At this distance, he couldn't think of any skills that could make up for such a big gap. Seeing the end approaching, Chuan Li couldn't help but feel happy. He only needed a few steps to jump onto the boulder. However, at this last moment, just when he was about to take the last step to leap up, a shocking change happened. Yun Kaiyang, who was firmly fixed on his mental perception, disappeared at this last moment. At the same time, a blue-black light suddenly jumped out in front of Chuan Li's eyes. The light seemed to be shot from his shoulder, and the light got ahead of him and came to the top of the boulder. The light quickly changed and transformed into a human-shaped posture. The light quickly faded, revealing its original form. Chuan Li saw this scene and his eyes widened. I saw that Yun Kaiyang, who was originally behind him, rushed in front of him in an instant. And, she climbed onto the boulder before him. At this time, he didn't know what the effect of Yun Kaiyang's soul bone skill was. It's actually a teleportation skill. Chapter 326 Dark Latent Spirit. Chuan Li was full of doubts, but Yun Kaiyang suddenly appeared in front of him, which shocked him. Although he didn't summon his martial soul, he also used all his strength. If he hit Yun Kaiyang at this speed, it would definitely cause damage. In a hurry, he not only didn't hold back his strength, but increased his strength. In the last step, he suddenly exerted force, and his body directly passed over Yun Kaiyang's head, and then flipped over the boulder. Bang! Chuan Li fell heavily on the beach behind the boulder. He unloaded all his strength into the ground and stopped the inertia. After stopping, he immediately turned to look at Yun Qiang and shouted loudly, "How is this possible? The range of this teleportation skill is too long." Chuan Li knew that the gap between the two was 300 meters. Yun Qiang teleported and crossed a distance of 300 meters. This is extremely rare among all teleportation skills. Yun Qiang stood on the boulder and looked down at Chuan Li, with a domineering look on his face. "You lost." Yun Qiang was still playful. It was rare for him to win against Chuan Li, so he was naturally happy. Chuan Li put away his shocked expression, jumped onto the boulder with a smile, and asked curiously, "Qiang what kind of soul bone skill is this?" Yun Qiang rolled her eyes at the hurried Chuan Li and said, "Wait for Xiao Yi and the others, I will tell you everything later." After that, she waved to the starting point. At the starting line, Chuan Yi, who summoned the red dragon eyes at some point, was the first to discover Yun Qiang's actions. "Let's go, Grandma is calling us." After more than 2 minutes, the 5 people gathered again. Chuan Li couldn't wait to say, "Now you can tell me, what is the effect of this soul bone skill?" Yun Qiang raised his glasses habitually and introduced softly, "Everyone should have seen the teleportation skill just now. This is my dark blue silver left leg bone soul bone skill, Dark Spirit. Its effect is teleportation, but what is special is that its maximum distance is 500 miles. The 300 meters just now was just a small test." When these words came out, including Chuan Yi, everyone present widened their eyes at the same time. Everyone was stunned and the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. After a while, Chuan Li's surprised voice sounded. "Unheard of, 500 miles, Qiang are you kidding? 500 miles is 250 kilometers. For a better understanding, let's take the island we are on now as an example. The island has an area of tens of thousands of square meters and is roughly circular. Its diameter is only about 250 kilometers, which means that Yun Qiang's teleportation skill can teleport from one end of the island to the other in an instant. You should know that the speed of Chuan Yi's fire spirit body is only 700 or 800 kilometers per hour, and even he needs 20 minutes to cross the island. From this, we can see how shocking the data provided by Yun Qiang is." Yun Qiang also expected everyone's reaction, because even she had the same reaction after absorbing the soul bone. "I'm right, it's 500 miles. However, although my dark spirit has a super long range, it also has its own special limitations. Xiao Wu and Xiao Yi should be more clear about this." Yun Qiang's eyes fell on Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. She had seen Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's actions at the beginning of the game. "Yes, Xiao Wu and I did feel that Grandma had left a dark aura on Grandpa before the game." Chuan Yi explained their findings. Chuan Li reacted instantly after hearing it. He immediately pulled down his collar and exposed his shoulders. "What is this?" On Chuan Li's shoulder, a dark tattoo was engraved at some point, and the pattern looked like a tiny seaweed. Chuan Li recalled that Yun Qiang had touched his shoulder before the game. He thought it was just a contact between husband and wife. Who would have thought that this was actually a move to perform a soul skill? Yun Qiang explained, "This is the dark mark engraved by the dark spirit. It is a special spatial mark. My teleportation is not like other teleportation skills. It can only be performed based on this mark. Moreover, the dark mark can only be engraved on the body of a creature. Therefore, the range of my movement depends entirely on the position of the engraved creature, unlike other teleportation skills." After listening to Yun Qiang's explanation, Chuan Yi immediately thought of the blue-silver seaweed king's unique way of moving and the scene of devouring vitality. Including the seabed where the seaweed is located, all plants over 100,000 square meters were deprived of vitality in an instant and absorbed by it. Obviously, Yun Qiang's dark spirit inherited these abilities from the blue-silver seaweed king. At this time, Chuan Yi said, "Just now, during the competition, I opened my red dragon eye and carefully observed the whole process of performing the dark latent spirit. At the moment of teleportation, I clearly saw Grandma's body quickly transformed into a special energy body. At the same time, a strange dark force sucked the energy body. At the same time, the mark on Grandpa's body also burst out with the same dark force, spraying Grandma out. The dark force connected the space door between Grandma and the dark mark. Moreover, because Grandma turned into energy form, the space fluctuations generated by the mark are even dozens of times more subtle than the most ordinary storage soul guide. Perhaps, this is the important reason why the dark latent spirit has an ultra-long range. Chuan Yi had seen the fluctuations of space many times when he was engraving the core mark of the storage soul guide, and he would never be wrong. Moreover, the ability to transform the body into energy form is similar to his fire spirit body. When teleporting, the body that has lost mass and volume only needs to open a small gap to easily shuttle through the space channel. Compared with other teleportation skills, this undoubtedly saves soul power. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. That's right, the biggest secret of my soul bone skill is to transform the body into a special energy state similar to elementalization, helping the body to teleport through a small dark hole. According to my current soul power, I can teleport 500 miles 3 times in a row at most. 3 times means 1,500 miles. This distance should be enough to cross the Xingda Great Forest directly. Hiss, this skill is simply too abnormal. With it, you only need to leave many marks on the continent and have enough soul power to reach any place on the continent in an instant. Although Chuan Li's statement is a bit exaggerated, it is not nonsense. Yun Qiang said, it's not that easy. You know, the dark mark of the dark spirit can only be engraved in a living organism. If the organism dies, the dark mark will disappear. Besides, I can only engrave 3 at a time. Even if I teleport, the longest is only 1,500 miles. If the distance between me and the mark exceeds 500 miles, I can't teleport. Although this skill is strong, it also has various limitations. It is not as powerful as imagined. Chapter 327 The Trace of the Fire Attributed Dead Soul Beast. After hearing that the dark spirit has these limitations, everyone's surprise has calmed down a little. They had expected the limitations of the skill. However, the unreasonable data of 500 miles directly covered up all other limitations. The distance alone is enough. Besides, there is a hidden function here that everyone seems to have not noticed yet. Chuan Yi's mouth curled. He smiled meaningfully and looked at Yunxing and said, Grandma, the potential of the dark latent spirit is not that simple. Don't forget, Grandma has a special space-related soul skill. After the words fell, everyone present was shocked. Yunxing's eyes lit up with amazing light. Quan Li even collided his fists and palms, and suddenly realized, yes, Qiang Er has book scroll mountains and rivers, a space-related soul skill. With this soul skill and teleportation skill, you can carry countless supplies and transfer. Yunxing was even more excited and said, don't forget, my book scroll mountains and rivers can even accommodate people. Once there is danger, I can transfer hundreds of people at a time. This is absolutely a terrifying ability on the battlefield. Dark latent spirit has another limitation, no, or teleportation skills have the same limitation. That is, you can only teleport yourself, and you can't teleport with a lot of things, which of course includes people and things. However, if Yunxing can put people and materials into the martial soul in advance, and then teleport, this defect can be avoided. After all, the martial soul is a part of the body, and it will be assimilated when teleporting. Thinking about it this way, the value of this soul skill will be no less than the 100,000 year soul bone skill. Haha, this soul bone should be absorbed by you. I think there should be no one more suitable to absorb it than you in the whole continent. Chuan Li praised sincerely. Chuan Yi's reminder made everyone realize the horror of this soul skill again. No one continued the discussion about the soul bone skill of dark latent spirit. Because of the environment, it is impossible to test its efficacy more intuitively. They can only conduct more precise and diverse tests after returning. Okay, after talking about my situation, we should also listen to Xiao Wu's situation. The momentum just now made me tremble with fear for a while. As soon as Yun Qiang said this, everyone's attention was instantly shifted to Huo Wu. Huo Wu saw that it was her turn, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Thanks to Xiao Ai's help, my martial soul has completed an important evolution this time. The flame attribute has transformed into the same level as Xiao Ai. This makes the effects of all my soul skills several times stronger than before the evolution. Although the soul rings are the same, the power of the flame has increased significantly, and the effect of the soul skills has also been enhanced several times on the original basis. Also, there is one more thing, my soul power level has broken through to level 60. As long as I absorb a soul ring, I can become a soul emperor. No wonder there is such a strong momentum. It turns out that she has successfully broken through. Haha, okay, Xiaohu, don't worry, we will help you when we go back. Quan Li was overjoyed, patted his chest hard, and promised Huo Wu. Huo Wu smiled sweetly and thanked Quan Li quickly. Quan Li now completely regarded Huo Wu as a family member, and he had no resistance to his granddaughter's coquetry. He said lovingly, "Tell me, what kind of soul beast do you want? As long as you say it, Grandpa will help you catch it personally. Even if it is a soul beast of 100,000 years, it doesn't matter." Quan Yi saw Quan Li's exaggerated words and replied helplessly, "Grandpa, Huo Wu's current body and mental strength can absorb soul rings below 100,000 years without any problem, but 100,000 years is still too dangerous. Whale's glue, martial soul evolution, both of these have improved Huo Wu's physical fitness to a certain extent. However, 100,000 years is a leap, even if Chuan Yi uses his holy flame to suppress the soul beast remnant of the soul ring. However, the vast energy of the 100,000 year soul ring alone is dangerous enough. Even Chuan Yi did not absorb the 100,000 year soul ring when he was at the 6th soul ring, not to mention that Huo Wu's physical fitness is not as good as Chuan Yi at that time. After all, Chuan Yi's martial soul evolution took place in the blazing Yang Chuan for several days, and the transformation of his body and martial soul was more thorough. Moreover, it is very difficult to find a soul beast suitable for Huo Wu, and perhaps it cannot be found even if the entire Xingda Great Forest is searched. At that time, it is likely that we will have to go to other soul beast forests to search for suitable soul beasts. The undead soul beasts suitable for Huo Wu are rare, and they are of fire attribute, and they are nearly 100,000 years old. Once these conditions are added, the search becomes even more difficult. Even if the 6th soul ring is found to be suitable, what about the 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings? By then, Chuan Yi plans to find a soul beast of 100,000 years for Huo Wu. Are there really such undead soul beasts of 100,000 years on the continent? When he thought of this, Chuan Yi's head became bigger. At this time, Xiao Bai said directly, "What kind of soul beast are you looking for? Tell me and I may be able to give you some advice." "Hey!" Chuan Yi looked at Xiao Bai in confusion and said, "We are looking for undead soul beasts of fire attribute. However, are you sure you know the information about fire attribute soul beasts?" Xiao Bai raised his chin proudly and said, "Hey, don't forget that there are countless volcanoes in the middle of the sea. Among them, there are countless fire attribute soul beasts living. However, you are actually looking for undead soul beasts. Well, this is a bit difficult." When Xiao Bai said this, Quan Yi's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. "Yes, volcanoes. There are many volcanoes in the sea. Perhaps, a volcanic island in the sea has a soul beast suitable for Huo. Xiao Bai's words opened up an idea for Quan Yi. Huo was even more excited and shook her hand. She held Chuan Yi's hand and looked nervously at Xiao Bai, who was thinking. She also knew how demanding her requirements were, but the 6th soul ring played an important role in connecting the previous and the next. She had to take it very seriously, so that even if she couldn't find a soul beast of the undead for the 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings, she could use other soul beasts of the 100,000 year level to replace them. When it reaches 100,000 years, even if it is not an undead type, it is completely acceptable. After Xiao Bai lowered his head and pondered for a moment, he looked up at Huo Wu and Chuan Yi and said, "If it is another soul beast, maybe I won't provide you with clues, but if it is an undead, then I can indeed reveal a message to you. In the sea area nearby, there is a wide group of volcanic islands, where many fire-attributed soul beasts live. Due to the rich volcanic resources, the fire element there is very rich. Although it is also in the middle of the ocean, it is not suitable for sea soul beasts to survive, so even I can't get close easily. Although this place is extremely dangerous, it is indeed a paradise for fire-attributed soul beasts. Perhaps here, you can find a soul beast that suits you." Chapter 328 Volcanic Islands. The undead are a threat to all soul beasts, or rather to all living things. Xiao Bai also hates undead soul beasts in his heart. But, then again, have you ever encountered undead spirits before? This thing is very rare, and physical attacks have almost no effect on them. You can only use pure energy to attack the remaining souls. Huo Wu nodded and replied, "Well, my 4th and 5th soul rings are from the fire attribute undead soul beast. Thanks to this, I awakened my own talent field." Facing Huo Wu's gaze, Xiao Bai's heart tightened for no reason. In the calm eyes, there was a fire that frightened her. "It's only level 60, but it can bring me such a strong sense of crisis. Although it's not as strong as Chuan Yi, it has also grown to a point that cannot be ignored. Xiao Bai thought to herself. Huo Wu, who has transformed into the ultimate fire, has improved her strength far beyond the level increase. Physical fitness, mental strength, soul strength, and the most intuitive flame power have all been greatly improved. If Xiao Bai's impression of Huo Wu before was just a talented junior, now she dare not despise her in her heart. Xiao Bai retracted his gaze, looked at everyone, and said. If you are ready, I can take you there now. Quan Yi looked around and found that everyone was in peak condition. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai nodded gently and walked towards the shore. As she walked, she turned back and said, it's not far, let me take you there this time. Xiao Bai turned back into the form of a shark, and Quan Yi and the other four got on the back of the shark. The four sat on the spacious dorsal fin of the shark and fell into a state of meditation quietly. Xiao Bai also adjusted her posture and tried her best to keep her body stable. Under her excellent body control, the four people above were completely unaffected. More than 3 hours later, Xiao Bai led Quan Yi and the other four to the destination safely. The temperature here is completely different from other places. It's so hot. Huo Wu looked up at the scorching sun hanging in the sky. It was the hottest noon, but everyone could feel the abnormality of this area more than the sun. Chuan Yi pointed forward, Xiao Wu, look at those islands. Huo Wu looked in the direction of Chuan Yi's finger. Seeing several large islands standing on the sea, the islands were not adjacent but very close. There were several mountains on the islands. What surprised Huo Wu was that a large part of the peaks were emitting wisps of smoke. Seeing this, Huo Wu understood where the abnormally high temperature in this area came from. Is this the volcanic group? It's hard to imagine that this is the center of the sea. As a fire attribute soul master, Huo Wu could clearly feel the majestic fire elements all around. This made her body and mind feel excited. At this time, Xiao Bai under him said, the islands here are very close to each other. With my body size, I can't go deep and can only wander outside. What you see are just the outermost islands, which are generally new volcanoes born in recent days. If you want to find powerful soul beasts, you must go deep into them. There are countless large volcanoes there, and powerful fire-attributed soul beasts generally live in those places. I can only take you here, and the rest depends on you. Due to the constraints of the environment, Xiao Bai could not follow the four people and go deep into them. Chuan Yi expressed his understanding and thanked him, you have helped us a lot. The rest of the journey depends on us. Please wait for us outside. As he said, Chuan Yi summoned the Red Dragon and took Huo Wu, Yun Kaiyang and Chuan Li to fly above the archipelago. When using soul skills, Chuan Yi clearly felt the impact of the environment on soul masters. Not only did the consumption of soul skills become very small, but also the recovery speed of soul power became much faster. While ascending, Chuan Yi summoned the external soul bone together. Countless fire attribute energies were automatically absorbed by the Red Dragon Horn, replenishing the energy consumed in the battle with the Blue-Silver Seaweed King. When they flew into the sky, everyone's vision suddenly became clear. Seeing countless islands of various shapes, scattered all over the place, but these islands gathered together to roughly form the shape of concentric circles. These islands all seem to be volcanic islands formed by volcanic eruptions. Each island is not large in area, but the area of the archipelago together spreads to hundreds of thousands of square meters. Moreover, as you go deeper into the center of the archipelago, the area of the island and the green area become larger. This should be because the islands on the periphery of the archipelago are the latest to be formed. On the contrary, the central islands have been formed for a long time, and the volcano has fallen into a dormant period. Xiaoai, look, there is exposed magma on the top of the mountain. Huo Wu excitedly pointed in the direction of the top of the mountain and said happily. That's right, the vigorous magma activity can be seen in the peripheral volcano where they are. Chuan Yi's eyes were like torches, and he quickly scanned everything around him. He also used the Red Dragon Horn's terrifying fire element sensing ability to explore the surroundings. There is no trace of fire attribute soul beasts living there. It seems that we still have to go deep into the center to find our target. Although it is a fire attribute soul beast, it is impossible for it to live in these barren new islands. The central island is the real habitat of soul beasts. The red dragon flapped its wings suddenly and flew towards the center at a high speed. As the red dragon approached the center, Chuan Yi's elemental sensing became stronger. Among them, in addition to soul beasts, what actually attracted Chuan Li's attention the most was the fire element reaction inside the volcano. The huge number of volcanoes disturbed Chuan Yi's elemental perception, but fortunately, Chuan Yi had the true vision eye, which could quickly eliminate the difference between soul beasts and volcanoes. With the cooperation of the two, Chuan Yi quickly eliminated various options and madly approached the center. Just when Chuan Yi was about to scout the central island, he saw a special energy form. It is different from ordinary soul beasts. It does not have the soul power running in the form of meridians. Instead, it presents a block-shaped energy form. This energy form that is neither magma energy nor biological soul power form makes Quan Li's eyes light up. He raised his mouth and said with some joy, "Huo Wu, I seem to have found the target. It is hidden in that volcano." Quan Yi pointed to a large island near the center of the island. The area of this island is among the top 5 among all islands. Moreover, the number of plants and soul beasts above the island is not large, but it is the only active volcano in the central island. The crater with thick white smoke showed them this. And the special energy that Quan Yi saw was mixed in the thick volcanic magma. Chapter 329 Bone Phoenix. Everyone looked at the crater, and Quan Li and Yunxiang's expressions became extremely solemn. "It's actually inside the volcano, Xiaoai, are you sure?" Quan Li asked seriously. Chuan Yi also nodded solemnly and replied, "Undead soul beasts have energy forms that are completely different from other soul beasts. I won't be wrong." Chuan Li's face became stiff. Looking at the boiling magma, he said bitterly, "With such a big volcano to help, the strength of this soul beast must not be underestimated. If it doesn't come out, what should we do? The temperature of the magma is more than 1,000 degrees. Even a titled Douluo can only stay in it for a short time. The horror of natural power is no joke." At this time, Chuan Yi first said his plan. "Grandpa, don't forget that there is only one crater, so we can clearly observe its entry and exit. As long as we wait patiently for the soul beast to return, we can kill this soul beast outside the magma." Chuan Yi's method is actually very simple, that is, relying on the other party not to discover them, observe its whereabouts from a distance. As long as they wait for it to come out of the crater, they can avoid the risk of fighting in the unfavorable terrain of magma. "Well, Xiaoai is right. We don't need to be so impatient. We just need to be patient on the periphery and wait for the opportunity." Yun Qiang nodded in agreement. This is the absolute advantage brought by Quan Yi's super perception ability. Quan Yi drove the red dragon to hover at a safe height where he would not be discovered, and began to patiently observe the crater. The energy form of the undead creatures is spherical, and he cannot judge the type of the undead by the shape. However, based on the inky black color of the soul power, it can be roughly judged that this is a soul beast infinitely close to the 100,000 year level. In terms of strength, it is definitely stronger than the blue-silver seaweed king they hunted not long ago. At this time, Huo Wu, who was beside Quan Yi, gently pulled Quan Yi. Huo Wu looked at Quan Yi with a sharp gaze, as if conveying some information. Quan Yi smiled gently and replied, "I know, don't worry." Huo Wu smiled brightly, then sat cross-legged on the dragon's back and began to meditate. Huo Wu's meaning was very simple, that is, to hand over the soul beast to her. She wanted to hunt the soul beast herself. How could Chuan Yi not understand when being stared at by Huo Wu's eyes full of endless fighting spirit? Time passed bit by bit. The sun slowly descended, and the western sky was dyed golden. However, this undead did not seem to plan to travel, and it seemed to have been in a dormant state. In this regard, Hugh decided to wait a little longer. During the boring wait, the sun completely set. Under the night, Chuan Yi used his second soul skill, the power of dark flame, to transform the red dragon into dark black and complete the hiding. At this height, even if the soul beast looked in their direction, it would not be able to detect any abnormality. "Xiao Yi, why don't we land first and rest for a while?" Chuan Li walked to Chuan Yi and suggested. Chuan Yi's soul power recovered very quickly in the volcanic environment, so it was not consumed too much. However, the soul beast did not move for a long time, and it was meaningless to wait like this. Therefore, he nodded and agreed to Chuan Li's proposal. However, just as Chuan Yi was slowly landing, his elemental induction detected signs of active undead energy. Immediately, he stopped landing and reminded in a hurry, "Hurry, there seems to be movement." "What?" Chuan Li's exclamation attracted everyone's attention again. Huo Wu, who was meditating, also opened her eyes, then took the telescope handed by Yun Qiang and looked at the crater. At night, the firelight emitted by the boiling magma was deep and profound, but it also made it extremely eye-catching. However, just when Huowu saw the crater, countless tiny bubbles emerged from the calm magma. The magma bubbles exploded, and countless hot fragments sprayed in all directions. However, before Huowu could observe carefully, a huge vortex appeared in the thick magma, and then a huge red light suddenly burst out from the center of the vortex. Countless lava erupted from the vortex, and lava exploded like fireworks in the air. The scene like a volcanic eruption appeared in front of them, bringing a huge shock to their hearts. At this time, Chuan Yi's voice came again, "Don't look at the crater, look at the sky." Huowu realized that the red light that had just erupted was the soul beast. She immediately raised the telescope and looked in the direction of the red light. In the dark night sky, a flamboyant fiery red figure appeared in her eyes. This figure was entangled by the burning flames, but she could clearly see the figure hidden under the flames through the flames. It was a skeleton with a faint white jade luster. No flesh and blood, only bones. This is a typical feature of the undead. Huowu's eyes flashed with excitement. She quickly scanned the bones, trying to determine the type of the undead in life. This is the voice of Chuan Yi, which came into her ears. Hongqian, Linho, snake head, fish tail, swallow chin, chicken beak, parallel wings. Xiao Wu, you are lucky this time, this is an undead phoenix. Phoenix. Huowu looked at the huge flying bird with its wings spread high, and a strong desire broke out in her eyes. The appearance of the bone phoenix made everyone present fall into a frenzy. The phoenix is a top-level beast, and it is almost a mythical existence. I didn't expect that such an existence would appear here. Everyone determined at the same time that it was their target this time. Haha, it turned out to be the undead formed after the phoenix fell. Judging from its size, its strength must have been strong when it was alive. Yun Qiang also used a telescope to observe the size of the phoenix. The giant bone wings with a wingspan of 100 meters burst into brilliant flames. The skeleton was filled with blazing flames. If you look from a distance, you will only think that this is a living phoenix. The bone phoenix rushed out of the crater and flew towards the distant ocean. The bone wings shook, and the red light flew hundreds of meters away. In terms of flying speed alone, it exceeded the flying speed of the red dragon. It should be said that it is worthy of being a top-level bird soul beast, and its flying speed is indeed very fast. Huowu saw the bone phoenix moving away from the island, and she couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Where is it going? Don't we have to follow it? It should be going to find food. I saw a huge fish bone in the forest near the volcano." Chuan Yi comforted Huowu. Huowu was relieved after hearing this. Don't blame Huowu for being too hasty, it's all because of this bone phoenix, which is too tempting. As long as it is a fire attribute soul master, no, as long as the martial soul attribute does not conflict with the fire attribute, any soul master will fall into the same emotion as Huowu. Chuan Yi did not choose to follow because he knew that the other party would definitely return. At the same time, his eyes were always following the bone phoenix. Everyone gather here first, let's discuss it carefully. Chapter 330 Undead Phoenix Flame. Chuan Yi gathered everyone together. For this hunting mission, I want Huowu to face this undead phoenix alone. No. It's too dangerous. As soon as Chuan Yi finished speaking, Chuan Li rejected his proposal in an extremely serious tone. Chuan Li, who no longer had a smile on his face, exuded an aura of majesty without anger. However, Chuan Yi stood firmly in front of Chuan Li despite this aura. He did not evade, but looked at Chuan Li calmly. The confrontation between the two brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. Seeing this scene, Huowu felt regretful and moved at the same time. Chuan Yi's action was obviously to take all the blame on himself. Huowu wanted to explain immediately, but she saw Chuan Yi stop her with his eyes. Then, Chuan Yi said, "I know Grandpa is worried about Xiao Wu's safety, but, on this point, I am more worried than Grandpa. Secondly, I have enough understanding of Xiao Wu's strength, and I know that she has the strength to hunt the undead phoenix. Finally, although Huowu has to face it alone, it does not mean that we cannot help Xiao Wu. I have corresponding countermeasures." Chuan Yi took on Chuan Li's pressure and argued with reason. Although Chuan Li was still dissatisfied with this, he could see that this was actually Huowu's own wish. Chuan Li was angry and amused at the same time. If it was an ordinary soul beast, he would never refute it like this. On the contrary, he would actively support it. Hunting the soul beast with the required soul ring by hand is a test and also a training. A knowledgeable soul master would not object, but the difference between the two is too great. It is not training, but suicide. Quan Li does not know much about Huo Wu, so in his subconscious, Huo Wu is an object that needs protection. However, Kun Yi's explanation made him realize this. At this time, Yunxiang interrupted from the side and said, "Okay, Xiao Ai is not a reckless person, why not listen to Kun Yi's advice first, and then decide whether to agree or not?" Quan Li sighed helplessly, and the might condensed on his body dissipated with the wind. "Tell me." Kun Yi was also secretly relieved in his heart, and then he talked about his ideas. The most difficult part of this target is that it is a flying soul beast. Its speed is amazing, and Huo Wu has no chance of winning in an open field. Moreover, according to my observation, the spiritual power level of this undead phoenix has reached the level of 100,000 years, so Xiao Wu's peach illusion fire cannot have an absolute effect on it. Therefore, we must first select a suitable battlefield for Huo Wu. And the field I selected is there. As he spoke, Chuan Yi pointed his finger in the direction of the crater. The crater is in the shape of a bowl that collapses downward. Among all the open terrains, it is indeed the narrowest place. However, at the same time, it is also the place where endless magma is churning. The steep mountain wall does not have any flat foothold. Not only that, the environment full of magma can greatly enhance the strength of the undead phoenix. Therefore, everyone subconsciously sets the crater as an object to stay away from. This Chuan Li looked at the crater with an ugly face, just when thousands of words were about to spew out. An idea flashed through Quan Li's mind. This made him swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Are you sure?" Quan Li looked at Kun Yi meaningfully. "See," Kun Yi nodded confidently. Then, he told him all his plans. After listening to Kun Yi's plan, Quan Li smiled again. "Since it's still possible, Xiao Ai, let's follow your plan." After listening to Kun Yi's detailed plan, everyone, including Quan Li, was full of confidence. Especially Huo, she was ready to fight hard with the undead phoenix, but now, it seems that there is no need. "Okay, since everyone agrees, let's get ready. We must be ready before the undead phoenix returns from foraging." Then, Kun Yi drove the red dragon to descend to the crater. On the other side, the undead phoenix had already flown away from the archipelago and arrived at the vast sea. A fiery red flash quickly passed by the dark sea. The flame of the phoenix is noble and magnificent, and even the undead has inherited this perfectly. The flying movements of the undead phoenix are different from those of other birds. When it flies, it rarely flaps its wings and basically maintains the same posture. This is because its wings have no feathers. It can only fly flexibly by spraying flames and adjusting the direction of its bone wings. Due to the reduction of unnecessary movements during flight and the lack of the weight of flesh and blood, the flying speed of the undead phoenix is faster than when it was alive. After flying hundreds of miles in the sky, it adjusted the direction of its bone wings and fell towards the sea. However, as the altitude decreased, the flames on its body continued to weaken. The flames penetrated the water surface and shot into the bottom of the water. This strange flame, mixed with spiritual fluctuations, made the fish on the bottom of the sea swim frantically towards the sea surface. The undead phoenix was suspended on the sea surface, but it was like a headlight, attracting sea fish to approach it. However, before the sea fish surfaced, they suddenly stopped moving and floated directly on the water surface. In the area illuminated by the fire, groups of sea fish floated on the sea surface, emitting a strong fishy smell. These sea fish were already dead. And from the bodies of the sea fish, dots of red light emerged. A loud phoenix cry sounded, and countless red lights were absorbed by her. These red lights were the spiritual fire ignited by the undead phoenix. Yes, the flame of the undead phoenix can burn the spiritual power and soul power of living things. After igniting the soul of a living thing, it can be absorbed into the body to draw the power of fire and spiritual power from it. This is the special way of eating of the undead phoenix. Under the illumination of the fire, countless sea fish rushed to the noble and holy phoenix flame one after another. In a short moment, in a matter of minutes, hundreds of thousands of sea fish lost their vitality. The sea area where the undead phoenix was located had completely lost the breath of living things. After a full meal, the undead phoenix directly threw down countless sea fish corpses and flew high into the sky. After several hours, the corpses of sea fish drifted with the wind and the stream, attracting the attention of countless carnivores. Among them, there were many large fish soul beasts, hundreds of years and thousands of years of soul beasts, and there were also many soul beasts of 10,000 years. They were attracted by the fishy smell and rushed into the dead fish, scrambling for food frantically. When the number of soul beasts approached 5,000, a noble flame descended from the sky. Accompanied by the high cry of the phoenix, the scorching fire column shot straight into the sea and spread around. The noble phoenix flame is not for appreciation. At this moment, it showed its terrifying side. The flame spread rapidly, and countless sea soul beasts screamed shrilly the moment they touched the flame. Once infected, this kind of flame will not only burn the body, but also cause direct damage to the spirit. Chapter 331. The darker the place, the more light you can see. This kind of direct soul damage is dozens of times more painful than physical damage. In order to extinguish the burning sensation on their bodies, the sea soul beasts quickly dived into the seabed. Although the flames on their bodies were extinguished by them, the ignited souls could not be extinguished by the sea water. The weaker 100-year level soul beasts were burned to death by the undead phoenix flames in a few breaths. The powerful 10,000-year level soul beasts could barely hold on with their powerful mental power, but they could not control their bodies due to the increasingly severe pain. They could only flee a few miles at most before they could not hold on. After just one encounter, all the soul beasts touched by the undead phoenix's flames died. Moreover, at the speed of the undead phoenix, this range was still spreading rapidly. After a while, all the sea soul beasts that came from far away for food died without any escape. The sound of the phoenix echoed on the sea again, and countless red lights emerged from all directions and gathered in the direction of the undead phoenix. Each of these red lights was dozens of times stronger than ordinary sea fish. These red lights not only absorbed the mental power, but also absorbed the soul power in the soul beast. After the undead phoenix absorbed these flames, the color of the flames on its body not only deepened, but also its momentum increased. Compared with the huge number of sea fish, these soul beasts are its real target. After eating and drinking, the undead phoenix flew to a whale soul beast with a body size of more than 10 meters long, grabbed it directly with its sharp phoenix claws, and carried it to the direction it came from. With a wingspan of 100 meters, the huge sea soul beast looked like a small fish. Even if it was carrying a sea fish weighing more than 10 tons, it looked effortless. Endless phoenix flames spewed out from its wings, driving it back to its nest at a high speed. When it arrived at its own island, it was almost dawn. A whole night had passed. After returning to its own island, it did not return to the crater first, but came to the forest at the bottom of the volcano. It threw the sea soul beast heavily to the ground and began to eat its flesh and blood. Looking carefully around, you can actually find similar huge animal bones everywhere in the forest. A large mouthful of bloody meat was torn off by the sharp phoenix beak and swallowed into the stomach. Although it had no flesh and blood, the flames on its body served as a substitute. When the flesh and blood were swallowed, through the bones of the chest cavity, you can see the raging flames, wrapping the meat and burning it. In fact, in this process, the meat was not transformed into energy and absorbed into its body. Because the vitality and mental power of this soul beast were transformed into undead phoenix flames and absorbed by it as early as the moment it died. Therefore, this behavior actually has no substantial meaning. It did this perhaps to commemorate its former self, or perhaps just to retain its former habits. The undead phoenix ate meat very quickly. After a while, only the white skeleton of the soul beast of more than 10 meters was left. After eating, it was dawn, and its wings burst into flames again, pushing its body to fly towards the crater. It wanted to fly back to its nest before the sun came. Although it was a fire-attributed soul beast, as an undead, it hated the sun. When it flew above the crater, it could no longer resist its instinct to return to its nest, and happily pounced on the magma. However, just as it flew into the crater and was about to enter the magma, inside the magma, a strong suction suddenly appeared. This suction does not absorb air, nor does it stir the magma. But it quickly absorbed the energy of the fire attribute. The flowing magma turned into hard rock in an instant, blocking the undead phoenix outside. Because everything happened too fast, the undead phoenix hit the rock heavily due to its speed. Fortunately, the phoenix bone was very tough and did not cause any damage to it. However, this incident made the undead phoenix extremely angry. A raging fire burst out from the empty eye bone. The momentum of the undead phoenix reached its peak in an instant. However, after the undead phoenix condensed a huge flame, its flame ability did not erupt from its phoenix beak, but gathered on its wings. The fiery wings drove its body and flew quickly into the sky. Although it was a little angry, it had been fighting for many years after all. Facing such a situation, running away was the best choice. If this terrifying ability that could turn magma into rock instantly was used on it, it would definitely suck away all the energy of its body. After the anger, it felt fear in its heart. This emotion drove it to flee from this area. But, can it really escape? The moment the undead phoenix turned its sights to the sky, what it saw was an endless darkness. This darkness was completely different from the darkness of the night sky. In this darkness, there was no starlight or moonlight, only the endless feeling that seemed to devour everything. Without the fire of magma, the whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness. Here, it can only see the light it emits. Faced with such a situation, the fear in the heart of the undead phoenix became stronger. However, this also made it more determined to escape. In less than a second, its wings burst into stronger flames, and it was like a supersonic plane, vowing to break through all obstacles. However, even it could not be faster than light. In the dark space, a blazing white light suddenly appeared. The light spread very quickly, even faster than the speed of the undead phoenix. In just a moment, the dark space was completely illuminated. Moreover, the brightness of this light was more dazzling than the flame of the undead phoenix. This made the undead phoenix even more unable to see the things in front of it. However, what frightened it more than the situation of not being able to see was that it was like a photograph, strangely frozen in the air, unable to move. Not only that, even the flames that broke out on its body were extinguished. In this blazing white space, no one can move freely except one person. And this person, unknowingly, has come to the side of the undead phoenix. I saw a fiery red figure standing on the exposed back of the undead phoenix through the white light. And in her palm, a light needle that was even more blazing white than the fire shadow behind her had condensed. On the light needle, endless light flowed and rotated at a very fast speed. On the light needle, like an embroidery needle, not only was there no breath, but even the temperature could not be felt. This means that it has completely restrained all energy into it. Although the undead phoenix could not move, it also felt an extremely strong sense of threat. But everything was too late. The moment it entered the crater, it had no chance at all. The fiery red figure aimed his palm at the core position revealed by the undead phoenix. Then, a crisp sound rang out. Purgatory instant shadow kill. Chapter 332, The Death of the Undead Phoenix. This red figure is Huo Wu. Huo Wu's slightly cold voice echoed in the empty crater. As soon as the voice fell, the light needle burst out from the palm of her hand, turning into a blazing white laser, piercing through the energy core that was suppressed to the chest. At the same time, the laser actually pierced through the slanted mountain. At this moment, the blazing white light burst out with extreme high temperature and explosive power, condensing the core of all the energy of the undead phoenix, and there was no resistance to it. With this attack, Huo Wu condensed the amplification effect brought by the Peach Shadow Ghost King transformation and the second awakening of the silver-level martial soul. You know, this is an amplification superimposed on the basis of the extreme fire. Although the effect of the soul skill has not changed, the base power of the flame has undergone a huge change. The original power of the flame was 1 times 300%, but now it has become 10 times 300%. In order to pursue a stronger burst, Huo Wu used the ability of Fusion Ring to quickly input the soul power of the whole body into the flame needle of Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill. The most prominent point of Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill is the word instant. The speed of instantaneous release and the explosive power of Fusion Ring converge together to increase the attack power of Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill several times. Moreover, the characteristics of this soul skill are related to the number of condensed long needles. The smaller the number, the greater the degree of energy compression, which also makes the attack power and penetration of Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill stronger. Originally, this soul skill can threaten the strong at the level of Soul Douluo. However, after Huo Wu transformed into the ultimate attribute, the attack power of Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill was close to that of titled Douluo. Not only that, the strength of the ultimate fire is also reflected in the control ability. Huo Wu's shadow field became much stronger under the amplification of the ultimate fire. And, under Chuan Yi's design, the entire crater turned into a dark space. Huo Wu's light was blocked in a small space, and the attenuation was greatly reduced. Under the control of the shadow domain, not only was the body of the undead phoenix completely controlled, but even the flame energy was compressed together. Even though the undead phoenix flame had the functions of burning souls and devouring souls, it could not exert its due power under the suppression of the extreme fire light. Huo Wu took this opportunity to pour her strongest attack into the core. After the core of the undead phoenix suffered a devastating blow, its consciousness began to blur. The complete, round energy core began to disintegrate from the inside, and the flame power belonging to the undead phoenix erupted to the outside world like a punctured balloon. Faced with the terrifying energy explosion, Huo Wu took a step back, and her whole body was hidden in the blazing white light. The energy of the undead phoenix spread in all directions, and the fiery red light penetrated the black curtain above and rushed out of the crater. The blazing white light also shot out, and the two mixed lights illuminated the dim sky. In the range of this island, the light of the crater even overshadowed the rising sun in the east. Fortunately, the light lasted for a very short time, and the sky was covered by the golden color of the sun again. Inside the crater, the undead phoenix completely extinguished the flames, and was frozen in the sky like a white bone, falling powerlessly on the solidified magma. In the empty crater, only an orange-red phantom stood in the air. The next moment, from the orange-red phantom, Huo Wu's figure slowly emerged. However, since she appeared in mid-air, she was quickly pulled to the ground by gravity. Just now, Huo Wu hid in the shadow space created by Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill and avoided the explosion of the undead phoenix. The shadow space of the Hokage cannot be moved when there are no creatures around, and the Hokage can only be left alone. This also puts Huo Wu at risk of falling to the ground when she walks out of the shadow space. At this moment, a long black rope shot out from the edge of the mountain pass above, wrapped around Huo Wu's waist, and pulled the falling Huo Wu to the crater. And the source of the long rope chasing upwards is a shadow, which is shot out from the darkness. Just when Huo Wu was pulled up, the shadow slowly opened and split into black branches, revealing two figures hidden inside. These two people are Yun Qiang and Chuan Li, who used the dark 10,000 leaves to hide their bodies. And Huo Wu was also hidden by Yun Qiang before, so she was not discovered. Now, it was Yun Qiang standing on the top of the mountain who was holding Huo Wu. The long black rope was her 8th soul skill, the dark 10,000 leaves diagram. At the same time, the black curtain that completely covered the crater was also made by her. The black curtain made of the ultimate dark attribute perfectly blocked the light, making Huo Wu's shadow field bloom with more dazzling brilliance. Yun Qiang pulled Huo Wu to her side and caressed her pale face distressedly. "Xiao Wu, congratulations, you succeeded." Huo Wu supported her weak body and looked down, only to see a dark halo suspended above the white bones. It was at this moment that she finally showed a happy smile. She said, "Thank you, if it weren't for Grandma's dark 10,000 leaves diagram, I wouldn't have been so successful." As the controller of the shadow field, she can clearly feel the strengthening of control. The effect of the shadow realm is stronger at night than during the day, but in the dark space formed by the dark 10,000 leaves diagram, its effect is a little stronger than at night. This is already a good combination of martial soul skills. Yun Qiang smiled lightly and replied, "I am just acting according to Xiao Ai's plan. Let's go, Xiao Ai is still waiting for us." As she said, she supported Huo Wu and jumped down from the mountain pass. At a height of about 100 meters, even if she was holding someone by her side, it was no pressure for Yun Qiang, a soul fighter. Chuan Li was even more so. As soon as the three of them landed on the ground, they heard a cracking sound from the bottom of the hard rock. They looked in the direction where the sound came from. Seeing that a vermilion flame drilled out of the hard rock layer. The flame quickly expanded and turned into a human shape. When the flame dissipated, Chuan Yi's brilliant smile was revealed. "It seems that our plan was successful." Seeing this scene, you should actually know why the boiling magma quickly turned into hard rock at the beginning. This is actually Chuan Yi turning into a fire spirit body, drilling into the magma, and fully activating the suction of the red dragon horn to absorb all the fire element energy in the magma. Around Chuan Yi, an absolute fire forbidden space was formed, directly freezing the thick magma into a hard rock layer, blocking the undead phoenix outside. Doing so not only extinguished the flames, but also prevented the undead phoenix from intercepting the flame energy from the volcano. This is also the biggest basis for Chuan Yi to choose the crater as the combat area. At the same time, in order to focus all the resentment of the undead phoenix on Huo Wu, he, Yun Qiang, and Chuan Li all hid in the dark, waiting for Huo Wu to successfully kill the undead phoenix. When Chuan Yi saw Huo Wu's pale face, he immediately rushed to her side and passed the pure fire element energy to Huo Wu through the red dragon horn. Chapter 333 Undead, Holy Spirit. The energy transmitted by the red dragon horn is extremely pure. Huo Wu can convert it into her own soul power by simply rotating it in one circle. Due to the explosion of domain and soul skills, Huo Wu, who consumed most of her soul power, recovered quickly. A quarter of an hour later, Huo Wu recovered all her soul power. Although the red dragon horn has its effect, the most important thing is that the Ren and Du meridians have an excellent effect in restoring soul power. If one's own digestion and recovery ability are not strong, even with the red dragon horn, it is impossible to recover so quickly. Okay, Xiao Huo Wu, absorb the soul ring here directly. The rock layer here cannot be melted without a month. Huo Wu did not waste time and resolutely turned around and walked into the soul ring. In the dark soul ring, in addition to the hot flame breath, there were also sharp mental fluctuations that made people headache. When Huo Wu approached, the breath bursting out of the soul ring became stronger. The resentment of the undead phoenix was completely attracted by Huo Wu, but seeing this scene, Huo Wu showed a disdainful look. Behind her, an orange-red fire shadow appeared. This time, Huo Wu did not choose to hide. The orange-red flames became deeper, and the domineering and extreme breath burst out completely. Under Huo Wu's momentum, the soul ring of the undead phoenix instantly calmed the turbulent fluctuations. When you were alive, you couldn't break free from my bondage, and it's even more impossible when you die. Be quiet. Although Chuan Yi and Yun Qiang participated in the whole battle, it was Huo Wu who really faced the undead phoenix and killed it. In terms of strength, Huo Wu was not inferior to the undead phoenix. Under the attraction of Huo Wu, the soul ring slowly landed and was put on the Hokage's martial soul. The extreme fire emitted by the Hokage completely suppressed the soul ring. The vast energy of the 90,000-year soul ring rushed into Huo Wu's body at a rapid speed. Huo Wu mobilized all the soul power in her body, compressing and operating at the same time. Huo Wu, who had been baptized by the Sun Flame Evil, only felt that the energy of the undead phoenix was extremely warm. Under the influence of whale glue and martial soul evolution, Huo Wu's meridians became tough and heat-resistant. Even the energy of the soul ring over 90,000 years old could not produce an impact. However, although there was no problem with the meridians, Huo Wu's spirit has been enduring the pain of needle pricks. In her mind, bursts of phoenix calls sounded. Entering the sea of spirit, you can see a dark phoenix shadow, rushing around in this precise space. This phoenix shadow is completely without the nobility and holiness before, but is full of evil and filth. This phoenix shadow spews dark flames from its mouth. These flames fell into the ocean composed of spiritual power and began to spread and expand. What's worse, Huo Wu's spiritual body can't get close to the phoenix shadow at all. If it gets close, it is likely to burn her spiritual body. Seeing this, the fire shadow martial soul suddenly burst out with a stronger flame breath. The light of the ultimate fire shines into the sea of spirit, it blocked the spread of the black flame. However, a space filled with spiritual power is like a room filled with gas. A little spark can ignite it. If it weren't for the ultimate fire, which has absolute suppression power over other flames, the consequences would be disastrous. Outside, Chuan Yi observed Huo Wu's frowning brows. At the same time, he observed the dark shadow lingering in Huo Wu's brain through the red dragon eye. Although Huo Wu recovered her soul power, the consumption of spiritual power could not be restored by the red dragon horn. Although the breath of the ultimate fire suppressed the spread of the shadow, Huo Wu's spiritual power was still weakening. Seeing this, Chuan Yi did not hesitate. His right hand turned into a giant dragon claw and grabbed the fiery Sun Dragon Rider spear from his chest. Chuan Yi pointed the tip of the spear at Huo Wu's forehead, and the tip of the spear condensed the destructive golden light. The holy Yang flame, filled with endless purifying power, shot into Huo Wu's spiritual sea. In just a moment, the arrogant black shadow burst into a shrill cry. The black phoenix flame that occupied a large area gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Huo Wu directly handed the spiritual sea to Chuan Yi to deal with, and began to deal with the energy of the soul ring. Chuan Yi's spiritual power took this opportunity to slowly flow into Huo Wu's spiritual sea. He used the terrifying purification ability of the holy Yang flame to purify and extinguish all the flames spreading in the spiritual sea, and used the power of purification to completely wrap the phoenix shadow. The black phoenix shadow, under Chuan Yi's control, condensed into a sphere. Although it wanted to escape from it, it had no ability to resist Chuan Yi. The holy Yang flame's Yang attribute and sacred attribute had absolute restraint on it. All the evil and filthy breath in the regret were eliminated one by one. The dark shadow also revealed a pure fiery red glow during this process. Chuan Yi was keenly aware of this. This made him slightly weaken the energy of the holy Yang flame. At the same time, he separated his thoughts and shone the light of the holy Yang flame into the soul ring that was being fused. For a moment, the space of the crater was illuminated by the brilliant golden light, filled with a sacred and peaceful atmosphere. Time passed bit by bit. Quietly, it was the time when the sun rose again. Huo Wu's breath gradually calmed down, and the absorption of the soul ring was nearing the end. On the other side, Chuan Yi also lasted for a whole day and night. In fact, Huo Wu was different from Yun Qiang. She could suppress the energy impact of the soul ring. Therefore, Chuan Yi only needed to solve the problem of the spiritual space and did not need to continue. However, Chuan Yi discovered the pure soul hidden under the dark appearance during the purification process. Now, in Huo Wu's spiritual sea, the originally dark phoenix shadow has undergone a remarkable transformation. The dark, gloomy phoenix shadow completely bloomed with the fiery red light hidden in the depths of its soul. At this moment, the light it exuded was full of true noble majesty. This is the true posture of the phoenix. Chuan Yi couldn't help but admire the phoenix's figure. At some point, Chuan Yi's purification power no longer worked on it. This meant that it had completely completed the purification. Chuan Yi carefully loosened the restrictions, and the fiery red phoenix that regained its freedom did not burst into flames. On the contrary, it looked at Chuan Yi quietly. Through the illusory eyes, Chuan Yi felt a gentle and peaceful gaze. At the same time, a peaceful female voice came into Chuan Yi's mind. "Thank you." This voice also came into Huo Wu's mind. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu immediately understood that this was the voice of the phoenix. It was not the undead phoenix, but the phoenix before it became undead. However, before they could react, the phoenix turned into red light and drilled into Huo Wu's spiritual sea. The azure ocean instantly turned into a fiery red ocean, revealing a noble and sacred brilliance. Chuan Yi did not stop this behavior, because he knew that this was the return of the phoenix. The last remnant of the phoenix can no longer be called a dead soul. It is a pure and more sacred soul power. Holy Spirit. Chuan Yi named it this way. Chapter 334 Sixth Soul Skill, Phoenix's Protection. Chapter 334 Sixth Soul Skill, Phoenix's Protection. Huo Wu's spiritual sea has returned to calm. However, this does not mean that there is no change. The most obvious change is that the spiritual altitude has risen a lot. This means that Huo Wu's spiritual power has been greatly expanded. This is because the remnant of the phoenix, which has been purified into a holy spirit, has injected all its own soul power into Huo Wu's spiritual sea. This scene reminded Chuan Yi of the word sacrifice. It is rumored that soul beasts can allow soul masters to ignore level restrictions and successfully absorb soul rings by self-sacrifice. Although what is left now is only the remnant of the phoenix, it was a veritable divine beast when it was alive. Although it is unknown why it fell here and became a dead creature. But obviously, this is not in line with the noble nature of the phoenix. The actions of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu protected its dignity as a divine beast and preserved a trace of the original soul remaining in the body of the undead phoenix. It is for this reason that the phoenix remnant soul chose to give back to Huo Wu by offering sacrifice. Now, in terms of spiritual power alone, Huo Wu has entered the realm of titled Douluo. Although it has not yet reached the vast realm of Chuan Yi, this is also a great increase. Chuan Yi withdrew his spiritual power in the holy Yang flame. At the same time, Huo Wu also completed her soul ring absorption. After opening her eyes, Huo Wu met Chuan Yi's eyes. The two smiled at each other, and everything was self-evident. Huo Wu's appearance has not changed much, but on the basis of her original beautiful face, she has added a noble temperament. Especially those bright eyes, which are faintly mixed with holy light. She is like a snow-capped mountain towering into the clouds. Her beauty and nobility inspire awe and have an untouchable majesty. However, under the scorching sun, even the snow-capped mountains will melt. Chuan Yi retracted the weapon in his hand, walked lightly to Huo Wu, and stretched out his right hand. "Hehe, thank you very much." Huo Wu smiled playfully, stretched out her hand to hold Chuan Yi's hand, and stood up with the help. The smart smile, like a warm spring breeze, dispelled the coldness of the mountains. "I remember someone said some domineering words before absorbing the soul ring. You can't break free from my bondage when you are alive, and it's even more impossible when you die." Chuan Yi's expression was extremely cold, and his tone was even tougher. Although Chuan Yi did not reveal his name, everyone present knew who Chuan Yi was imitating. Huo Wu raised her eyebrows, clenched her jade hands, and gently hit Chuan Yi's shoulder. Haha, has anyone ever said such a thing? I don't think I've heard it. Although Huo Wu laughed out loud, her eyes were quietly covered with frost, and the warning was very strong. Chuan Yi rubbed the shoulder that was slapped and smiled with pain. Haha, I feel relieved to see you so energetic. Chuan Li saw Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's flirting and laughed with relief. The expression on Huo Wu's face was free and easy, and it instantly turned into a sweet smile. She trotted to Chuan Li and Yun Qiang. Grandpa, Grandma, I tell you, my harvest this time will definitely surprise you. Chuan Li and Yun Qiang looked at Huo Wu with a doting look, and Yun Qiang smiled and said, Xiao Wu, tell us about the soul skills of this undead phoenix. Such a special soul beast should be unique in the entire continent. Huo Wu smiled and began to tell everyone the effect of the sixth soul skill. My sixth soul skill is called Phoenix's Protection. Its effect is to increase soul power, mental power, flame power, and recovery power by 200%, and transform the flame into a special phoenix flame that can burn soul and mental power. After using the sixth soul skill, all the damage previously suffered will be instantly restored, whether it is mental damage or physical damage. Not only that, during the time of maintaining the soul skill, as long as the Hokage is not extinguished, even if the body is crushed into powder, I can be completely resurrected. With this soul skill, if others want to kill me, they must destroy the Hokage. However, there should be no one in this world who can destroy the shadow of nothingness. Dead silence flows around Chuan Yi, Chuan Li, and Yun Qiang. Even the well-informed people are frightened by the effect of this terrifying soul skill. Even Chuan Yi is no exception. The effect of Huo Wu's sixth soul skill is stronger than the general 100,000-year soul ring. This is completely beyond Chuan Yi's expectations. I heard that the phoenix has the power of nirvana and can be reborn in flames. It is a symbol of eternity and life. The power of the phoenix, during the activation of the soul skill, no one except God should be able to kill you. The name of the soul skill is truly worthy of the name of the phoenix's protection. Chuan Yi sincerely admired the power of the soul skill. Due to the special nature of the Hokage martial soul, Huo Wu's body has always been her biggest weakness. However, the protection of the phoenix completely compensated for this shortcoming. From the original where the person is, the shadow is there, to where the shadow is, the person is there. Not only that, the amplification and recovery effects of the soul skill are also extremely powerful. Such a powerful soul skill is even more powerful than a 100,000-year soul skill. Chuan Yi's eyes slowly moved to the sixth soul ring behind Huo Wu. The golden dragon pupil saw the special energy different from ordinary soul rings through the dark soul ring. In his sight in the middle, a fiery red shadow was seen circling the soul ring. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this shadow was the purified residual soul in the sea of spirit. It seemed to have noticed Chuan Yi's gaze and released a kind emotion to him. Then, it slowly fell into sleep. Chuan Yi didn't know what was going on, but it seemed that the residual soul had merged into the soul ring. With the help of the power of the soul ring, the residual soul of the phoenix seemed to be preserved. At the same time, it was also because of the existence of the residual soul that the power of the soul ring exceeded the limit of years. Chuan Yi thought to himself, is this an alternative rebirth? Is this caused by the special nature of the phoenix itself, or can all soul beasts do this? Just in case, I still have to ask Xiao Bai to understand the situation. Chuan Yi did not hastily wipe out the residual spirit, but chose to wait and see. Yun Qiang and Chuan Li also nodded in agreement. However, Yun Qiang remained calm at this moment. She carefully analyzed the soul skill. Xiao Wu, this soul skill is so powerful, I think it must be very consuming. Not only that, it will also consume a lot of soul power to maintain it. With your current soul power, how long can you maintain it? Huo Wu's face also became serious. She replied, after the breakthrough, my soul power level has reached level 62. With my current soul power, if I want to use the sixth soul skill, I must consume 3/4 of my soul power. However, once it is used, due to the effect of the soul skill, my soul power, mental power, and physical recovery will increase by 200%. As long as there is no additional consumption, it can barely be maintained for a long time. Of course, if other soul skills are used, or if they are attacked, or if they die and reborn, it will accelerate the consumption of soul power and eventually lead to forced termination. Chapter 335, External Soul Bone, Phoenix Bone Wing. At this time, Chuan Yi interrupted and asked, what will happen if the sixth soul skill is used on the basis of the fourth soul skill, Peach Shadow Ghost King transformation? People who are not aware of the situation may think that Chuan Yi's question is unnecessary. Because, Peach Shadow Ghost King transformation has a 200% soul power amplification effect. With nearly 4 times the soul power, using the Phoenix's protection will definitely be able to maintain the immortal state while using the remaining soul power to perform offensive means. However, as an experienced person, Chuan Yi suddenly had a question in his mind. That is, the flame properties of Huo Wu's 2 amplification skills are completely different. According to Chuan Yi's experience, this is likely to result in incompatible amplification effects. Huo Wu also showed a bitter expression, nodded slightly and said, yes, I tried this at the first time. However, the energy of my 6th soul ring and 4th soul ring is completely opposite. If 2 soul rings are used at the same time, it is likely to cause attribute conflicts in the body. Huo Wu was also very clear about the situation of Chuan Yi's dark flame and holy flame. Therefore, as soon as she successfully absorbed the spirit ring, she tried to contact the energy of the 2 spirit rings. However, the spirit ring of the undead phoenix completely lost its undead attributes under Chuan Yi's purification, which made it incompatible with other undead spirit rings. Although they are all spirit rings of fire and spiritual attributes, they are fundamentally completely different. However, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu were not pessimistic about this situation. On the contrary, they were full of expectations for it. Although Huo Wu felt sorry for this situation, she was still energetic and said, don't worry, this situation will not last too long. With the example of Chuan Yi's successful fusion of 2 opposite attributes, Huo Wu was full of hope. And, she was also looking forward to completing the fusion of the 2 and what kind of flame would be born. Yun Qiang comforted her from the side, with Xiao Wu's talent, Grandma also believes that you can complete the fusion, but, Xiao Wu, you just said that your spirit power level has reached level 62. However, the soul ring I absorbed was a 90,000 year soul ring, so why was the soul power increase so small? I absorbed an 80,000 year soul ring, and my soul power level is also 82nd level. After the bone, it even reached the 83rd level. Could it be that? Yun Qiang's eyes were full of expectations. Chuan Yi's eyes also flashed with joy, and his eyes barely noticed and glanced at Huo Wu's back. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Huo Wu did not keep it a secret. 2 flames suddenly appeared on Huo Wu's back. Strangely, the color of the flames was not the orange-red color of the Naruto martial spirit, but a fiery red with a hint of gold. The flames suddenly emerged from Huo Wu's back and burned 2 holes in Huo Wu's clothes. Chuan Yi stood behind Huo Wu, the white skin at the entrance of the cave can be seen. Although the time was very short, under the dynamic vision of the red dragon eye, this scene was deeply engraved in Chuan Yi's mind. Just when Chuan Yi was slightly stunned, 2 long bones protruded from Huo Wu's white back. The crystal white bones were faintly covered with golden filaments. In the slightly dim cave entrance, the bones emitted a faint fluorescence. The thick bird bone structure was nakedly displayed in front of everyone. The bones of the wings are roughly divided into 3 connected bones. The first part is the humerus part directly connected to the back, and the second part is the ulna and radius. The shape of this part is similar to the upper arm and forearm of humans. The outermost part is a complex bone structure that forms a sickle shape. This part is composed of metacarpal bones and phalanges. At the tip of this part, there are 3 sharp phalanges of different lengths, and the top is surrounded by a terrifying sharp edge. The bone wing composed of 3 parts is 5 meters long, and the wingspan of 2 together is 10 meters. Huo Wu's body looks extremely petite in front of the slender bone wings. Her height increased again after the breakthrough, almost approaching the 2-meter mark. From this, we can know the length of the wings. However, such a long bone wing does not seem heavy. Under Huo Wu's control, the bones bend and stretch freely. It is indeed an external soul bone, and it is completely integrated with the body. Yun Qiang could no longer hold back her surprise and exclaimed loudly. Huo Wu was still unfamiliar with controlling the bone wings. This feeling was different from Chuan Yi's red dragon horns and red dragon pupils. It was like another pair of arms growing out of her body. However, Huo Wu's control was not weak. Under the control of her powerful mental power, Huo Wu quickly adapted to the existence of the external soul bone. The 5-meter-long bone wing swung violently, and the sharp fingertips, like a sharp blade, cut through the air, causing a thin wind blade. The wind blade flew to the side wall dozens of meters away, and left a thin crack on the hard mountain. The bone wing swung very fast, but Chuan Yi still saw the whole process. For this wind blade, Huo Wu did not use any soul power. It was completely the power and speed of the bone wing itself that caused it. Air blade. Whether in terms of speed or sharpness, this bone wing is comparable to a powerful weapon spirit. Moreover, the bone wings are a pair. Imagine having two 5-meter-long blades, whether in attack or defense, they have a great advantage. Compared to Chuan Yi's red dragon horn, the bone wings have stronger practicality. Huo Wu was also amazed by the power of the bone wings. However, she did not stop there. She reminded everyone, pay attention, next, I will show the true ability of this pair of phoenix bone wings. Then, Huo Wu transferred her soul power into her soul bone through the meridians on her back. The golden threads all over her bone wings suddenly burst into dazzling light. The next moment, a bright red light bloomed behind Huo Wu, and feathers made of flames extended from the bones, completely covering the white bones. At this moment, the full golden red phoenix wings slowly spread out behind Huo Wu. The beautiful, yet powerful wings set off Huo Wu's noble temperament. At this moment, she was like a phoenix goddess, exuding an unattainable aura. Huo Wu looked solemn, and the wings behind her gently flapped, and the hot wind blew away. At this moment, her figure slowly rose into the air. The phoenix bone wings flapped slightly, and Huo Wu was still adapting to the feeling of flying. Her body was still a little shaky, but she did not stop rising. At this moment, she was like a fledgling trying to fly for the first time, flying seriously and persistently into the sky. Chuan Yi was watching Huo Wu with concern below. Huo Wu's figure slowly rose, and before she knew it, she had flown dozens of meters. At this moment, Huo Wu seemed to have mastered the skills of flying. She lowered her head and smiled confidently at Chuan Yi, then shook her wings, turned into a red light, and rushed out of the crater. Coincidentally, the sun's light rose from the east, and the endless sunlight shone on Huo Wu's flamboyant phoenix bone wings, making them even more dazzling. Chapter 336 Leaving the Islands. Is this what it feels like to fly by yourself? Huo Wu stared blankly at the rising sun from the sea level, and her mood was infinitely happy. The surging blood and strength in her body gave her a refreshing feeling. Huo Wu's body, nourished by the Phoenix Soul Ring, contained the breath of life. Such a body could not compete with Chuan Yi in terms of strength, but it was better than Chuan Yi in terms of recovery and comprehensiveness. Especially with the complete Phoenix Bone Wings fusion further enhanced Huo Wu's physical fitness. The flame transformed from the Phoenix Bone Wings is composed of pure Phoenix flames, not Phoenix flames with undead attributes. Although the soul-devouring attribute of the undead Phoenix flames is very powerful, the power of nirvana possessed by the Phoenix flames is several times higher in level. The former relies on external forces, while the latter has the internal force of self-improvement. Which one is stronger and which one is weaker can be distinguished at a glance. However, the Phoenix flames stimulated by Huo Wu's soul ring and the external soul bone still have the characteristics of burning souls and mental power, which makes it different from ordinary Phoenix flames. The Holy Spirit and the undead are, in the final analysis, special individuals composed of soul power. Their flames all have spiritual attributes. Coupled with the superposition of Huo Wu's own extreme attributes, this makes the power of the flames even stronger. Huo Wu danced in the air, and she flew around the crater at a high speed. It took Huo Wu only 20 seconds to complete a circle with a circumference of about 2 kilometers. This speed is 360 kilometers per hour. This speed is even faster than the speed of the title Douluo Chuan Li's physical body. Besides, this is Huo Wu's first flight, and she has not yet fully utilized the true power of the Phoenix Bone Wings. Judging from the speed of the undead Phoenix, Huo Wu's maximum speed is likely to be close to the flying speed of Chuan Yi's fire spirit body. If it weren't for the fire spirit body, which offset Chuan Yi's own weight, he might not be able to beat Huo Wu. With this pair of Phoenix Bone Wings, Huo Wu has the advantages of both Land Soul Masters and Sky Soul Masters. When she encounters a flying soul beast like the undead Phoenix in the future, she will not need to borrow space restrictions and can complete the hunt alone. After feeling the lightning speed, Huo Wu returned to the ground and shared her joy with everyone with excitement. After landing, the flame feathers turned into flames and were absorbed by the bone wings, and then the exposed bones were taken back by Huo Wu and hidden in her back. Xiao Wura revealed her feelings. She said, "The Phoenix Bone Wing has the power to transform soul power into Phoenix flames. I can not only fly with this power, but also attack or defend with the characteristics of flames. Moreover, with it, I can use powerful phoenix flames without the help of soul rings and martial souls, and my soul power consumption will become very small. This ability is pure and powerful, but to truly exert its power, I need to practice more. Practicing the skills of using external soul bones will increase Huowu's training burden, but if you can fully master it, it will definitely greatly increase Huowu's overall strength. The fusion of external soul bones and soul skills will be your next training topic. If you overcome these 2 points, your strength will enter a new realm. Chuan Yi briefly summarized Huowu's gains and future training plans. At the same time, it also brought an end to this long hunting trip. Next, Chuan Yi first put the bones of the undead phoenix into the heart of the scorching sun, and then summoned the red dragon to carry everyone and flew away from the island. In the sky, Huowu looked at the increasingly small island and couldn't help but sigh, this place is simply a paradise for fire attribute soul masters. I wonder when we can come here again. At this time, Chuan Yi, who was standing beside her, said meaningfully, it won't be too late. After this, Huowu looked at Chuan Yi with a look of surprise. And Chuan Yi looked at several large islands in the center of the archipelago. An hour's flight allowed the red dragon to completely escape the range of the archipelago. Chuan Yi drove the red dragon and slowly descended from the sky. On the sea, a giant great white shark seemed to sense the breath and slowly surfaced. You are finally back. The flowers I waited for are all withered. Chuan Yi withdrew the red dragon and jumped onto Xiao Bai's back together. Let's play with you. Chuan Yi was full of gratitude for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai immediately understood from Chuan Yi's tone that he must have gained something this time. Tell me what kind of soul beast you encountered this time? Xiao Bai asked curiously. Then, Chuan Yi told Xiao Bai everything he had seen and heard. Phoenix. Xiao Bai was so surprised that he let out a loud sound, causing huge fluctuations on the calm sea surface. Fortunately, everyone had a high level of cultivation and was not thrown away by the fluctuations. Quick, let me see. Xiao Bai suddenly burst out with a grey-blue light, freezing the surrounding sea area, and turned into a human form, looking at Huowu with a hurried face. At this time, Huowu glanced at Chuan Yi, and when Chuan Yi nodded, he released his martial soul and soul ring under Xiao Bai's gaze. At the moment Huowu released his martial soul, Xiao Bai felt an unprecedented pressure from Huowu. This feeling was exactly the same as the feeling Chuan Yi brought her. The extreme heat, mixed with the breath of ancient blood, made Xiao Bai very uncomfortable. Huowu saw Xiao Bai's fearful expression and smiled in her heart. In order to see Xiao Bai's expression, Huowu deliberately released her hidden aura. The proud Huowu did not forget the contempt Xiao Bai showed when they first met. Now, she felt very comfortable that she could make those who used to look down on her change their attitude. Xiao Bai also realized his own loss of composure, and his aura quietly gathered. However, at this time, Chuan Yi suddenly intervened. Okay, Xiao Wu, we still need to ask someone for advice. Chuan Yi's timing was just right, just before Xiao Bai's momentum exploded. This made Xiao Bai, who had been preparing for a long time, blush. Huowu cooperated with Chuan Yi and said to Xiao Bai with an apologetic look, I'm so sorry, I just broke through not long ago and couldn't control my body's momentum. Xiao Bai looked at the tacit cooperation between Chuan Yi and Huowu, feeling a little depressed. She waved her hand pretending to be generous, and then turned her eyes to Huowu's soul ring. The outer layer of the dark soul ring was faintly covered with red light. This is a sign that the age will reach the level of 100,000 years. The sixth soul ring of 90,000 years. Both of them are perverts. Xiao Bai cursed Chuan Yi and Huowu in his heart. Of course, Xiao Bai did not forget the business. She carefully observed the breath emitted by the soul ring. She saw that her expression became more and more solemn. Huowu stood in front of Xiao Bai, and her mood became uneasy. Is there a problem? Hearing this, Xiao Bai retracted his gaze and looked at Huowu with envy. Chapter 337 Special Life. No problem, but I didn't expect you to be favored by the phoenix. Xiao Wu, you are lucky. Xiao Bai's remarks made Chuan Yi's heart fall completely. He asked, can you tell us specifically what is going on? Xiao Bai put away his envious gaze, turned to look at Quan Yi, and explained seriously, Quan Yi, your inference is very accurate, this is indeed a sacrifice. The soul purified by the undead is completely integrated with the soul ring through sacrifice. In this case, Xiaohu and the phoenix soul have formed a very close relationship. In simple terms, the phoenix soul parasitizes on Xiaohu's soul ring. When Xiaohu dies, the phoenix soul inside the soul ring will also dissipate. Therefore, what you worry about will never happen. Xiaobai first dispelled the issue that everyone was most concerned about. After hearing this, everyone was relieved. Xiaobai continued, "This is the first time I've seen such a situation. However, what is certain is that the soul in the soul ring has nothing to do with the phoenix or the undead phoenix. Since the phoenix has become an undead creature, it means it is dead. And the remnant of the undead phoenix has been completely purified by you. What remains is just the trace of the phoenix soul origin that has been left in the soul of the undead phoenix by chance. However, as a soul body, it is ultimately a rootless duckweed. If there is no carrier, it will eventually disperse. Fortunately, it did not choose to dissipate on its own, but chose to repay you by sacrificing. However, perhaps even it did not expect that it was this kind of heart that allowed it to survive luckily. I don't know what happened in Xiaowu's body after the sacrifice that led to such a thing. But, what is certain is that this is a new phoenix soul, and it is also a special life that survives in the form of a soul ring. In theory, as long as the soul master does not die, it can live forever." At the end, Xiaobai himself was shocked by his own inference. If sacrifice can retain consciousness, it will be an alternative way of survival for those soul beasts on the verge of death. Can I do this? Xiaobai thought of this naturally. She quickly thought about whether she could maintain consciousness while sacrificing. After thinking carefully, she was surprised to find that as long as the mental power was strong enough, it was not impossible to keep her consciousness in the soul ring. This thought made Xiaobai break out in a cold sweat. She looked at Kunyi and Huao with a complicated expression. Their existence made her realize another possibility between soul beasts and humans. Kunyi actually had a similar idea through Xiaobai's complicated expression. Soul masters and soul beasts are not necessarily hostile to each other. Of course, Kunyi did not reveal his thoughts. He seemed not to notice and calmly changed the subject. "Xiaobai, since it is a living being, will it continue to grow with Huao? Just like the external soul bone?" Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then began to lower her head and think. After a long while, she said with difficulty, "There is a great possibility. In the most extreme case, if Xiaohu breaks through the 100th level and becomes a god, it is very likely to accompany Xiaohu and become a god-level existence together." After saying this, Xiaobai fell into silence. On the other hand, Huaohu's face was filled with joy after hearing this. Her consciousness penetrated into the soul ring, and she could clearly feel the warmth emanating from the phoenix soul. However, the phoenix soul was in deep sleep at this moment. Huowu did not disturb her, but gently stroked the phoenix soul with her spiritual power, and whispered softly, "So you are still alive. In the future, please take care of me." Huowu had endless tenderness for the phoenix soul. The name of the soul skill, Phoenix's Protection, had a very obvious meaning, which was the phoenix soul's protection for her. The sleeping phoenix soul seemed to feel Huowu's kindness and uttered a dream talk. In fact, Xiaobai's explanation missed a very important point. That is, the phoenix soul living inside the soul ring, subjectively, does not have the idea of retaining will. However, in the process of absorbing the soul ring, Chuanyi chose to purify the soul ring by accident, so that the soul ring originally filled with undead attributes was purified into a special soul ring with the same attributes as the phoenix soul. The undead phoenix energy in the soul ring also retained a trace of phoenix life essence during the purification process. It is for this reason that at the moment of the phoenix soul's sacrifice, a very small part of the soul essence was spontaneously attracted by the life essence and was preserved in the soul ring. If Chuanyi did not choose to purify the soul ring, the phoenix soul could not match the soul ring of the undead phoenix. When it was sacrificed, the soul would only turn into mental power and soul power, merge into Huowu's body, and no longer exist. However, most of the energy of the phoenix soul has been merged into Huowu's body, and there is little left. This is also an important reason why it fell into a deep sleep. Kunyi, Xiao's soul ring has great potential. What kind of existence it will grow into in the future is all in your hands. I hope you can treat it seriously." Xiaobai looked at Kunyi and Huao very seriously and solemnly asked. Xiaobai's words expressed her earnest hope as a soul beast. Emotionally, she hoped that the phoenix soul, which is also a soul beast, could be treated well by humans. Rationally, she hoped to see what kind of ending this special life form would have in the future. Kunyi's expression also became serious, and he said, "Don't worry, since it has merged with Huao, it will also be my protection." Huahu also said firmly, "Don't worry, since it sacrificed itself to me, I will also regard it as my most important partner." Hearing the replies from Kunyi and Huahu, Xiaobai said no more, but her eyes looked at the two of them with much gentler eyes. From the two of them, she had never seen the inherent prejudice of soul masters against soul beasts. Therefore, even if she and Huowu don't get along, she is willing to communicate with her. By the way, have you ever thought about giving it a name? Strictly speaking, it is a life bred by both of you. In other words, it is your child. As its father and mother, it is your obligation and right to name it. When Xiaobai said this, Huowu's face flushed beautifully. Chuan Li on the side even said, "Haha, yes, I didn't expect that I would be able to hold my great-grandson so soon. Xiao Yi, give your child a name." When this was said, Chuan Yi, who didn't care at first, became stiff-faced. "Hey? I didn't do anything, and I have a child? Also, what does your shy look mean, Xiao Wu?" Chapter 338 Title, Whale Fist. Ahem, Xiao Wu, do you have any ideas? Faced with this situation, ignoring is the best way. Chuan Yi seemed to be unaware of the atmosphere around him, and asked calmly. However, Huo Wu's words made Chuan Yi completely unable to hold back. "You are the father of the child, I will listen to you." Huo Wu's face was flushed, and her eyes were so embarrassed that they were about to drip water. Facing Huo Wu's suicide attack, Chuan Yi's face rarely blushed. Chuan Li was even more excited and shouted strangely at this time, and the more exaggerated it was, the more exaggerated it was. At this time, Yun Qiang, who was standing beside Chuan Li, couldn't bear it anymore, and directly elbowed Chuan Li and said, "What are you doing?" However, although Yun Qiang stopped Chuan Li, the smile on her face exposed her emotions. Chuan Yi pretended to be calm and continued to ignore the weird atmosphere flowing here. "In that case, I will take the responsibility. It is said that phoenixes live in phoenix trees. Phoenix trees are deeply related to phoenixes. At the same time, phoenix trees symbolize auspiciousness and loyalty, and also imply long-term companionship. So, I want to name it Wu Tong. I hope it can bring luck to Xiaowu and stay with her forever." Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu sincerely. The main reason for naming it Wu Tong is to pray for Huo Wu. The longevity of phoenix trees means longevity for Huo Wu. When Huo Wu heard Chuan Yi's metaphor, her heart beat violently. She ignored the surrounding sights and suddenly ran to Chuan Yi and hugged Chuan Yi tightly. And said in Chuan Yi's ear, "Let's take this name." Chuan Yi felt Huo Wu's surging love and hugged Huo Wu tightly. This beautiful scene made the onlookers drop their jaws. Chuan Li directly raised his thumb and expressed his sincere respect to Chuan Yi. As the saying goes, as long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu were completely immersed in their own world, which made the onlookers uncomfortable. Xiao Bai felt unhappy for no reason. She snorted coldly and said, "I don't have time to watch you guys whining here. I've been away for so many days, and I should go back." She immediately released her domain skills. The originally solidified seawater crystal gradually collapsed, and she herself turned into a great white shark again. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who were still hugging, also let go of each other and jumped onto Xiao Bai's back before falling into the sea. Before they could complain, Xiao Bai swung his shark tail and turned swim towards the mainland. Xiao Bai's speed has been significantly improved after devouring the brain of the evil killer whale king. The speed of an adult demonic great white shark is roughly more than 60 km per hour. This speed is similar to the sailing speed of a large nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. As the king of demonic great white sharks, Xiao Bai's speed originally exceeded 100 km per hour. Now that her size and strength have been greatly improved, her speed is approaching 200 km per hour. There should be no spirit beast faster than her in the ocean. However, in the sky, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who had obtained the phoenix bone wings, were both faster than Xiao Bai. However, these two people are exceptions after all, and cannot be judged by common sense. On a larger scale, the sailing ships that humans rely on cannot compete with the sea spirit beasts. Several hours passed, and the time also changed from morning to afternoon. Xiao Bai, who brought Chuan Yi and 4 others, arrived at the Ghost Island near Poseidon Island. And put down Chuan Yi and others here. On the coast of Ghost Island, Chuan Yi and others said a sincere farewell to Xiao Bai. "If anything happens in the future, you can come to me, then I will leave first." Xiaobai walked very fast and disappeared in front of them in a short while. After bidding farewell to Xiaobai, Chuan Yi called out the red dragon and flew in the direction of Hanhai City without staying too long. With Chuan Yi's speed, they arrived at Hanhai City before the sun set. In order not to attract attention, Huo Wu used the peach fantasy fire transformed from the peach shadow ghost king to cover up Ilong's figure. Therefore, Ilong can also fly directly into Hanhai City and land in the villa in the center of the city. In the villa, Solinger was using her fingers to tease Quan Li, who was lying in the crib. The white and fat Koizumi salamander stretched out his hands to grab Solinger's fingers. On the desk beside him, Quenya was sitting upright, but his eyes did not fall on the desk, but looked towards the cradle in front of him. In the past few days, Yun Kaiyang and Chuan Li have both left, and all matters in the family that need to be decided have fallen on his head. This left him no time to communicate with Chuan Salamander. Chuan Yu, whose daughter's slave nature has exploded, has no thought of work at all now. Hey, when will they come back? Chuan Yu lamented in his heart. But at this moment, he noticed 4 powerful auras from the direction of the villa compound. He immediately stood up and said happily, I'm finally back. Restaurant at night. Everyone sat together, eating delicious food, and sharing the results of the trip. In the middle of the conversation, Quenya suddenly raised a question. He looked at Chuan Li and said, Father, should I give myself a resounding title? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Quan Li. The atmosphere of the banquet became a little heavier. In Douluo continent, one can only be banned after breaking through level 90. Title is a desirable thing for all soul masters. Quan Li's expression became profound. He was silent for a moment, and his deep voice echoed around him. Whale fist. As soon as this sound came out, the scene of a huge whale leaping out of the sea appeared in everyone's mind. The majestic momentum arose spontaneously. The passion in everyone's hearts was completely ignited. At this moment, they witnessed the title ceremony of Douluo. From this moment, the Chuan family will enter the ranks of the top forces in the mainland. A simple word that makes people feel at ease inexplicably. The existence of spring power is like the magic needle that fixes the sea, bringing strength to people. At this time, Yun Kaiyang suddenly stood up, clasped his fists in the direction of Quan Li and said, Welcome, your crown is Whale Fist. Yun Kaiyang paid this ceremony very seriously and seriously. Although the relationship between the two is stronger than gold, the etiquette cannot be discarded. At this moment, she must take the lead in showing due respect to the titled Douluo. Led by Yun Kaiyang, the remaining people stood up at the same time and saluted in the direction of Quan Li with a solemn expression. And said loudly, Welcome, Your Majesty the Whale Fist. Quan Li looked solemn and changed from his usual smiling face. He raised his right hand and said in a deep voice, without courtesy. He looked at everyone's eyes with burning eyes, and the hardships of the past flashed through his mind. However, after overcoming many hardships, he finally succeeded in reaching this point. At the same time, he also knew that without the support of his family, he would never have gotten here. His eyes welled up when he thought of his most beloved family members surrounding him. Today, it is enough for you to testify. Quan Li clasped his hands in his fists and returned the salute very seriously. Chapter 339 Summarizing the results and looking forward to the future. Quan Li's title is destined to be unable to spread widely. Because they still need to keep a low profile. This is something that both Quan Li and others know very well. Therefore, perhaps ending the account closing ceremony in a low-key manner during a family dinner is the most advantageous choice at this stage. The next day, all direct family members except Chuan Salamang gathered in the conference room. Of course, there is also fire dancing here. On the huge table in the room, there is a large map. Everyone gathered around the huge map and stared at it with serious expressions. On the desk, this is not a map of a continent, but a chart of a large sea area. If you look carefully, you can see familiar names such as Hanhai City, Poseidon Island, and Ghost Island. In addition, the chart also depicts the direction of the ocean currents, the habitats of various sea spirit beasts, as well as the configuration and information of the people living on the ocean islands. This map is the latest version of the nautical chart drawn by the Chuan family based on the world map previously provided by Chuan Yi, the information searched by the fleet during the ocean voyages over the past few years, and the charts collected when wiping out the pirate group. Although the Chuan family has only been here a few years, they have explored many sea areas with their strong ships and cannons. After everyone's exploration and comparison of world maps, the Chuan family can clearly find that the map provided by Chuan Yi is very different from the actual situation. The most striking evidence is that the island where the blue-silver seagrass king is located does not appear on the world map. It can be seen from this that the era of making maps is further back than expected. What exactly this information means is not stated yet. Today was the first time Huo Wu saw the nautical chart produced by the Chuan family, and he was immediately amazed by the complex and complete information in it. Her eyes followed Hanhai City, extending to the west side on the chart, and she discovered some brand new ink marks. At first glance, it was painted not long ago. Moreover, the name is written in the middle of the picture. Blue Silver Island, Volcanic Islands. This is a pattern that Chuan Yi accurately carved out with his superb painting skills before he started. Chuan Yi, who has red dragon pupils, his eyes are the most accurate ruler. Everyone looked at it for a long time and deepened their grasp of the sea area. Also at this time, Yun Qiang looked at Kun Yi and nodded. Chuan Yi immediately stood up and said, "The reason why we are gathering here today is actually to discuss with you the next development direction of our Chuan family. Now that Grandpa and Grandma have made breakthroughs one after another, the strength of our Chuan family has increased significantly. It is also time to expand the power of our Chuan family." Chuan Yi simply pointed out the theme of the meeting to everyone. After 2 or 3 months, the Chuan family's top combat power has been transformed. A titled Douluo. 2 Contras. A Soul Saint. 2 Soul Emperors. However, among the low-end Soul Master forces, there are close to 3 figures of great Soul Masters, and Soul Warriors. Among them, there are a large number of Soul Warriors, and they are mainly children who have recently awakened their martial souls. The innate soul power improvement plan carried out by the Chuan family has been going on for 2 years. This year, the number of children of the right age has reached 203. However, the number of those who awakened their innate soul power was twice as high as in the first year. Their number reached double digits, and a total of 14 innate soul power owners were awakened. The children in the second batch have practiced for 1 more year than the first batch. The percentage of innate soul power awakening has also been greatly increased. There are white glove martial arts spirits, and there are also children from other production families. There are hammers, iron tongs, planes, saws, etc., which are in line with the martial arts of blacksmiths and carpenters, and they also occupy a large part. For these members, the Chuan family treats them equally and educates their children uniformly. Regarding education, the Chuan family spares no effort and pays attention to teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. For children who have awakened their soul power, they have set up formal soul power classes to teach the knowledge of martial arts and soul masters. Moreover, they also compiled the concepts of soul power operation that Chuan Yi accumulated and experimented with over the years into a book and taught them to everyone. Of course, under Chuan Yi's suggestion, during education, children are encouraged to spontaneously find their own routes. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. What suits Chuan Yi may not be entirely suitable for others. After talking about the cultivation of soul power, they did not forget the cultivation of spiritual power. In fact, for these children with limited talents, soul power cultivation is important, but spiritual cultivation is also precious. Compared with soul power cultivation, spiritual power cultivation without level restrictions may be easier to obtain results. After talking about soul power, spiritual power cultivation, and physical exercise are also essential parts. You must know that the Chuan family's free supply of soul beast meat only lasts until the martial soul awakens. Children who have not awakened their innate soul power will not be provided with soul beast meat for free in the future. However, for those who have awakened their innate soul power, they will not only continue to supply them, but also supply soul beast meat of a higher age as their levels increase. Of course, while the Chuan family gives extremely high treatment to these children, they will also give them more rigorous training. These people will join the soul hunting team in the future and participate in hunting soul beasts. After talking about soul master education, those children who had not awakened their innate soul power did not give up. For them, the Chuan family also has corresponding education methods. The Chuan family has accumulated 3 generations of heritage, which makes them extremely rich in educational resources for ordinary people. In addition to basic education, there is also production skills training. In response to Chuan Yi's strong request, in recent years, they have also created disciplines similar to the science and engineering disciplines in their previous life. Mathematics, materials science, etc. Now, in terms of steam engines, gunpowder, firearms, etc., the Chuan family is extremely short of research and development personnel. In order for it to develop rapidly, cultivating talents in this area is as important as soul masters. Blacksmiths, who are regarded as low-level professions in the outside world, receive unprecedented attention from the Chuan family, which also attracts many families who have not awakened their innate soul power to follow this path. Stimulated by the multiple guarantees they provided, the birth rate of children in the Chuan family hit new highs repeatedly. Born every year, the number of children is increasing. The family will raise the children born and provide soul beast meat for free. For ordinary families, having more children will not only not cause any loss, but also bring a lot of benefits. If their children are lucky enough to awaken their innate soul power and become soul masters, it will be an opportunity to change the fate of the children's family. Even for this reason, all families in the Chuan family have joined the team of having children. It is obvious that the number of people in the Chuan family will continue to increase in the future. The Chuan family, which has accumulated for 3 generations, will soon enter the explosive period of family development. And during this period, as the helmsman of the family, it is necessary to seize this opportunity and lead everyone in a better direction. Combining these backgrounds and conditions, Chuan Yi entrusted Yun Kaiyang to hold this meeting. At this stage, the development of our family has generally entered the right track. In the years of ocean exploration, we have gained a lot of wealth. However, in fact, everyone knows that this is not our limit. Chapter 340, Blue Silver Island Development Plan, Part 1. Chuan Yi looked around and continued. The technology and productivity we have mastered have the power to change the entire continent. However, we are restricted by other forces and cannot display all our abilities on the mainland. In fact, this is the most embarrassing point facing the Chuan family now. That is, there is not enough strength to protect their production results. On the mainland, it is still in a relatively peaceful period. However, the nature of the law of the jungle has not changed. If other powerful forces discover the productivity of their Chuan family, then the productivity that Chuan Yi is proud of will become someone else's dowry. Therefore, whether it is strengthening education or cultivating soul masters, the fundamental purpose is to enhance the family's self-protection ability. At the same time, in order to continue to increase their strength in a stable and peaceful manner, they still need to keep a low profile. Chuan Li was unable to announce the news of the title ban because of this. However, Chuan Yi changed the subject, walked towards the sea chart with excitement, and pointed to a place. Now there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that can allow us to break free from restrictions. The eyes of everyone present followed Chuan Yi's fingertips and saw a word. Blue Silver Island. This island is the island where Chuan Yi and others discovered the Blue Silver Seaweed King. Everyone present knew the situation of the island, so when they saw Chuan Yi pointing to it, excitement flashed in their eyes. Chuan Yi continued, Blue Silver Sea Island is an isolated island in the center of the ocean. There are no other islands within hundreds of miles. It is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Sea God Island. In the entire continent, there are very few fleets that can penetrate into this position. Moreover, before this, the island was surrounded by sea soul beasts, which made this sea area a dangerous area. However, now, the Blue Silver Seaweed King who is in charge of this area has been killed by us, leaving only a huge island. The area of the island is as large as 50,000 square kilometers, which is almost the same as the area of the principality. Moreover, the terrain above the island is flat. The land is fertile and the climate is close to the tropics, which is very suitable for farming. According to a rough calculation, we have at least 70 million acres of arable land for cultivation. Although Hanhai City is rich in biological resources, it is not suitable for food production because it covers a large amount of saline alkali land. Therefore, we often need to exchange materials and obtain food. However, if we develop the Blue Silver Island, we will not only be completely self-sufficient. We can even recruit people with these arable lands, and even more boldly, we can establish our own country overseas. When Chuan Yi said this, everyone's breathing became rapid. 70 million acres of arable land. With the planting technology of the feudal era, 5 acres of land can almost feed one person. Then 70 million acres can feed 14 million people. If they control so many fields and populations, the Chuan family will grow into a real behemoth. The temptation brought by this is fatal to everyone present. Yun Kaiyang, the only one who can still remain rational, asked Chuan Yi a question at this time. Blue Silver Island has great potential, we all understand that. However, it is not an easy task to develop it. First of all, the biggest problem is the distance. It is too far from Hanhai City, and the location is too remote. We have no experience in long-distance sailing. Once the distance is extended, the risk we will face in the ocean will also increase. Chuan Yi understood Yun Kaiyang's idea. After all, the Chuan family only had a few thousand people, of which less than 1,000 could undertake sailing. In the Chuan family, where manpower is precious, encountering a little risk will make them feel painful for a long time. Grandma, I understand your idea. I am also prepared for the distance. As he said, Chuan Yi took out several drawings from the fiery sun heart in his chest and covered them on the sea chart. Yun Kaiyang moved closer to observe carefully. One of them turned out to be the design drawing of a sea ship. However, this blueprint is not consistent with her impression of a sea ship. What is this? Yun Kaiyang asked in confusion. Chuan Yi looked at Chuan Yu beside him and said, Father, why don't you help me explain what these are? Chuan Yu cleared his throat and explained, these blueprints are various steam machines that Xiao Yi brought back this time. And, Mother, the one you are holding is a steamship that uses steam power to sail in the sea. With this thing, our future sailing speed and stability will be greatly improved. The distance problem you are worried about will be solved with a steamship. Steamship. Except for Chuan Yu and Chuan Yi, everyone present heard this word for the first time. Solinger looked at Chuan Yu and asked in surprise, why do you know this? Chuan Yu explained, during this period, you were all busy giving birth and hunting soul rings, and I was the only one who had free time. So, Xiao I gave these drawings to me and asked me to make them. In order not to interfere with my sister's relationship, I didn't say anything. At this time, Chuan Li was surprised and asked, are you saying that these drawings were brought by Xiao I when he came? But, we hadn't discovered the Blue Silver Island at that time? Xiao I, can you predict the future? Chuan Yi waved his hands repeatedly and said, I am not a god. How can I find the existence of an island thousands of miles away? I have been thinking about the blueprint of this ship for a long time. It is to bring greater help to the Chuan family in the future when exploring the ocean. The discovery of the Blue Silver Island this time is just a coincidence. Yun Kaiyang said in disbelief, according to what you said, you should have been thinking about this map for a long time. Could it be that you have thought of this as early as when you were relocating and migrating? Chuan Yi nodded. Existing sailboats can basically only rely on wind power to drive. In this way, the speed of the ship will be affected by the weather. However, if steam power is used, our ships can not only provide a stable speed, but also reduce the constraints of the weather. In this way, the speed of the steamship will be greatly improved. Although the distance has not been shortened, the time has been shortened. Moreover, there are not only steamships, but also other steam equipment. As he said, Chuan Yi picked up the drawing next to the steamship design and said, like this picture, it is a steam car designed by Lu Gao. With it, we can modify the appearance of the vehicle and transform it into a steam tiller that can plow the land. In this way, we can use the machine to carry out large-scale mechanized farming, and it can also make up for our lack of manpower. Chuan Yi's explanation made everyone present light up their eyes. The goal that originally seemed a little far away gradually became clear under Chuan Yi's explanation. Chapter 341, Blue Silver Island Development Plan, Part 2. It just so happens that there are countless dead trees in Blue Silver Island at the moment, which can be used as firewood to start the steam power. In the initial development, we don't even need to carry too much fuel. This greatly reduces our losses. Well, I didn't expect you to even consider this. Yun Kaiyang praised him highly and was surprised by Chuan Yi's thoughtful consideration. It is obvious that she, like Chuan Yi, has seen the situation of the island with her own eyes, but she did not think of converting it into arable land. It can only be said that the two of them think about things from different angles. Chuan Yi put down the drawings in his hand and continued, in fact, in addition to the steam device, I have another trump card that I haven't revealed. Then, Chuan Yi smiled mysteriously and took out a piece of black metal from the heart of the sundae. This thing immediately attracted everyone's attention. Quan Li was surprised and said, soul power fluctuations, this is the breath of a soul guide. Before they could ask, Quan Yi put the metal piece on the table and took out another metal piece of the same shape and color from the heart of the sundae. What was even more surprising was that this piece of metal also had the soul power fluctuations unique to soul guides. Quan Yi did not stop his movements, 1 piece, 2 pieces. 10 pieces of metal were neatly arranged on the table. Then, he picked up the metal with one hand and the blueprint with the other. Then, Quinyi input soul power into the metal. A white light flashed, and the blueprint close to the metal disappeared in front of everyone. This is a storage soul guide. Quan Li's expression changed suddenly. He quickly walked around the table, picked up another piece of metal, and input soul power into it. I saw that this piece of metal also had a slight spatial fluctuation. Xiaoi, this is not something you made, right? Quan Li said in disbelief. Chuan Yi took out the blueprint from the metal block and replied, yes, this is the storage soul guide I imitated by observing the storage soul guide. Moreover, after experiments, as long as you master the method and have soul power, you can copy the soul guide. With these storage soul guides, ships can reduce weight while transporting more materials. At that time, only one voyage will be enough to transport 10 or 100 times the materials. Everyone picked up the metal block and tested the effect. They found that the storage space of this metal soul guide was 5 cubic meters. Converted to steel, it can store 7 tons of metal. Such a storage soul guide would sell for at least tens of thousands of gold soul coins at the auction. Xiaoi, how much time and cost does it take to make a storage soul guide? Yun Kaiyang's lenses glowed. As a businessman, she saw amazing commercial profits from this soul guide. The most difficult part of making a storage soul guide is to forge ordinary minerals into soul guide metals. On this basis, the soul master needs to use soul power to perfectly carve the corresponding soul guide patterns in the soul guide. Therefore, if you want to forge a soul guide, only the soul master can forge iron and carve. At the same time, the effect of the soul guide is related to the soul guide of the material, and most of these materials are relatively rare and expensive. However, even so, as long as a soul guide can be successfully made, its benefits are more than 100 times the cost of the materials. Moreover, we should be the only one on the continent who has mastered the soul guide manufacturing technology. The benefits brought by monopoly will be even more terrifying. The more Yun Kaiyang listened, the more frightened she became, but at the same time, she also felt a little sorry. Everyone should remember that no information about soul guides can be leaked to the outside world. If the outside world knows that we have mastered the technology to manufacture soul guides, it will definitely attract the covetousness of all soul masters in the continent. She issued a gag order to everyone in a serious tone. However, with the existence of these storage soul guides, the development plan will be greatly shortened. Chuan Li looked at the soul guides on the table, and he was more confident about the plan described by Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi continued to walk to the sea chart, took out a long wooden stick, and pointed in the direction of Hanhai City. If everything before was to reduce the technical difficulty of development, what I am going to talk about next is the real development plan. As he spoke, Chuan Yi's wooden stick slowly extended from Hanhai City to the west. The top of the wooden stick slowly moved from Hanhai City, and his wooden stick stopped rhythmically twice in the middle. Finally, Chuan Yi stopped on the ghost island. Seeing Chuan Yi's actions, Yun Kaiyang smiled knowingly. The location where Chuan Yi stopped pointed out an island. More importantly, the distances between the 3 islands are almost the same. All are close to 500 miles. 500 miles, 3 islands. These clues immediately reminded Yun Kaiyang of her soul bone skill, dark spirit. She smiled and said, it seems that I need to move my old bones more in the future. Chuan Yu asked in confusion, Mother, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Yun Kaiyang replied, didn't I talk to the Alliance last night to learn my soul bone skills? Xiaoi, the 3 selected islands will be our 3 supply points for entering the deep sea in the future. At the same time, this will also be a safe route for us to transport supplies in the future. The voyage to Blue Silver Island can be roughly divided into 2 sections. The first section is from Hanhai City to Ghost Island. The second section is from Ghost Island to Blue Silver Island. The 2 sections are similar in distance, but the fleet cannot stop during the entire voyage in the second section. If we can rest in the islands we pass through in the first half, it will reduce our fatigue during the voyage and we can face the long journey in a better posture. Moreover, although there are many islands in the first section of the voyage, the complexity is much greater than that of the second section. In this sense, it is also necessary to build a safe route based on the islands. The significance of these 3 islands is simply to provide safety and supplies. After speaking, Yun Kaiyang looked at Chuan Yi and asked, Xiao Yi, am I right? Chuan Yi nodded in admiration and replied, Grandma is worthy of being the think tank of our Chuan family. With just this little information, you can infer my intentions. I carefully selected these 3 islands from many islands. Not only are the islands of the right size, but the distance is also within the range of Grandma's dark spirit. As long as the dark mark is engraved on these 3 islands, this route with a length of 1,500 miles will be completely in our hands. Yun Qiang's dark spirit is said to be a teleportation skill, but in fact, it is more like a teleportation skill. Combined with Yun Qiang's own space-based soul skill, books and mountains and rivers, it exerts a multiplication effect. This ability of Yun Qiang is more powerful than any soul skill in strategic significance. Since Chuan Yi learned about Yun Qiang's ability, he has been thinking about how to use this ability. It just so happened that when drawing the sea chart, the 3 islands were connected into 3 equal straight lines like a constellation map. Chapter 342, Blue Silver Island Development Plan, Part 2. This also became the starting point for Chuan Yi to plan this series of plans. At this time, Solinger, who carefully observed the sea chart, raised her doubts. But, Xiaoai, these islands are not unowned land. Although these locations are good, these islands are occupied by some island groups. In the future, they may be targeted by other maritime forces because of their superior conditions. This may cause our whereabouts to be exposed to the public. Chuan Yi also nodded in approval and replied, regarding this point, in fact, no matter where we choose, it will be an inevitable problem. When sailing in the sea, it is normal to be discovered by outsiders unless we can be invisible. However, although we cannot hide our tracks, but we can use brighter light to cover our figures. Chuan Yi's mouth curled up a sly smile. Other lights. Solinger lowered her head thoughtfully. After thinking for a while, Solinger seemed to have grasped the thread, and she excitedly slapped the table. Haha, why didn't I think of such a way? If your existence is too bright, you can create a brighter existence artificially. Huo Wu on the side was confused. She looked at Solinger with some confusion and asked, why don't I understand it very well, what does this mean? Solinger looked at Huo Wu and asked lovingly, in addition to sea soul beasts and maritime disasters, what other existences on the sea are most feared? Huo Wu thought about it for a while, and the answer emerged in her mind. The moment she thought of this answer, her eyes lit up. She suddenly realized, pirates. The most difficult existence on the ocean is the pirates. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi in surprise, revealing a look of admiration. She didn't expect that Chuan Yi could also come up with such insights and strategy. Chuan Yi was quite pleased with Huo Wu's admiration. Yes, in the sea, the existence of the pirate group is, in a sense, more terrifying than the sea soul beasts and abnormal climate. My plan is that our Chuan family can support the pirate group, let the pirate group sweep across the forces of these 3 islands, and station on these 3 islands. And we will hide behind this pirate group and carry out our plan secretly. In this way, even if outsiders notice the changes in the 3 islands, they will blame it on the pirate group. Supporting pirates, although it doesn't sound good, is an effective way to control the ocean. The ocean is a lawless area where the official forces of the mainland cannot penetrate. In this area, it is impossible to completely eradicate pirates. In this case, why not let the Chuan family support one family and become the most powerful existence on the ocean? In this way, the Chuan family can not only prevent the intrusion of other forces, but also gain benefits from it. Moreover, coming to Hanhai City, it is also an indispensable part to gather sea soul masters. In the future, development to farther sea areas will inevitably require the participation of sea soul masters. The breakthrough of Quan Li just gives them the basis for outward expansion. With the existence of the titled Douluo, even the lawless pirates can be subdued. At this time, the Dinggaishanzan of the family, Quan Li, said, well, Xiaoai is right. Among the ocean forces, the only one worthy of our attention is the Sea God Island. However, according to the information provided by Xiaobai, the soul masters on the Sea God Island are subject to the will of God and cannot leave the Sea God Island. Except for them, there is no other force in the ocean that can compete with us. It is just right to take this opportunity to reorganize the forces in the ocean. Chuan Li's tone was quite flat, and the tone of his speech seemed to be talking about a very ordinary thing. However, if you think carefully about the meaning of this sentence, you can see Chuan Li's swallowing momentum. As soon as this was said, everyone's heart suddenly became stable. Xiao Yi's plan is related to the future development of our Chuan family. From today on, our Chuan family will strictly follow this plan to develop the Blue Silver Island. Chuan Li waved his hand and set Chuan Yi's plan as the future development direction of the Chuan family. Everyone nodded and listened, and at the same time, their eyes were full of expectations for the future. Chuan Yi's plan can be divided into two parts. The first part is to support the pirate group and take the 3 islands across 1,500 miles. The second part is to gather people, forge equipment and develop the Blue Silver Island. Although it sounds simple, there are many details involved. To this end, everyone worked together and contributed their wisdom to this huge plan. The meeting lasted until noon before the general outline was roughly formulated. In order to implement this plan, Chuan Yi even postponed his return to school. Besides, in fact, with Chuan Yi's current cultivation, he can become a college teacher. Huo Wu also agreed with this. Compared to a simple college life, the situation here is more in line with her taste. The family did not refuse Chuan Yi's stay this time, just because all this is a big deal, and Chuan Yi and Huo Wu play an indispensable role here. Next at noon, Chuan Li, Chuan Yu, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu went to the shipyard outside Hanhai City together. As for why they came here, it was actually because they received important information. The steamship commissioned by Chuan Yi seemed to have achieved phased development. In the entire plan, sea vessels are the most important cornerstone. For this reason, no matter how much they value it, it is not too much. The shipyard of the Chuan family relies on the coast, and the scale of the entire factory has expanded a lot compared to a few years ago. In the spacious factory, countless workers are busy working. Even if Chuan Yu and Chuan Li led Chuan Yi and Huo Wu to their side, they just asked them to look at them and salute, without stopping their work. In fact, more workers were completely immersed in their work and didn't even notice their arrival. Chuan Yu and Chuan Li didn't disturb everyone, and they seemed very familiar with this situation. Chuan Yi quickly scanned the surroundings and took in all the details in the factory. In the huge factory, there were almost no small ships, only the frames of medium and large ships. You must know that in the first few years, the information Chuan Yi heard was that this shipyard can only manufacture medium-sized ships, but now it seems that the Chuan family shipyard has become much stronger. Huo Wu was also like a curious baby, looking around. Seeing the ship that was taller than the city wall and wider than the road, she couldn't help but open her mouth. At this time, Chuan Yu explained proudly, after these years of development, the shipbuilding strength of our Chuan family shipyard has caught up with the Hanhai shipyard. There is even a faint trend of catching up. What the Hanhai shipyard can do, we can do with a few years of hard work, but what we can do, they can't do. If we didn't have fewer people than the other side, we could completely grab all the other side's business. Chuan Yu's tone was quite conceited, but this was indeed the truth. Chapter 343 Wooden Hull, Steam Power. While talking, everyone had walked from the door to the deepest part of the shipyard. This place faces the coast and penetrates the wall like an entrance. At the same time, this opening connects the internal and external docks. This design is not only convenient for ships to go to sea, but also convenient for ships to enter the shipyard directly for repairs. There was a noisy sound at the berth in the yard, which was completely different from the previous journey. Dozens of people gathered at the dock and commented on the boats floating in the water. Seeing this, Chuan Yu also shouted loudly to the front, "Director Zhang." In the crowd, the thinnest figure turned and looked at them. He noticed that it was Chuan Yu, and immediately trotted forward, and saluted Chuan Yu and Chuan Li with excitement. "Master, you are finally here, just in time for us to prepare for the test." "But who are these two?" This person was Zhang Jun, the director's disciple who was poached from Hanhai shipyard. At the same time, this person is also the current owner of the Chuan family shipyard. It is precisely because of this person's existence that the technical development of the Chuan family shipyard will be so rapid. Therefore, Chuan Yu immediately gave the task of manufacturing steamships to Zhang Jun. Before Chuan Yu introduced himself, Chuan Yi took the lead in approaching Zhang Jun and shook hands with him, saying, "Hello, Captain Zhang, my name is Chuan Yi. I have heard of your name in Shuo Academy." Director Zhang looked at Chuan Yi, who was muscular, and the characteristics of his face, and roughly guessed Chuan Yi's identity. The way he looked at Chuan Yi changed several times in a very short period of time. From the initial surprise, to disbelief, to the final admiration. He shook Chuan Yi's hand with a slight tremor, and said excitedly, "Master, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The steamship blueprint designed by you really opened my eyes. It completely overturned my accumulated shipbuilding knowledge. If it weren't for the busy affairs of the master, I would have wanted to visit you and ask you for your design ideas." Zhang Jun looked at Chuan Yi with admiration. At the same time, he put on a junior attitude and asked Chuan Yi for advice. Chuan Yu added, Xiao Yi, every time I come, Director Zhang will ask me about the news of Mainan. Now, we finally meet, why don't you have a good exchange with Director Zhang? Of course, Director Jiang's contribution to our Chuan family is obvious to all, and I am far inferior to Director Zhang in shipbuilding skills, so I also need to ask more questions. However, the director invited us here today, isn't there something more important? Chuan Yi said and turned his eyes to the dock. Zhang Jun patted his forehead and said, it's all my fault for being too excited. Please forgive me, young master. We invited you all here today to show you our initial results. Please follow me. Zhang Jun led everyone through the crowd and came to the dock. I saw an ordinary medium-sized wooden sailboat docked on the shore. Hey, isn't this just an ordinary sailboat? It seems completely different from the pattern on Xiao Ai's drawing. Huo Wu looked at Zhang Jun in confusion. Indeed, the shape of the ship is not much different from that of an ordinary wooden sailboat. The only difference is that next to the mast of the ship, there stands a thick and slender iron column. In addition, there is no steel plate attached to the outside of the ship, which is completely opposite to the image of the steel giant ship described by Chuan Yi. However, Chuan Yi's eyes did not focus on the appearance, but looked towards the water surface. When he saw the extended shadow under the water, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Xiao Wu, don't just look at the surface. This ship is not as simple as it looks. Chuan Yi then looked at Zhang Jun with an approving look. Then he said to Zhang Jun, since Factory Master Zhang called us here, he must have made preparations. Without further delay, why not ask Factory Master Zhang to show us the special features of this ship? Zhang Jun has been paying attention to Chuan Yi's actions. From Chuan Yi's expression and actions, he knew that Chuan Yi had noticed the special features of the ship. He also showed joy on his face. He immediately commanded the crew around him. Several men surrounding the ship boarded the ship in an orderly manner. A noisy sound of footsteps sounded on the deck above their heads. Zhang Jun then stepped towards the ship and said, it's not very clear here, why not ask everyone to let's go on board and observe together? Of course, everyone wanted to observe the situation of the ship up close, so they followed Zhang Jun on board. However, as soon as they boarded the ship, they saw that the crew members were not manipulating the mast, but sneaking into the space below the deck and hurriedly moving some materials below. Chuan Yi and others followed Zhang Jun's steps into the space leading to the bottom. As soon as they approached, a scorching heat wave hit them in the face. I saw that the space under the deck was completely different from the appearance. More than half of the space inside was filled with metal forging equipment. And the crew members, carrying sacks in their hands, piled a large amount of coal in a large boiler. The crew members each had their own positions, and some of them were responsible for shoveling the coal they brought in into the combustion chamber of the boiler with a shovel. In just a moment, in a short time, the heat from the burning coal filled the entire space. The heat carried by the burning coal heated the large water storage device above. The smoke from the burning was discharged outside the ship along the exhaust pipe. The thick iron pillar standing outside the ship was the exhaust pipe connected here. With the addition of a large amount of coal, the heat from the combustion chamber quickly heated the bucket above. After a while, a sharp sound of steam sounded. The countless connected gears slowly rotated under the impetus of steam, and the complex and disordered huge metal structure seemed to form a perfect unity at this moment, showing its special mechanical beauty to everyone. Zhang Jun explained to everyone, we don't have the experience and ability to perfectly reproduce the steel ship provided by the young master. But I found that there is no problem at all to take out the steam power device and install it on the wooden frame. Therefore, our shipyard and forging plant worked together to complete this wooden steamship. Kun Yi couldn't help but applaud when he heard Zhang Jun's explanation. This kind of quick thinking is very rare for a craftsman. As expected of the factory owner Zhang, he actually thought of a point that I didn't even notice. Zhang Jun felt recognized when he heard Kun Yi's praise. However, Zhang Jun was introverted by nature. He said modestly to Kun Yi, no, the steam engine and the overall structure were completed by the young master and the blacksmiths in the forge. I was just assembling it. It's not worth the young master's praise. The steam engine started, so why don't you move to the deck to feel more intuitively how the ship will move? Chapter 344 The Director's Strangeness. On the deck, Chuan Yi and others could see that the smoke in the exhaust pipe was getting thicker and thicker, and the sound of air coming from the board under their feet was getting louder and louder. Huo Wu looked at the few crew members who were stagnant on the deck with a look of surprise. She whispered, "Xiao Yi, this ship has no sails. Does it rely on steam engines to turn the oars on both sides?" Chuan Yi smiled mysteriously, "Don't worry, you will see it soon." Zhang Jun walked to the center of the deck and held the round rudder. After a while, 3 rapid sounds of air came from the cabin. Zhang Jun's eyes condensed and he shouted loudly, "Set sail." Then, he quickly turned the rudder. At this time, the whole wooden boat vibrated slightly, and the boat slowly left the shore in Huo Wu's surprised eyes. "Wow! What is the principle behind this?" Huo Wu was so shocked that her jaw dropped. She shook Chuan Yi's arm repeatedly, wanting Chuan Yi to tell her the secret of this ship. Chuan Yi couldn't stand Huo Wu's coquetry, so he took Huo Wu and others to the tail of the deck. He walked directly to the tail, pointed to the water at the stern, and said, "Look carefully here, you can know how the ship is sailing." Huo Wu, Chuan Yu, and Chuan Li stretched out their bodies and looked at the sea. Under the clear sea water, a rapidly rotating black shadow was rippling. Could it be that the steam engine is running on such a small device? Huo Wu said in disbelief. It's no wonder that Huo Wu was surprised, because there was a rotating metal blade connected to the stern. Moreover, this device was too small compared to the entire ship. According to intuitive feelings, it is hard to imagine that such a small device pushed the huge ship forward. Chuan Yi explained, "This thing is called a propeller. It is a device that can rotate the water flow during the rotation process and use it to propel the ship forward. The power of the steam engine rotates the propeller, which in turn propels the ship forward. This is the principle of the steamship's forward movement." Chuan Yu did not look surprised, but Chuan Li looked at the propeller at the stern with surprise, revealing a surprised expression. Driven by the propeller, the ship quickly rushed out of the shipyard's passage. As time went by, the propeller's speed became faster and faster. At this moment, the weather was clear and there was no wind on the sea, but everyone standing on the deck could feel the breeze brought by the speed blowing on their faces. So fast! Huo Wu had been on a ship before and had her own understanding of its speed. Generally, when there is no wind, the speed of a ship is almost zero. However, now, the ship they were on was rushing towards the vast ocean at a very fast speed since it set sail. Chuan Yi also felt the breeze and calculated the speed of the steamship. The average speed of a general sailing ship is about 10 knots, which is roughly 18 km per hour. And the speed of this steamship has exceeded that of the sailboat by 1 time. It has reached 20 knots, which is 36 km per hour. Although the difference is only a dozen kilometers, if you multiply it by time, the gap between the two will become larger and larger. Moreover, the sailboat will be seriously affected by the weather. In the same period of time, the sailboat can sail at the best speed for very little time. On the contrary, as long as there is enough fuel, the steamboat can maintain a stable speed for a long time. In this regard, the two ships will have a huge gap. What's more, this is not the limit of this ship. The boiler in the cabin has just been heated up and has not reached the maximum speed. You should know that the steam engine is forged by the soul-guided metal refined by Chuan Yi himself. Because of the addition of the extraordinary factor of soul power, the strength of the steam engine is even higher than that of the previous life. The soul-guided metal forged by Chuan Yi has extremely high strength and toughness. At the same time, this metal is mixed with the ultimate fire attribute, which makes it have the effect of enhancing the power of fire. This greatly enhances the performance of the steam engine. The combination of steam engine and propeller is a product that only appeared in the early 19th century in the previous life. It is a device that appeared after several generations of upgrades. Its appearance has an overwhelming advantage over the current sailing ships. Chuan Yi and others returned to Zhang Jun's position. "Young master, I wonder how this ship performs." Zhang Jun looked at Chuan Yi expectantly. Chuan Yi praised him generously and gave a thumbs up. "With this ship, our Chuan family's future sailing time will be reduced by at least half. However, I would like to ask how long it takes to build such a sea ship." Zhang Jun said, "It took us more than 3 months to build this ship. However, more than half of the time was spent on research and design. The time actually spent on shipbuilding is very short. The most important power device can be copied very quickly under the production line mastered by the blacksmith. On the contrary, too much time was spent on hull manufacturing." Chuan nodded in thought. Then he looked up and asked casually, "How long will it take to transform the original hull into a steamship?" Zhang Jun did not answer quickly, but paused for a moment and replied, our shipyard currently has nearly 100 seagoing ships. Since the overall framework of the ship is similar, it is not difficult to transform. If you want to transform all the ships into steamships, it only takes 1 year. Chuan Yi turned his head and looked at Chuan Yu and said, Father, it seems that we can transform the sailboat into a steamship first. This will greatly reduce our time. Chuan Yu nodded in approval and said, Okay, I will promote the transformation of the ship. The time Chuan Yi mentioned here is actually the time for island development. However, while transforming, don't forget the manufacture of iron ships. The transformation of wooden ships is ultimately a transition. In the future, we still need harder and larger seagoing ships. Director Zhang, I hope you can remember this. Chuan Yi said this to Zhang Jun. After hearing this, Zhang Jun's body was inexplicably shaken. He said with a slightly bitter look, Yes, I will follow the young master's instructions. Chuan Yi saw Zhang Jun's face was a little dark, and he was also sure of his judgment. He said, Director Zhang, I think you have seen the potential of iron ships. However, in the past 2 or 3 months, you have found a compromise solution. This is certainly commendable, but can I think that you have not focused your energy on the research of iron ships? One clue to support Chuan Yi's point of view is that Zhang Jun did not choose to transform the original wooden ship but remade and designed a wooden steamship. As for why he did this, Chuan Yi also had a guess in his mind. That is, the manufacture of iron ships will require more blacksmiths to participate in it. Workers who originally made a living by making wooden sailboats will lose their livelihoods. Perhaps, Zhang Jun represents the interests of this part of the shipbuilders. The sea ship has sailed to an uninhabited sea area, completely away from the land. However, Zhang Jun felt an extremely heavy atmosphere, which made him sweat coldly. Chapter 345 Treatment of Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun sighed heavily and explained to Chuan Yi with a bitter face. Young master, in fact, during the research process, many shipbuilders in the factory could not understand, and some even regarded them as aliens. This has almost nothing to do with the shipbuilding knowledge they have mastered and accumulated, and the development of iron ships requires more blacksmiths. Those shipbuilders who deal with wood will be excluded. Therefore, during the research process, they showed a strong resistance. In order to maintain the motivation of the shipbuilders, I took the initiative and came up with this compromise. The responsibility for this matter is mine. If you want to punish, please punish me alone. I will take responsibility. After Zhang Jun confided his thoughts, he felt relieved and relaxed. Chuan Yi quickly exchanged glances with Chuan Yu and Chuan Li next to him. They looked calm, as if they were totally out of the picture. It was obvious, they wanted to see how Chuan Yi would handle this matter himself. Chuan Yi sighed helplessly. No one could have expected such a situation to happen. Under such circumstances, Director Zhang was still able to take charge of the overall situation, stabilize the situation, and successfully complete the research and development of wooden-hulled steamships. This is a clear credit. However, as the owner of the Chuan family shipyard, he failed to lead the shipwrights to face the difficulties, but chose to avoid the problem. This is your fault. In the Chuan family, merits and demerits cannot be offset. In the name of the young master of the Chuan family, I will dismiss you from your position as the director. However, in view of your contribution to the Chuan family, I will retain your position as the director. After all, iron ships are still ships, and shipbuilding cannot rely solely on blacksmiths. I hope you can understand this. Seeing that Zhang Jun did not lie, Chuan Yi did not impose severe punishment on him. However, although Zhang Jun's shipbuilding ability is outstanding, it is obviously not suitable to be a manager. Moreover, this incident also reminded Chuan Yi that the iron ships to be built in the future will be composite crafts. Shipbuilders need to understand blacksmiths, and blacksmiths also need to understand shipbuilders. However, it now seems that Chuan Yi's sudden move has aroused the conflict between the two. As a commander, Zhang Jun obviously cannot adapt to such a situation. Therefore, Chuan Yi directly withdrew Zhang Jun from the position of factory director. However, this does not mean that Chuan Yi gave up Zhang Jun, but chose to give him a chance. The process of studying iron ships will be a process of integration within the Chuan family. This process is a danger and an opportunity. Blacksmiths and shipbuilders are not opposites. Whoever can understand this first and make changes will become a true leader. At this stage, Zhang Jun is actually the one who is closest to Chuan Yi's requirements. Now, it depends on whether Zhang Jun can change his ideas. Zhang Jun's thin face shook slightly. Zhang Jun accepts the arrangement of the young master. Thank you for your mercy. I will follow the young master's teachings and work hard to develop the iron ship as a researcher. He did not dare to have any dissentient thoughts about Chuan Yi's arrangement. On the contrary, he was grateful for Chuan Yi's arrangement. Because he knew that he had made a big mistake. That is, he did not obey the order and changed the research direction on his own initiative. As a subordinate of the Chuan family, this is actually an unforgivable crime. After being discovered by Chuan Yi, Zhang Jun had actually made the worst plan. However, in the end, he chose to attribute all the responsibilities to himself. It was this behavior that made Chuan Yi decide to give him another chance. Well, I hope you won't let me down. Well, this matter ends here. Today we are here to witness the effectiveness of the steamship. Captain Zhang, why don't you show us the real power of this ship? Chuan Yi smiled lightly and quietly turned all this over. Zhang Jun looked at Chuan Yi in awe and said loudly, I will follow the young master's orders. As he spoke, he pushed the metal rod next to the rudder. A crisp metal sound rang out, and the sound of air became more piercing. At the same time, the speed of the ship suddenly accelerated to 30 knots, that is, 55 km per hour. This speed is close to that of an ordinary adult demon soul great white shark. This is the true strength of the steam power created by Soul Guide Metal and Douluo continent blacksmiths. At this speed, almost no sea soul beast can keep up on the sea. In this way, the safety of the ship becomes greater and the time can be greatly reduced. The technical ability mastered by the blacksmiths of Douluo continent is not only not weaker than in the previous life, but has become more terrifying because of the existence of martial souls and soul power. However, they have not been able to truly exert their abilities before. Fortunately, Chuan Yi happened to master the method of releasing the potential of blacksmiths. Just like the steam engine they have mastered now, under the design of Yuan the blacksmith, it has become more efficient and more solid. It can be seen that blacksmiths are indispensable to the Chuan family. To put it bluntly, if the shipbuilders represented by Zhang Jun do not cooperate with Chuan Yi, he will not hesitate to raise opposition. However, as the saying goes, punishing without teaching is cruelty. It is understandable that Chuan Yi did not conduct strict education in advance and made such a mistake. However, Chuan Yi's patience is not infinite. He will not be soft-hearted next time such a situation occurs. This time, the revocation of Zhang Jun's position is a warning to everyone. Chuan Yu and Chuan Li smiled at each other, obviously very satisfied with Chuan Yi's arrangement. Rewards and punishments are clear, there is power and virtue, and both kindness and power are used. This is undoubtedly a qualified leader's attitude. The test of the steamship lasted for an hour. It was running at full speed in one direction. In just 1 hour, the steamship rushed out of the land for 100 kilometers. During this period, the movement of the steamship attracted the sea soul beasts in the ocean along the way. Even if the steamship rushed through their territory, it did not cause any conflict. Because the steam engine, which was emitting terrifying heat, was sending its inner aura of extreme fire to the distance without reservation. The flame spreads. This makes the sea soul beasts in the distance dare not approach. After noticing this phenomenon, Chuan Yi showed a headache. In this way, our fishing boat can only be equipped with ordinary steam engines. At this time, Chuan Yu said, "What's the matter? Fishing boats need more attack power, not speed. Even if equipped with a steam engine, its sound will alarm the sea soul beasts. In terms of stealth, this steamboat is not as good as a sailboat. In addition to this, the flame breath contained in the soul guide metal you forged is too strong. Although the defense is very strong, it is easier to be detected by soul beasts with high cultivation. However, fortunately, our target layer is the sea soul beasts below 10,000 years old, otherwise, we really have to dismantle the metal armor outside the ship." Chuan Yi's heart moved, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Since my attributes are not suitable, what if it is metal forged by others? Chapter 346 Chuan Family Forge. Immediately, Chuan Yi commanded the ship to return. An hour later, the steamship returned at full speed and returned to the Chuan family dock. 2 hours, 200 kilometers. Chuan Yi also checked the operation of the steam engine. The performance of the metal forged with the ultimate fire soul power far exceeded Chuan Yi's imagination. Ordinary people would not even get burned if they touched the outer wall of the boiler with their hands. According to the current performance, Chuan Yi judged that there should be no problem with the steam engine running continuously for a week. When the steamship was docked intact at the berth inside the shipyard, many craftsmen who stayed in place stood up to greet it. They looked at the people who got off the ship with expectation. Most of them were shipwrights who participated in the design of the steamship. The vast majority of them were carpenter families affiliated with the Chuan family. When the Chuan family shipyard was established, these carpenter families became the most suitable candidates. It was the addition of these excellent carpenters that allowed the Chuan family shipyard to develop rapidly to its current level. They have been staying here, waiting for Chuan Yi and others. However, unlike their expectations, Chuan Yi and others reacted too calmly. Even after getting off the boat, they left the shipyard immediately. Just when they were confused, Zhang Jun relayed the news that he was dismissed. Once this was said, it was like a stone falling from a calm lake. The shipwright, who originally wanted to celebrate, suddenly became uneasy. They obviously realized the seriousness of the matter. Zhang Jun said at this time, "Fortunately, the young master is kind. This time, he showed mercy to us for our past hard work, but we will never be as lucky as today in the future. I hope you can cherish this opportunity." After saying this, Zhang Jun turned and left. He had done his best for these people, and he didn't have time to talk to them more now. He had more important things to do, so he immediately went to handle the transfer of his position. Then he began to study iron ships. Through this incident, he clarified his position and understood his expertise. He had no talent for cultivation, but he was able to gain a foothold in the Chuan family entirely by relying on his superior shipbuilding technology. If he didn't have the technology, he would be nothing to the Chuan family. The Chuan family's respect for him made him feel a little erratic. Now, after being scolded by Chuan Yi, he has regained his normal state of mind. With this mentality, he carefully looked through Chuan Yi's design drawings again, and he found something that he had not noticed before. It seems that I am still suitable for the position of researcher. Zhang Jun secretly laughed at himself. On the other side, Chuan Yi and others came to the Chuan family forging factory. The location of the forging factory is not far from the shipyard. However, its area is not inferior to that of the shipyard. However, even though its area is large, the forging factory is surrounded by armed guards. You should know that the shipyard does not have this treatment now. Walking into the spacious forging room, the first thing that comes into view is some strange-shaped equipment. These are all special machine tools. Passing through these machine tools, there are dozens of huge round iron furnaces inside the forging plant. At the bottom of these iron furnaces, a bonfire as high as 2 people was lit. This is a blast furnace, which is the magic weapon of the Chuan family for efficient iron and steel smelting. At the same time, it is also one of the top secrets of their Chuan family. With this blast furnace, the efficiency of the Chuan family in refining iron blocks has been greatly improved. They only need to load iron ore, coke, limestone, and other materials in proportion from the top of the furnace. The high temperature inside and the hot air blown into the interior will remove the impurities of the iron ore and refine pure iron. It just so happened that when Chuan Yi and others came to inspect, a blast furnace had completed its task. Under the operation of the blacksmith, 2 openings of different heights at the bottom of the blast furnace were opened. Instantly, 2 dark red liquid torrents spurted out from 2 directions. One is the successfully refined molten iron. The other is the darker slag liquid. This process is exactly the iron discharging and slag discharging procedure of the blast furnace. This process instantly releases the high temperature inside the blast furnace. The temperature inside the forging plant instantly rises by several degrees. The boiling molten iron flows slowly along a specific channel to a large molten iron tank, the bottom of which is equipped with huge 4 wheels. At the same time, this huge molten iron tank car is placed on a specific rail. Under the action of the rail, the tons of molten iron tanks are easily pushed away by several men. According to Chuan Yu's explanation, some of the molten iron will be completely solidified, taken away by the forger for forging. The other part will be directly cast into castings. In fact, I think we can install the steam engine on the car that transports molten iron, so that we can carry more molten iron. Izumi Yu looked at the behavior of pushing the molten iron tank car with manpower and suddenly felt that the efficiency was too low. Haha, my father's idea coincides with mine. In fact, we can even lay a longer railway and put more steam locomotives on the railway. In this way, our transportation capacity will be greatly expanded. Izumi Yu's idea is actually the concept of railways and trains in the previous life. Although the railway in the iron forge is only for the convenience of transporting molten iron, it has already taken shape. After watching the blast furnace, Izumi Yi, led by Izumi Yu, came to the giant steam forging hammer device in the center. Driven by steam power, the huge vertical iron column is reciprocating. At the bottom of the iron column, people are pushing the slightly solidified pig iron between the giant anvil and the forging hammer. I saw that the iron block as tall as a person was hit by the giant steam forging hammer and was broken by a quarter in an instant. Dang, dang, dang! The shocking vibration echoed in the spacious field. The iron block weighing thousands of kilograms was quickly purified by the repeated hammering of the forging hammer. Pig iron was refined into wrought iron in less than a minute. In the following time, wrought iron quickly transformed into refined iron, and then into iron essence. And this time was less than half an hour. You know, such a piece of iron essence can be sold for tens of thousands of gold soul coins in the outside world. The wealth of the Chuan family can be seen from this. However, Chuan Yi came to the forge this time not just to appreciate the forge. Father, please order them to stop this forging hammer first. I want to borrow this large anvil first. Chuan Yu waved his hand and asked the working blacksmiths to stop. At the same time, at Chuan Yi's signal, Chuan Yu also asked the surrounding blacksmiths to retreat. When the blacksmiths were far away, Chuan Yu asked curiously, Xiao Yi, what are you going to do? Chuan Yi smiled calmly and said, I plan to teach you the 72 combo skills I have mastered. Chuan Li and Chuan Yu's eyes lit up immediately. They had long wanted to learn Chuan Yi's combo method. Chuan Yi slowly walked to a completely solidified piece of pig iron. He stretched out his right hand, and his right hand was covered with red and black hand armor. At the same time, the red lines on the hand armor surged, and a huge dragon claw suddenly emerged from Chuan Yi's arm. The dragon claw grabbed the pig iron and burned it with the flame in the palm of his hand. Chapter 347 Teaching 72 Combos. After a while, Chuan Yi put the red-hot pig iron block on the anvil under the steam forging hammer. Then, under the gaze of Chuan Li and Chuan Yu, Chuan Yi hammered down a powerful blow. Dang! Countless sparks burst out, and Chuan Yi's figure stretched his body and flaunted himself in the beautiful sparks. Chuan Yi did not use all his strength, but held back his strength. This can slow down the recoil force, and then slow down the speed when the force is converted. Chuan Li and Chuan Yu focused on Chuan Yi's figure. With their cultivation, even if Chuan Yi did not say anything, they could observe many details from it. 18 consecutive hits. 36 consecutive hits. 54 consecutive hits. Until the last 72 consecutive hits. Although Chuan Yi restrained his strength, his speed and strength naturally increased in the process of superposition. Moreover, the three people watching felt that the iron block formed a kind of wonderful connection with Chuan Yi during the hammering process. Especially when the last punch fell, the iron block, which was originally sparse and ordinary, burst out with extremely bright energy fluctuations. A cubic block of raw iron was reduced to half its volume in just 72 attacks, and completely transformed into the fiery hard iron essence containing the ultimate fire. Chuan Yi stopped his action with a satisfied look on his face. He used the combo to hammer the metal for the first time in a long time, but in the first attempt, he was able to breathe in the same frequency as the metal. After swallowing whale glue and upgrading his level, Chuan Yi's comprehensive ability became stronger and stronger. Although he only upgraded by one level, the changes this level brought to Chuan Yi far exceeded those of others. Now Chuan Yi seems to have more spare energy when performing combo forging iron. This change, on the contrary, allows Chuan Yi to devote some energy to communicating with the metal. Chuan Yi put his hand on the fiery hard iron essence, and then input the fire attribute soul power into it. Then, this soul power stimulated the energy inside the fiery hard iron essence, and these energies were linked to each other to form a special connection. And Chuan Yi's soul power, when passing through the iron essence, will produce a special chain reaction. The next moment, a scorching breath burst out from the metal surface, and the hard metal surface was actually ignited with a raging fire. Chuan Yi was surprised and said, the flame increase is close to 30%, which is comparable to the soul guide metal forged from rare metals. After forging, even the same metal will show different characteristics. However, no matter what the characteristics are, the stronger the effect, the more powerful it is as a soul guide. The higher the grade of the metal, the higher the value. It can also be said that this ordinary piece of iron, after being forged by Chuan Yi, is more valuable than rare metals. After confirming the effect, Chuan Yi turned around and looked at Chuan Li and Chuan Yu. However, they stared at Chuan Yi in amazement. Chuan Li even recalled the melee fight with Chuan Yi. At that time, Chuan Yi also used the combo technique, but Chuan Yi did not use the martial spirit at that time. He exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, if you used the martial spirit to fight me at that time, I might not be able to hold on after a few punches. It's nothing, as long as Grandpa masters the combo technique, combined with the 9th soul skill, the bite of the Black Iron Evil Demon, its power will reach an extremely terrifying realm. You must know that Chuan Li's Black Iron Evil Demon bite contains the power of the giant whale. This power is superimposed on the combo, which will form an even more terrifying power. Moreover, combined with Chuan Li's ability to devour the enemy's energy and replenish his own body, Chuan Yi's soul skill has extremely strong durability. In this way, the combo method matches Quan Li better than Quan Yi. Quan Li himself also realized this, and his eyes lit up and said, "Yes, Xiao I can't wait. With the combo technique, my combat power will be even better." Quan Li, who has a 100,000 year soul ring and soul bone, is already stronger than ordinary titled Douluo. If he mastered the combo technique, Quan Yi grabbed the pig iron and burned it red. Immediately, Quan Yi demonstrated while explaining. After demonstrating several times, Quan Yi asked them to operate it. Quan Yi corrected their mistakes on the side. After an afternoon of practice, Quan Li and Quan Yu already knew the principles of recoil and force transmission, and also felt it personally. Knowing this, the two can be regarded as getting started. Next, what they need is continuous practice. Starting from the second day, 3 huge anvils appeared in the corner of the iron forge. Moreover, throughout the day, most of the time, you can see 3 tall men holding their fists and hitting the iron blocks frantically. However, although the people in the iron forge were curious about this, they did not have the time to pay too much attention to them. Just because the iron forge, which was originally relatively relaxed, began to operate in full swing. Countless ores were continuously input into the iron forge through sea, river, and land transportation. Among them, there are minerals that the Chuan family has laid out and acquired a long time ago, and there are also ore resources purchased from outside. And these ores, after entering the iron forge, will soon be converted into pig iron by the blast furnace, and purified into stronger metals by steam forging hammers. These metals are transformed into steam engines and various firearms by machine tools. At the same time, the shipyard is also carrying out intensive transformation work. After hammering, these shipbuilders realized their mistakes, and in the subsequent work, they burst out with extremely strong work efficiency. This made the transformation process of the sea ship faster than expected. In addition to the internal preparations, the Chuan family also did not relax in the external intelligence gathering. Regarding the intelligence of the 3 islands, Chuan Yi, an excellent investigator, relied on his super-fast speed and super-long vision to continuously conduct detailed investigations. Of course, during this period, Chuan Yi did not relax his practice and research. Under the full body weight of 100,000 kilograms, Chuan Yi could do slight exercise. From the initial slow walk to the current extremely slow run, Chuan Yi's physical fitness has entered a new realm under the enhancement of whale glue. As for soul power practice, although the seaside is not suitable for fire attribute soul masters to practice. However, in the forging plant burning a large amount of fuel, a simulated practice environment close to the best has been formed. In addition, the Chuan family had envisioned such a situation as early as the beginning of the design of the forging plant, and specially designed a special fire attribute simulated practice environment in the forging plant. Soulinger usually practiced here. In addition to practice, Chuan Yi also set aside some time during this period to study soul rings and soul guides. Therefore, Chuan Yi had no spare time to rest. Life was even busier than when he was in the academy. A week later, at the berth in the shipyard, 2 people stood on the shore, one was Huo Wu and the other was Chuan Yi. However, at this moment, Chuan Yi was using his golden dragon pupils to seriously observe the crystal ship anchored on the sea. The shape of the ship was different from that of ordinary ships. It presented a smooth shuttle shape, giving people a peculiar sense of beauty. Chapter 348 Researching the Dragon Abyss Boat. In Chuan Yi's vision, the inside of the ship, which looked like transparent glass, flowed with extremely complex patterns. Chuan Yi looked at the ship infatuatedly and whispered, "It is hard to imagine that in ancient times, our ancestors could actually create such a powerful soul guide." The ship parked at the dock was the Dragon Abyss boat purchased by the Chuan family. Chuan Yi could not imagine that a submarine would appear in a place where even iron ships had not been developed. Huo Wu sighed, I heard that this soul guide is not popular in Hanhai City. Because its function is too useless, the price has always been kept at a very low price. Chuan Yuhui said, that's because these people are blind and can't see the true value of this soul guide. The Dragon Abyss boat is a special soul guide that can change its appearance. This ability alone has surpassed 99% of soul guides. In addition, it has the ability to dive into the seabed. At the same time, there is not only water controlled by soul power inside, but also a crystal rudder, and stone bars that can display air concentration. More importantly, it also has the function of generating thrust by soul power. This is extremely valuable knowledge for me. Chuan Yi constantly observed the soul power patterns hidden inside, and memorized them in his mind through his powerful mental power. In repeated tests, he separated several soul power patterns with different effects. Although these patterns belong to a whole, they are independent of each other and can be activated separately. Among them, Chuan Yi is most concerned about two. One is the soul power pattern that changes the weight and shape of matter. The other is the pattern that generates thrust by soul power. After collecting all the information he needed, Chuan Yi took back the Long Yuan boat. Let's go and try to see if we can replicate the effect of the Long Yuan boat. Chuan Yi excitedly took Huo Wu's hand and came to his own research room. Chuan Yi's research room is located in the center of the Chuan family's territory. There is a large-scale building complex here. Among them, there are the Gunpowder Research Institute, the Metal Research Institute, the Mechanical Research Institute, and the Materials Research Institute. And Chuan Yi's research room is located in the middle. It looks like an exquisite two-story villa. There are various rooms inside. Chuan Yi took Huo Wu to the room where he studied soul guides. Chuan Yi sat in front of his workbench, picked up the soul guide carving knife beside him, and carved a blank soul guide knife on it. The lines in memory were carved into the metal plate. Huo Wu sat quietly by the side, paying attention to Chuan Yi. Although she didn't know much about soul guides, she was calmed by watching Chuan Yi's serious look. The warm atmosphere made her a little intoxicated. In order to ensure the success rate, Chuan Yi directly opened the red dragon eye. With the help of the red dragon eye, Chuan Yi perfectly reproduced the lines of changing mass and size in the Long Yuan boat. For a while, the metal block in Chuan Yi's hand scattered countless metal fragments. However, when he completed all the lines in one go, the metal block burst into light. Did it succeed? Huo Wu knew that this was a sign of successful soul guide pattern engraving, which made her a little excited. Chuan Yi's mouth curled up with a satisfied smile. He stretched the metal block in his hand towards Huo Wu, and when the light faded, Chuan Yi input soul power into the metal. The next moment, the palm-sized metal block quickly shrank and turned into an ant-sized metal. Huo Wu walked up and looked at Chuan Yi's palm carefully. It was seen that except for the size, the shape was no different from before it was shrunk. Xiao Wu, you can pick it up and see. Huo Wu curiously stretched out her right hand and grabbed the tiny metal with her index finger and thumb. So light! Huo Wu, who had just picked it up, exclaimed. Huo Wu found that the weight of the metal block was no different from that of an ant. But when she tried to crush the metal with force, she felt the original toughness of the metal. At this time, Chuan Yi reminded, Xiao Wu, try to input your soul power and see what changes will occur. Huo Wu immediately input soul power into the metal. The next moment, a red light flashed, and the metal on the fingertips expanded rapidly. At the same time, the weight of the metal also returned. The red light dissipated, and the heavy metal block was lifted by Huo Wu. It's amazing, how did you do it? Huo Wu asked Chuan Yi in surprise, but Chuan Yi couldn't answer. For this strange phenomenon that ignores the basic laws of physics, Chuan Yi can only attribute it to soul power. It can only be said that soul power has countless possibilities. Huo Wu handed the metal to Chuan Yi and asked, this ability is indeed very strange, but it can only act on the material itself. Are you trying to replicate the Long Yuan boat? Chuan Yi smiled mysteriously and said, there is this part of the reason, but, in addition, this ability can be used in other aspects. The way I can think of using it now is to engrave this pattern in the Xiang Dragon Lance. If successful, I can change its size and weight at will. This way, we can use it even without using the martial soul fusion technique. Huo Wu's eyes lit up, but she quickly responded, but, the Xiang Dragon Lance is very hard. Apart from itself, even a titled Douluo level weapon martial soul can't carve patterns on it. Chuan Yi said, however, nothing is absolute. Don't forget how this weapon was cast. We just need to put it back into the blazing Yang Chuan, and it can be softened again with the help of the extremely hot breath. As long as I take the opportunity to use my soul power to carve patterns inside the softened metal, I can get a Xiang Dragon Lance that can change the size and quality at will. Chuan Yi actually had plans to recast the Xiang Dragon Lance. As he delved deeper into soul guides and soul rings, many ideas came to his mind. Moreover, he actually noticed that the Xiang Dragon Lance was far from reaching its limit. It could also absorb more of the blazing Yang Chuan energy. If it wasn't for hunting a 100,000-year soul beast, he wouldn't have fished it out so quickly. However, thanks to Chuan Yi's early fishing, Chuan Li successfully killed the 100,000-year-old soul beast. Chuan Yi did not regret this. Huo Wu saw that Chuan Yi had already thought about the application method, so she stopped asking. Chuan Yi took back the metal block that changed size and took out a new soul guide metal again. This time, he wanted to try to carve the soul power pattern that produces thrust. Compared with the previous soul power pattern, the complexity of this reasoning soul power pattern was greatly reduced. Chuan Yi successfully copied it in less than a quarter of an hour. However, to Chuan Yi's disappointment, the thrust generated by the soul guide metal was even smaller than that of the steam engine. However, when Chuan Yi thought that it could be used underwater, his disappointment disappeared a lot. Underwater, this level of thrust is enough to propel submarines tens of meters or hundreds of meters long. In comparison, the steam engine cannot be used underwater without air. Chapter 349 Purple Pearl Pirates. In this sense, the effect of the second soul power pattern also has a corresponding effect. Besides, Chuan Yi also plans to use better and more materials to replicate the same submersible soul guide as the Long Yuan boat. No, Chuan Yi can even directly build a super large submarine. At this stage, the core technology of the Long Yuan boat is mastered by Chuan Yi. Imagine that a super large submarine that can carry hundreds of people can also be shrunk and carried around. The Chuan family's voyage on the sea will be very secretive. However, Chuan Yi does not have so many qualified soul guide metals now. The strength of the Long Yuan boat can withstand the water pressure of 300 meters deep and the attack of a 100-year level soul beast. Although the material used is different from metal, it is also a special soul guide ore. Just like the red demon gold that Chuan Yi used to forge the Xiang Dragon Lance, there are various natural soul guide materials in Douluo continent. Jade, ore, leather, etc. For example, the Ruyi Bibao bag that Chuan Yi gave to Huo Wu is a special leather with soul power patterns engraved on it. Some special storage soul guides are still made of jade. However, although these materials are different, they all have one common feature, that is, they have excellent soul power conductivity. This characteristic of soul guides is very durable. This is also the main reason why soul guides can maintain high performance from ancient times to the present. Like soul power lines, unless the original structure is destroyed by a strong external force, its own maintenance time will be very long. In addition, the material impregnated with soul power and heaven and earth elemental power is tougher than ordinary materials, which greatly increases the service life of soul guides. Generally speaking, this special material is very rare, but Chuan Yi, by chance, mastered the forging of metals, and then transformed the materials into materials with excellent soul conduction. However, he is the only one who has mastered this skill now. Moreover, he has not mastered it for a long time, which makes the reserves of soul guide metal very insufficient. However, Chuan Yi is not worried about this. You know, he has taught the 72 combos to Chuan Li, Chuan Yu, and Lu Gao, who is far away in Sa City. These people have high enough cultivation. As long as they are given some time, they can also reach the current level of Chuan Yi. By then, their technology of making iron ships will become more mature, and there will be more and more materials. After studying the Long Yuan boat, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu came to the iron forge and began their own cultivation. Chuan Yi will do his own iron forging in the afternoon. Huo Wu locked herself in the exclusive fire attribute mimicry environment in the field to practice the fusion of the 4th and 6th soul skills. Referring to Chuan Yi's cultivation method, Huo Wu started with a small cluster of flames. By forcibly matching the two, feeling the changes between them, and finally controlling the delicate balance between the two. However, due to the fierce attribute conflict between the undead and the Holy Spirit, Huo Wu will also be mentally shocked during the cultivation process. This increases the difficulty of fusion. However, with Huo Wu's strong mental power, she can still maintain it for a long time. By the way, the phoenix soul living in the soul ring is still in a dormant state. If Wu Tong wants to exert its true ability, it may have to wait until it recovers completely. However, its recovery time will last for a long time. It is impossible to see its ability in a short time. In the next 3 weeks, research and practice occupied most of Chuan Yi's time. But Chuan Yi was happy with it. However, today, Chuan Yi had to leave the territory. This is because the intelligence gathering that lasted for more than a month has ended, and they have found a suitable agent. A sunny day. A tavern in Hanhai City. Today I'm treating you, hurry up and serve me some wine, we won't go home until we're drunk. A beautiful purple-haired woman slapped the wooden table roughly, urging the store to serve wine. As soon as the woman finished speaking, countless corresponding calls came from the entire tavern. More than 50 men sitting in the tavern shouted excitedly. Seeing this, the shopkeeper bowed and nodded more attentively, and loudly ordered his subordinates, "Quick, bring up all the good wine in the store." Today, for the shopkeeper, these people are honored guests. Moreover, he also saw that these people were not ordinary people, they were all honorable soul masters. This made him dare not neglect them in the slightest. The tavern moved very quickly, and 50 servings of wine were quickly carried to their respective tables. At this time, a tall and rough man picked up the wine glass, stood up and shouted, "Long live the boss!" The man looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, but at this time he looked at the beautiful woman who looked only in her early 20s with respect. What's even more strange is that the companions sitting around had the same expression. The woman excitedly picked up the wine glass and stood up and said, "Cheers!" As she said that, she poured the wine directly into her mouth. Her bold momentum was incompatible with her own beautiful appearance. However, her actions completely ignited the atmosphere of the tavern. Dozens of men sitting around her started their own banquet. At this time, on the second floor of the tavern, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu were sitting at a wooden table that could observe the first floor, enjoying their own delicacies. Chuan ordered a plate of fried sea fish, and Huo Wu ordered an expensive caviar. Huo Wu was enjoying lunch while watching the movement downstairs. "Xiao Ai, is this the notorious pirate group? Why does it feel completely different from what I remember? Besides, they still dare to be so ostentatious in Hanhai City. Doesn't the official care?" Chuan Yi, who was opposite, put the cut sea fish into his mouth and tasted it carefully. The tender fish meat and the crispy skin formed a perfect balance. Unlike usual, Chuan Yi did not eat voraciously this time, but tasted the taste carefully. After swallowing the food, he replied slowly, "This group of people is not well known, and they act secretly. The official has no information about them. I also met them by chance while exploring the sea." Huo Wu glanced downstairs, but a disdainful expression flashed in her eyes. She did not have a good impression of the pirate group. If it weren't for Chuan Yi, she would never come here. However, when Huo Wu looked at the young woman sitting in the middle, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Is she the purple pearl? But, Xiao Ai, why didn't you tell me she was a woman?" Huo Wu's tone seemed nonchalant, but her eyes were fixed on Chuan Yi's expression. "Ah, didn't I tell you?" Chuan Yi thought about it for a moment and realized that he had indeed not mentioned it to Huo Wu. "Oh, sorry, I forgot. However, it doesn't matter whether the other party is a man or a woman. I only care whether the other party meets my standards. She just happens to meet my requirements." Chapter 350 First Encounter with Purple Pearl. When Huo Wu saw Chuan Yi say this, she curiously asked, "What specific requirements do they meet?" Chuan Yi smiled faintly and said, "Although we need to support the pirate group, we will not support everyone. First of all, we don't support the evil people. If they are the kind of evil people who burn, kill, rob, and do all kinds of evil, we will directly exclude them. Second, they must have a certain strength foundation. Our ships and equipment have been initially completed. The sooner we seize the island, the better. If the strength is too weak, we don't have the patience to wait for them to grow slowly. And the Purple Pearl pirate group downstairs is the best option that meets these two conditions." Although Huo Wu didn't know the personalities of these pirate groups, she could feel the strength of these people with her strong mental power. These 50 people are all soul masters. Moreover, the strongest one among them is the youngest looking woman. Although the exact level is unclear, it is known that she is a Soul King level strongman. In addition, there are more than a dozen soul masters in the crowd, and the rest are soul masters of level 20 or 30. Although there are only more than 50 people, the strength of this force cannot be underestimated. Huo Wu agreed with Chuan Yi's words. Chuan Yi then explained, "Did you see that woman? She is the leader of the Purple Pearl Pirates, Zai Zhensu. Although she is not well known, she has nearly 1,000 members under her. Compared with other pirate groups, the Purple Pearl Pirates, under the leadership of Zai Zhensu, only robbed the money of the nobles and often helped poor fishing villages. Therefore, they can be regarded as righteous thieves who rob the rich and help the poor. This is also the fundamental reason why I finally chose the Purple Pearl Pirates." After listening to Chuan Yi's explanation, Huo Wu looked at Zai Zhensu with eyes that were no longer full of contempt. "I didn't expect there is such a female hero on the sea. I am interested in her." Huo Wu's view of Zai Zhensu has greatly improved. At the same time, she also agreed with Chuan Yi's choice. Moreover, the most important thing is that Chuan Yi does not seem to be interested in Zai Zhensu's appearance. This makes Huo Wu secretly nod and praise Chuan Yi's performance. "Haha, don't worry, we are here to negotiate with her today, and we will have a chance to meet her." Seeing that Huo Wu's resistance has dissipated, Chuan Yi also puts his mind at ease. Huo Wu pays attention to Zai Zhensu's bold figure with interest, and his interest in her becomes stronger and stronger. Chuan Yi is focused on the food in front of him. With his appetite, this amount of food can't fill his stomach at all, but it's rare to be able to quietly enjoy the taste of food. It is indeed a beautiful thing. Downstairs, Zai Zhensu was enjoying the banquet in high spirits. This time, they came to Hanhai City to celebrate her breakthrough to Soul King. Yes, not long ago, she successfully broke through level 50 and completed the absorption of soul rings. Although it was a personal breakthrough, it was a major event for the entire pirate group. Zai Zhensu's breakthrough made them stronger, so that they could conquer the surrounding pirate groups and expand their territory. Such a happy event, of course, they had to celebrate it well. Moreover, Zai Zhensu was only 27 years old. Although breaking through Soul King at the age of 27 was not considered a gifted talent, but there was enough potential. As long as she practiced hard, it was almost a foregone conclusion that Zai Zhensu would become a Soul Douluo. Although Zai Zhensu did not say it, she also painted a picture of herself becoming the strongest pirate in the sea in her heart. The warm banquet lasted until sunset. A large group of drunk people finally walked out of the tavern. It should be said that she is worthy of being a soul master, and her drinking is different from that of ordinary people. They drank from noon to night. Zai Zhensu settled the sky-high bill generously and walked out of the tavern. Her cheeks turned red because of the excessive alcohol intake. However, as a soul king, her body has a stronger tolerance to alcohol. She forced herself to say, "Everyone, let's disband tonight and go back to rest. We will meet at the dock at noon tomorrow. Do you remember?" "Yes, boss." Although everyone was drunk, they all listened to Zai Zhensu's instructions carefully. It can be seen that Zai Zhensu has prestige among this group of people. Zai Zhensu looked at the people who responded and nodded with satisfaction, "Okay, let's disband." As soon as the voice fell, a large group of people slowly dispersed. Among them, some people went to the brothels in the city. Zai Zhensu did not interfere too much. As long as they did not forcibly rob women, it was not a big deal to vent appropriately. Seeing that everyone was disbanded, Zai Zhensu also went to the hotel where she often lived. There were few people walking on the dim road. The hotel was not located in the bustling city center, but near the west. This was because the coast was on the west, so that even if something happened, they could quickly escape from the city gate. After walking for a long time, she stopped at the door of an ordinary-looking hotel. It was more like an ordinary B&B than a hotel. With her financial resources, it was hard to imagine that she would stay in such a hotel. However, she did not stay for too long and walked directly into this ordinary hotel. When she walked into the hotel, she changed her bold attitude and looked at a woman at the counter with a gentle face. The woman looked to be in her early 30s, but she had a plump figure. Although her appearance was not excellent, she also had a gentle and mature charm. The woman was the owner of the hotel. When the woman saw the purple figure that pushed open the door, a beautiful smile appeared on her face. "You are here." The owner walked out of the counter and threw himself into the arms of Purple Pearl. Zai Zhensu hugged the shop owner and replied affectionately, "Well, it's rare for me to come back, so I can stay here for a night." As she spoke, Ziyi Zhenzu's hands slowly moved down from the shop owner's back. Quietly, her hands had already covered the shop owner's plumpness behind. For such frivolous behavior, the shop owner not only did not resist, but stared at Ziyi Zhenzu with blurred eyes. That was the look Xuan Yi occasionally gave Huo Wu. It was a look full of the fire of desire. It seemed that the two of them were obviously not in an intimate relationship between ordinary women. Ziyi Zhenzu's eyes ignited the same flame, and she whispered, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." As she spoke, the breathing of the two became more and more rapid, and the two figures slowly approached each other in the dim light. At this time, an unromantic cough sounded. "Ahem, there are still people here, please pay attention." The sudden sound made Ziyi Zhenzu's hair stand on end. She immediately protected the female shop owner and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Two tall figures sat on the sofa in the hall at some point. How is it possible? The door is not open. When did they come in? This ability to conceal the breath is extraordinary. Ziyi Zhenzu's heart was alarmed and her face was extremely solemn.